Blair was awakened by someone calling out to him. "Blair, Blair, wake up." He blinked slowly. The whole class erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, how can someone that dumb still be in school? Blair was getting mocked again. And he sat there dazed, not understanding what was going on. Then he looked around at the unfamiliar classroom in shock. Where am I? Is this a dream? Jasmine gently tugged on Blair's sleeve. "Blair, Ms. Brittany is calling you." Only then did Blair look up and see Ms. Brittany standing right next to him. Her smile warm but the atmosphere oddly chilly. "Had a good nap, Blair? So good that you forgot where you are." Blair glanced at her, at the peaks and valleys under her blouse, and wondered, is this a teacher? Suddenly, Ms. Brittany grabbed and twisted his ear hard. Then she pointed at the blackboard and barked, "Sleeping in my class, are you? Do you have any idea how important math is? Get up here and solve this problem." Blair, wincing in pain, grabbed at her sleeve and cried, "Ow, ow, ow." When he picked up the chalk, something clicked. Wait a second, he pressed 2 fingers to his temple. Deep in thought, this is really bad. On the board was a simple high school math problem. 1 + 2 + 3, all the way up to 100. Ms. Brittany announced, "Blair, take this problem home. I want your answer before class tomorrow. This is your punishment for sleeping in my lesson." The students below snickered and jeered. That problem's impossible for a moron like him. Even with 3 days and nights, he'd never solve it. Math is super important, and that Blair guy has zero talent. No chance. But Blair just gave a faint smirk and let out a soft, HMPH. Even Ms. Brittany was surprised. Why does he look so confident? Like some experienced scholar or something? Calmly, Blair walked up and wrote the answer on the board. Ms. Brittany covered her mouth in shock. No way. After finishing, Blair asked, "Ms. Brittany, can I use the restroom?" She blinked and nodded. Sure." The students buzzed with disbelief. He actually wrote an answer? Must have just guessed a random number to show off. But Ms. Brittany quickly shut them down. "No, Blair's answer is." She paused, then declared, "Absolutely correct." The class exploded into chaos. Even students in the hallway could hear the uproar. What? No way. Even Ms. Brittany would need a couple hours to solve that. Meanwhile, Blair's face was twisted with unease. The hard part wasn't the math, it was something else entirely. Wait a second, did I just transmigrate? Self-introduction time. I'm Tran Lack, a high school math teacher who treats math like a religion. After graduation, I dedicated years of my life to teaching. Next year, I was finally due for a promotion. In class, I was that strict but clever teacher. The kind who says, "Copy it down before I erase it," and makes the whole class scramble. But now, I've transmigrated. My emotions were in turmoil. All I did was close my eyes for a second while proctoring an exam. And now I'm in another world? That's not logical. What is this? A comic book? Newton, get over here and explain this. Newton, how is this my problem? To summarize, I seem to have transmigrated into a new world. Inside the body of a student named Blair. Problem is, this Blair was famous for being a dunce at math. And from what I've just seen, this world puts a huge emphasis on math, but their actual math level is primitive. The question from earlier? Even elementary schoolers back home would solve it in seconds. But here, everyone was painstakingly adding numbers one at a time. My eyes lit up. If I can't figure out how to return home just yet, then maybe I'm the most mathematically gifted person in this entire world. Tran Lack, you might just reach the peak of life through math, in another world. Blair walked away humming a cheerful tune. La 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 tilde. But as he was strolling along, someone suddenly crashed into him from the front. They both tumbled to the ground. Blair winced and quickly stood up. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" The girl was still lying there. Blair panicked and reached out to check on her. Then immediately jumped back like he'd touched a live wire. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Important things must be said 3 times. Still red-faced, Blair extended a hand to help the girl up. Avoiding eye contact, cheeks flushed, he apologized sincerely. "I'm really sorry, I wasn't paying attention." The girl's name was Isabella. She clutched her skirt and screamed. "You again?" Blair blinked. "Wait, you know me?" Isabella snapped. "Of course I know you. You crashed into me at the freshman welcome ceremony. Remember? Same stupid pose and everything. You turned me into a laughingstock in front of the whole school. I'll never forget that face of yours." She exploded. "And now you're pulling this again? Lurking around to ambush me, pervert. Creep." Not even an hour into being Blair. And he was already paying for this body's past misdeeds. Confused and overwhelmed, Blair thought, what is happening? Isn't she the one who ran into me? I should be the one upset here. Trying to stay calm, Blair explained, "Miss, First of all, I wasn't ambushing you, and objectively speaking, you bumped into me, not the other way around. Enough, she shrieked. A heavy silence fell. Suddenly, shish, the air sizzled. She wasn't playing anymore. She began chanting, "Oh scattered fire elements of the world, heed my call." Blair stared, stunned. Wait, she's really casting magic? But nothing happened right away. And he sighed in relief. Phew, just another case of magical delusions. Must be puberty acting up. Feeling bold, Blair decided to tease her. Oh, so you think you're the only one who knows magic? Watch this. He danced around ridiculously. Dark Lord Gunara, hula hula hey. But then, whoosh, the flames ignited, and Blair finally understood what fear felt like. The fire roared in Isabella's palm. She wound up. The blaze surged. Take this, you little freak. Blair gasped. Holy, a flash of light. Is this it? Am I going to die in the first chapter of my transmigration? He froze for a moment. How could I forget? If I've reincarnated into a world with magic, then this kind of thing is totally normal. Blair looked utterly drained, his face lifeless as he stared at the author. Excuse me, but what am I supposed to do when I get ISEKAI'D and someone immediately lobs a fireball at me? Isabella, however, remained as fervent as ever. She gathered her magic again with astonishing speed. She charged at him like a rampaging bull. You rude little thing, prepare to be punished. As death loomed just seconds away, Blair suddenly had an idea. Well, if it's come to this. He instantly switched gears, putting on the air of a true gentleman who knows when to bow and yield. My sincerest apologies, my lady, he said with a graceful bow. I was terribly rude just now. Please, forgive me for my offense. Isabella skidded to a halt at his sudden change in attitude. Her eyes widened in surprise, the flames in her hand flickering out. Huh? Though she pulled back her power, she still wasn't ready to let him off so easily. Don't think a simple apology is enough. But in the blink of an eye, Blair had vanished. Huh? Isabella growled. That guy ran off again. So fast. Blair ran, panting heavily. Huff, huff. What the hell is going on in this world? Magic and science coexist? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head. His heart skipped a beat. He clutched his head in agony. Why? Why does it hurt so much? His consciousness began to fade. It was a rainy day. Long ago, when Blair was just a child. He cried as the rain mixed with his tears. Dad, sobbing uncontrollably, he called again. Dad, all he and his mother received was a notification. The general had sacrificed himself for his country. A modest, unadorned wooden box was handed to them. Madam, please accept our condolences. From then on, mother and son depended on each other to survive. Life was hard, mercilessly so. Whispers and sneers followed them everywhere. Isn't her family supposed to be nobility? What kind of noble has to take on odd jobs after her husband dies? One day, Blair came home excitedly holding a letter. Mom, I got accepted into St. Donatus Academy. Before he left, his mother said gently, Blair, make sure you study hard at St. Donatus. Don't worry, Mom, I'm a grown-up now. She watched him go, eyes filled with emotion. My little boy, he's grown up already. At the academy, Blair worked tirelessly. He read countless books, took on every task without complaint. Move faster, don't dawdle. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out of this dorm. Still, he clenched his fists. I will bring my family name back to glory. But reality was cruel. Blair had no magical talent whatsoever. His classmates snickered. Look at him, working so hard, and he can't even summon a spark. Not even a flicker of fire affinity. No magical aptitude at all. He doesn't even know the simplest fireball spell. Malicious voices surrounded him. Calls himself a noble? He's poorer than my family's maid. Useless in both magic and math. Bet his family couldn't even afford a tutor. If not for the noble title his dead father left him, he wouldn't even be allowed into this academy. Brown hair and brown eyes like that? He's got to be a half-blood mutt from some backwater town. Blair sat there, broken. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, maybe someone like me, worthless in both magic and academics, really is just trash. That's when Jasmine appeared and pulled him back to reality. Blair? Blair, are you okay? He opened his eyes, still dazed. I think her name is Jasmine. She's my classmate. How did she find me here? She reached out to him. Next period is magic theory. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I didn't expect anyone would actually care about someone like me. He took her hand, stood up, and smiled gratefully. Thanks, Jasmine. Deep inside, he whispered to himself. So this is my past. From here on out, it's up to me now. In class, the teacher lectured passionately. As we all know, there are 4 elemental forces in this world. All magic stems from these four. Blair listened carefully. So that's how it works. This world divides people into mages and commoners based on talent. Both magic and mathematics are vital here. And this academy, it's one of the most prestigious. The teacher continued with enthusiasm. There are four major elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. Mages use spells and gestures to control these elements through spiritual force. But casting magic also requires talent. Before he could finish, the bell rang. Ringing, ringing, ringing. Students cheered and packed up noisily. Finally, that old guy just reads off the textbook. So boring. The teacher sighed, gathering his notes. Suddenly, Blair stood up. Professor. Oh, young Blair, the teacher said kindly. Another question? Yes, Blair said earnestly. Is it really true that without magical talent, someone can't cast even the tiniest spell? The professor's face turned grim. Blair, you've asked this many times. The answer hasn't changed. His voice grew somber. Without magical talent, you can't sense the elements, let alone summon them. Not even a spark. Laughter erupted behind Blair. There goes our magic genius, Blair again. Always the most serious in class. What's the point? No talent means no magic. Keep dreaming, Blair. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Even if you can't graduate, it's fine. It was Toby. He turned and saw the only person who had ever truly treated Blair as a friend. If it comes to that, you can work at my family's estate. If I have a bun, half of it's yours. Blair stood frozen. Toby, he's genuinely kind to Blair. A real friend. Toby gave a wide grin, waved goodbye, and said, I'm off now. Bye-bye. Blair replied with a small wave. He noticed Jasmine still watching him. Jasmine, is there something you wanted to say? She stammered, flustered. No, not at all. He raised a brow. Jasmine, she seems really concerned about me today. She turned and hurried off. Miss Brittany said she wants to see you after class in her office. I got it, thanks, Jasmine. He remained alone in the classroom. Thoughtful. She's a strange girl. I ran into her a few times today. It feels like she wants to say something. Then his mood dropped again. Sigh, I may know math from my old world. But in this one, without magic talent, I'm just a joke. He looked at his hand. Am I really destined to be a muggle in this world? Whatever, let's just try again. He stretched out his empty palm and recited. Oh, flames scattered throughout this world. Heed my call, gather before me. He focused. Fireball. Nothing. He smiled bitterly. Why'd I even hope anymore? But then, thin wisps of smoke began to swirl around him. His eyes widened. He clenched his fist. Flames burst into life in his hand, crackling and roaring with power. Whoosh, whoosh. Blair stared in astonishment at the blazing flame, fireball spell? But he couldn't believe it. No way. Wasn't this body supposed to have zero magical talent? He took a deep breath and calmed himself. Then he tried again. Fire release. Fireball spell. Again. Little fireball. Come out and play. It seems certain now. He really could cast magic. He muttered to himself. This fireball has no restraint at all. Then he wondered. Could it be that being transmigrated suddenly unlocked my mind or something? Suddenly, he remembered. Crap, I forgot to go to Miss Brittany's office. A little while later, he knocked on the door. Miss Brittany's voice rang out. Come in. As soon as he opened the door, he began. Miss Brittany, I'm Tran Lack. Sorry, I'm late. But the sight in front of him made his face flush red. It looked normal, but to him it was anything but. Awkwardly, he greeted her. Miss Brittany? She smiled. It's student Blair. You finally came. And yet, Blair's eyes were fixated on Miss Brittany's backside. His heart pounding. What was worse, he was staring intensely, and his heart wouldn't stop racing. Total pervert. Miss Brittany sat down and said sternly. Please don't mind me. I have a habit of standing while doing math. Blair quickly replied. It's fine. I'm just a little late. You called me here because? Miss Brittany waved her hand. Blair, have a seat. He sat down at the table, where a stack of papers had already been laid out. I prepared paper and pen for you. She said. Try solving this problem. The question. Calculate the sum from 1 to 79. Then she turned and walked away. I'll step out for a bit. No rush, take your time. Suddenly, Blair blurted out the answer, making her jump. 3,160. She quickly turned around. What did you say? Blair calmly repeated. I said the answer to the question is 3.160. Miss Brittany rushed over, swish, and grabbed his shoulders. She exclaimed. How is that possible? Even I had to calculate for quite a while. Her sharp eyes locked onto him. Could it be you've done this problem before? No, that can't be it. The number 79 was picked randomly. Blair, a little scared, asked, "Do you really want to know?" Miss Brittany's attitude flipped instantly. Now full of excitement, "Student Blair, are you willing to tell me? I'm really curious." Blair scratched his head. "Of course I'll tell you." But he thought to himself, "So Miss Brittany's actually kind of innocent. Huh?" Putting on a scholarly air, he said, "I've seen your method before. You just add each number one at a time." He continued, "Doing that not only takes a long time but also easily leads to mistakes. But your accuracy deserves praise. In the previous lesson too, the math level in this magical world is truly, unbearably low." Miss Brittany asked, confused, "But isn't that the only way?" Blair smirked, "I'm afraid you're mistaken, Miss Brittany." He picked up the pen and started writing as he explained, "There's another method for this problem. First, we notice a pattern," he explained, "the first and last numbers, the second and the second last, and so on, all pairs add up to 80. Blair leaned into his role. "So Miss Brittany, how many such pairs do you think there are?" Miss Brittany got swept up in the excitement and immediately stood up. Raising her hand, "I get it, there are 39 pairs. Blair cheered, "Bingo, very clever. Miss Brittany, please sit down." "Ah, sorry, teacher habit," she chuckled. "Bingo, please sit, teacher habit." Blair continued, "Now the problem becomes a simple multiplication. Just don't forget that 40, which doesn't have a pair, still needs to be added." He concluded, "Using this method, I think even Miss Brittany could quickly reach the answer." Miss Brittany stared like she'd just discovered a miracle. Unbelievable, there's such a clever method? Just then, inspiration struck her. "Not only that, I think this method can be taken a step further." Blair went on to explain arithmetic series to her. He wrote out the formula and explained, "Exactly right, Miss Brittany. An arithmetic series is a sequence where each term differs from the previous one by a fixed non-zero number, called the common difference. So, the sum can be described by a simple formula." Miss Brittany blinked, stunned. Blair waved a hand in front of her. "Miss Brittany?" Then he muttered, "Can basic math we learned in elementary school really shock the scholars of this world so much?" She asked seriously, "Did you come up with this solution on your own?" Blair answered sheepishly, "You could say that. It's pretty convenient to think that way." He lied because he figured even if I said it was Gauss, she wouldn't know who that is anyway. Suddenly, Miss Brittany grabbed his hand. "Student Blair, you're a genius." She looked mesmerized. "As long as you're willing to keep studying, your future has no limits." Her gesture was a bit over the top, and Blair's face flushed. "Miss Brittany, she realized it too and quickly pulled back. "Sorry, I got too excited." Clearing her throat, "Ahem," she eagerly suggested, "Student Blair, would you like to become a great mathematician?" Without hesitation, Blair beamed, "Nope, I want to become a great mage." The mood dropped like a roller coaster. Miss Brittany deflated. "Oh," but even that rejection didn't shake her. She leaned closer and tried to coax him. "But don't you know how gifted you are in math? This is a blessing from the goddess of wisdom. You can't waste it. And more importantly, Blair, as far as I know, you don't have any magical talent at all." She even grabbed his hand again and declared loudly, "Becoming a mathematician also comes with high status and great benefits. No matter what, your current path shouldn't be magic, it should be mathematics." Blair firmly pulled his hand away and said resolutely, "Sorry, Miss Brittany, I still want to become a mage. With the math level of this world," he thought, "I could just toss out a few advanced theories and become a top mathematician with ease. But then again, it'd all be borrowed glory, just repackaging the achievements of mathematicians from another world." Clenching his fist, he thought, on the other hand, magic in this world, its appeal is far greater than some empty title like mathematician. Then Miss Brittany spoke again. "If you're so determined to become a mage, then?" She glanced at him sideways. "Student Blair, would you be willing to make a bet with me?" Blair asked. "What kind of bet?" Miss Brittany explained. "In a few days, your class will have a magic exam. This exam will directly determine whether you can stay at St. Donatus Academy." Blair nodded. "Yes, I know. If we fail, we'll be expelled." She emphasized, "If you truly want to become a mage, then you must pass this exam." Blair seemed to understand. Miss Brittany held up a calendar. "Let's treat it like a wager." Then she stated the terms. "If you pass the exam, I won't try to persuade you anymore. But if you fail, I'll use my authority as a teacher to request special permission for you to stay at the academy, on the condition that you give up magic and study mathematics with me." She looked at him. "Well, Student Blair, what do you think?" Even though Miss Brittany felt a little guilty, she still did it. "Sorry, Blair," she thought, "for someone with no magical talent, you're bound to lose this bet." And yet, Blair accepted without hesitation. "Deal, I keep my word." Blair walked with his eyes closed, like he couldn't be bothered to look at the world. That Brittany girl really was unbelievably stubborn. Still whining even now, he couldn't help but recall that humiliating moment of hers. "Classmate Blair," she had said, "don't forget the deal between us." Blair held his head. "I should really go study magic instead." Suddenly, a bright orange blur shot toward him. A familiar scene played out once again. Thud. The impact made Blair stumble back, and then crash to the ground. This exact scenario, this exact sensation, half a second of silence. Blair froze in place, his face pale as he realized Isabella was now sitting right on top of him. The air turned heavy and dark. Without even asking what happened, Isabella leapt up and started pummeling Blair. "You shameless pervert," she shouted. Muttering under her breath, she began chanting, "Oh fire elements scattered across the world, heed my call and gather before me." Flames ignited, fireball spell. But before she could cast, Blair had already bolted. Isabella shrieked furiously. "Where is he? Damn it, how does that shameless guy run so fast?" Blair, from a safe distance, thought, "If I didn't run fast, I'd be ashes by now." In the office, Ms. Brittany looked at Isabella and asked, "What's wrong? You've been scowling ever since you got here." Isabella began to complain. "Ms. Brittany, I ran into a pervert twice at school today." Ms. Brittany gasped, "A pervert? In our school?" Then chuckled, "But if he ran into you, then that pervert's seriously unlucky." Isabella huffed, "If it happens again, I will burn him to ashes with a fireball spell." Ms. Brittany couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "That's so you, Isabella." Then Isabella slapped a stack of papers down with a bang. "Enough about that, Ms. Brittany, I've finished the math problems you gave me." She proudly put her hands on her hips and laughed. "Yah ha ha ha, took me just half an afternoon. That's fast, right?" Ms. Brittany looked over the answers and said, "Your speed at solving consecutive number sums is catching up to mine." Isabella, praise received, but then came the comparison. "Indeed, you're fast," Ms. Brittany said, "but Blair solved this in under a minute." Isabella froze. "Blair? Who's that? Never heard of him. How could he be that fast?" "No way." Ms. Brittany nodded. "It's true. He used a method I'd never seen before. Let me show you." Ms. Brittany carefully explained. "First, find the sum pattern of the numbers. Then multiply it by the variable. Basically, he simplified it all using a fixed formula, a basic arithmetic progression." Isabella was stunned. Then her whole body trembled. "So, it could be solved like that? And that Blair guy came up with it?" Ms. Brittany smiled gently. "Yes, honestly, I was shocked too. Who would have thought our academy had such a math prodigy?" Isabella's pride flared. "Ms. Brittany, I want to meet this Blair guy." Her face was glowing with excitement, so much she was practically drooling. Ms. Brittany gave in with a sigh. "All right then. Classroom." Bang! Isabella kicked the classroom door open. Then she shouted arrogantly, "Hey, who in here is named Blair? Tell him to come out. I want to see him." Toby, sweating and stammering, said, "You, senior, about that." Before he could finish, Blair pinched Toby's thigh from under the desk, signaling him to stay quiet. Then he put a finger to his lips. "Shush." Toby had no idea what was going on with Blair's weird behavior, but reluctantly played along. "Blair just left a moment ago." He lied. Isabella huffed and pouted, again with the "just left." She turned to leave but paused at the door. "When he's back, tell him I've got business with him. He better come find me." Toby forced a smile. "Why yeah, sure." She slammed the door shut behind her. Blair crawled out from under the desk. The entire class stared at him in stunned silence. He looked around in confusion, then tugged at Toby's sleeve. "Toby, why's everyone staring at me like that?" Toby placed a heavy hand on Blair's shoulder. Face serious. "Blair, be honest with me. What exactly happened between you and Senior Isabella?" Blair's face turned ghostly pale. Isabella? That girl just now was named Isabella?" A cold chill filled the room. Toby glared at him. "Blair, aside from reading books and working part-time, do you seriously not know anything else? Do you have any idea who Isabella really is?" Blair's face twisted awkwardly. So, who is she, exactly?" Toby leaned in close to Blair's ear and whispered, "Do you know how many people are chasing after Senior Isabella in this academy? If they find out you've offended their goddess, they definitely won't let you off easy." Blair waved it off, replying, "This is St. Donatus Academy, we're not in some lawless place. They can't just do whatever they want." But Toby gave him a weird look. "You do know we're in St. Donatus Academy, right? Then tell me, where is it located?" Blair was a bit confused by his tone but still answered, "On Baker Street." "And Baker Street is in?" Toby pressed. "Pow City," Blair replied. At that, Toby let out a long sigh, as if holding it in for ages. Just now, I thought you were pretending to be clueless. Turns out, you really are that clueless. Isabella's father is the Lord of Pao City. Cold sweat broke out on Blair's back. What the hell? I'm doomed for real. Thinking of Isabella's father, Blair panicked and turned to Toby. Do you think, if I go apologize to her right now, she'll forgive me? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making both of them jump. You dared to mess with Senior Isabella? Looks like you're not ready to survive in this academy. It was Bard. He stepped forward with his usual sneer, cracking his knuckles as a group of lackeys followed behind. Then again, makes sense. With that useless magic of yours, you probably won't last much longer here anyway. Useless losers, he mocked. Blair recognized him immediately, Bard, the thug who loved picking on him. Toby snapped, Bard, you looking for trouble or something? Meanwhile, Blair sank into thought. To be fair, what he said isn't wrong. Though magic was a core subject at St. Donatus, there were still other fields, mathematics, history, philosophy. Even if I can't become a mage, I could still become a scholar, right? Scholars are respected in this kingdom too. But reality hit. As one of the top academies in the kingdom, daily magic practice was non-negotiable. Every second-year student had to pass the magic proficiency test, or get expelled. And the magic exam is super basic. Blair thought, almost everyone passes it, you just need to go through the motions. But that didn't apply to Blair. He was a true anomaly, utterly devoid of magical talent. He'd accepted that the upcoming test might mark the end of his academic journey. No wonder Brittany had used it as the basis for their bet. Bard, who had been ignored for too long, suddenly slammed the table and shouted, Hey, are you even listening to me? Sparks flew between their eyes as Bard pointed at Blair and sneered. You filthy mutt with no dad. Toby's face darkened. He growled. Bard, with a cold glare, he asked, You trying to pick a fight? Bard scoffed. This doesn't concern you, Toby. Toby stepped forward without hesitation. Blair's my friend. His business is my business. If it's a fight you want, then let's go. Finally a chance for me to use this body for something useful. Bard couldn't argue back. He glared and grumbled. Fine, I'll remember this. He turned to leave with his gang, puffing himself up and muttering like a wannabe tough guy. I'll settle this with you losers next time. Blair hadn't said a word the whole time. Watching Toby, warmth filled his chest. This chubby guy might not look reliable, but in key moments, he's really loyal. A true brother. With a grin, Blair slung an arm around Toby's shoulders and said, If Isabella comes to give me trouble, you'll have my back too, right? Without missing a beat, Toby patted his chest and declared, Of course, when that happens, I'll make sure to beat you up as gently as possible. Blair immediately turned to stone. Seriously? A few days later, the magic proficiency test began. This time, the content was a basic spell, Fireball. Students who failed would lose their right to stay at the academy. Professor Anthony addressed the class. Fireball is the most fundamental of spells. I believe every student should be able to pass this easily. He pointed at a stone target and explained, Stand behind this line and use Fireball to hit that target. Looking at his roster, he called out, Bard, you're up first. Bard strutted to the front, raised a hand, and began his incantation. O scattered fire elements of the world, heed my call and gather, Fireball. A flame swirled into shape, and a glowing fireball formed in his palm. With a smug look, he launched it. Professor Anthony nodded. Very good, Bard, you pass. One by one, students passed the test. Linda, pass. Next, the professor announced. Bard turned to Blair, raising a hand to mock him. Enjoy your last moments in this academy. Blair. Toby's blood boiled. Shut your damn mouth, Bard. Next, Toby. Professor Anthony called. Toby hesitated, then stepped forward and chanted, O scattered fire elements of the world, heed my call and gather. His face twisted with effort as he summoned a small, flickering fireball, far weaker than Bard's. Still, he hurled it at the target. Fireball, he shouted. Though unimpressive, the spell hit the target. Professor Anthony said kindly, Toby, barely passable, but still, you pass. Toby threw his arms in the air, cheering. Yes. He didn't notice the professor's tired eyes. Such a tiny flame, poor kid. I'll let it slide. But when Professor Anthony turned the page to the next student's profile, his face grew serious. Blair, he has zero magical aptitude. He can't even summon a fireball. Poor kid, I really don't want to embarrass him in front of everyone. After a brief pause, the kind-hearted professor made his decision. I hereby declare that all students in Class 5, Year 2, have passed the magic proficiency test. The exam is over. But of course, someone just had to ruin it. Wait a minute. The professor turned to the voice. already bracing himself. Yes, Bard? Bard narrowed his eyes and pointed directly at Blair. Professor Anthony, did you forget someone? Blair hasn't taken the test yet. When Bard called him out like that, Blair didn't respond, remaining silent. Seeing that, Professor Anthony awkwardly asked, well then, Blair, do you want to take the test? Bard and his gang immediately erupted like a pack of barking dogs. No way. Seriously? Blair, you're a student at a magic academy, right? Don't tell me you can't even cast a single spell? Ha, someone like you deserves to be expelled anyway. Why don't you save yourself the embarrassment and just give up? Even some girls nearby came over, holding hands and giggling. Come on, let's go watch. The magic deadweight from Class 5 is about to publicly humiliate himself. Their chatter drew Brittany's attention as well, her eyes showing concern. Just then, a hand rested on Blair's shoulder. It was Toby. Maybe just let it go. Toby advised gently. They just want to laugh at you. Blair stayed calm. Then, rolling up his sleeves, he firmly declared, I want to give it a shot. The Bard gang looked stunned. They hadn't expected him to actually dare step up. Is he serious? After a brief pause, the group exploded into laughter. Did I hear that right? He really thinks a miracle's gonna happen? What's that guy thinking? No magical talent at all. And he still wants to get humiliated? Guess he still hasn't accepted that he's a complete failure. Brittany bit her lip, clearly worried. Professor Anthony raised his voice. Enough. Everyone quiet down. He turned back to Blair and asked one last time. Blair, are you sure you want to proceed with the test? With resolve, Blair nodded. Yes, Professor Anthony, I want to try. Anthony sighed, but smiled warmly. No matter the outcome, your courage is admirable. You may begin. Standing in front of the target board, Blair thought to himself, I could cast the spell silently and without gestures. But, let's put on a show. He began reciting the incantation. O fire elements scattered across the world, answer my summons, gather before me. He raised both hands forward. A wave of power burst out from him, kicking up dust all around. People shielded their faces from the gust. Blair shouted, fireball. But nothing appeared, only air. The Bard gang froze for a moment. Then they burst into hysterical laughter. Absolutely priceless. But then Blair silenced them all. Because in the next instant, a massive fireball erupted in front of him, WHOOM, and shot toward the target board. Boom! The board was instantly incinerated. Bard broke out in a cold sweat. Toby clutched his head in shock. Professor Anthony and Brittany both stared wide-eyed. Even the crowd, expecting a disaster, stood with mouths agape. The board was now nothing but a charred mess. Anthony finally announced, half in disbelief. Blair, passes. Bard staggered back, mumbling, no, that's impossible. Toby, overjoyed, tackled Blair with a hug. You sly devil, you've been hiding your skills all along. But their celebration was cut short as Professor Anthony said, Blair, come with me for a moment. Scene transitions to a private room. Professor Anthony looked doubtful. You're saying, you just kept practicing every day with the instructions? And one day the fireball spell just worked? Blair put on a naive face and replied, yes, that's right. Anthony nodded slowly. Magic is a gift granted by the gods. Our ancestors developed chants and gestures to connect with the elements and cast spells. Those without even a hint of magical talent are considered abandoned by the gods. Blair quietly listened. To see someone like that suddenly blessed by the gods again, it's unheard of. Anthony rested a hand on Blair's shoulder, smiling. And the fireball you cast today, its speed and power were excellent. Blair, you have the potential to become a truly great mage. Blair groaned inwardly. First they tell me to study math. Now they want me to become a wizard? Out loud, he said politely, thank you, Professor. When I first arrived in this world, I was fascinated by magic. But lately, more than anything, I just want to return to the world I came from. Anthony blinked. World you came from? What do you mean by that? Blair? Realizing his slip-up, Blair quickly covered. Oh, no, sorry, Professor. I've just been reading too many magical legends lately. That was just me rambling. Internally, crap, I said the quiet part out loud again. But the professor simply chuckled. I see. Well, it looks like you've been putting in extraordinary effort. That world you mentioned, maybe it was from the tales of the archmages. Blair stroked his chin. Archmage, isn't that the highest level of mage? He recalled reading a legend. There once was an archmage so powerful. They could tear open space and travel to another world. But of course, that was only a myth. The gods created just one world, there were no others. Blair's eyes lit up. Space magic, ripping open dimensions. An archmage who traveled to another world. Grabbing Professor Anthony by both shoulders, He shouted, "Professor Anthony!" Anthony flinched. "Blair?" With burning determination, Blair declared, "I will become an archmage." Back at the familiar study desk. After the magic exam, the academy finally granted a rare few days of rest. But Blair remained diligently buried in his books. Over the past few days, he had scoured nearly every book on magic available in the academy's library. According to his research, mages in this world are classified into 7 ranks: novice, intermediate, advanced, great mage, archmage, grand archmage, and at the pinnacle, the Saint Archmage, a legendary figure whose immense magical power exists only in ancient records. Never witnessed firsthand, under the dim glow of the oil lamp, Blair reflected. Many books mention that Saint Archmages could use spatial magic, ripping open space to travel to other worlds. In that possibility, Blair saw hope. While most modern mages dismissed the existence of other worlds and considered spatial magic a mere myth. For someone who had experienced transmigration like Blair, spatial magic might very well be real. In fact, it could be his only hope of ever returning home. Yet he couldn't help but feel disheartened. Professor Anthony didn't believe in spatial magic. It was unlikely he could learn anything more from him. Just then, someone knocked on the desk. "Blair, you're still here reading?" a voice asked. It was the library supervisor. Blair broke into a cold sweat. "Shoot, it's him. You'd better get to work. This library doesn't pay loafers to sit around," the supervisor barked. Blair scratched his head with an awkward grin. "Sorry, sir, I'll get started right away." By the time dawn finally broke, Blair's back ached, legs throbbed, and every muscle in his body screamed in protest. It had taken him all night to finish cleaning. Who knew working in the library could be so exhausting? When he arrived at the classroom and pushed the door open, the atmosphere was strangely silent, not the usual noisy chaos. His classmates, who usually looked down on him, were now abuzz with conversation. That fireball Blair cast during the exam was the biggest I've ever seen, even bigger than Professor Anthony's. Could he have been hiding his real strength all along? Blair stepped into the room, but the chatter didn't stop. "Now that I look closer, Blair's actually kinda handsome, isn't he? You think Isabella's interested in him?" He was stunned. "Wait, why is she here?" Isabella sat with one leg propped up on a desk, completely at ease. Blair tried to hypnotize himself. "You don't see me. I'm not here." He was about to quietly turn and leave when Isabella suddenly shouted, "So you're Blair, the one Brittany mentioned." He spun around quickly. "Senior, please let me explain, it's all a misunderstanding." But she pointed straight at him. "You dare say another word, you pervert." Her rage flared so intensely that Blair was at a loss. "Senior, you're not even supposed to be." But Isabella didn't care. She began chanting a spell. "Oh, fire elements scattered across the world, heed my call, gather here." She was casting a fireball. Blair instinctively raised both hands to shield his chest. Oh crap, but nothing happened. Turns out, Brittany had stepped in just in time to stop her. "Isabella," Brittany scolded, "how could you use magic inside a classroom?" Flustered, Isabella protested, "Miss Brittany, listen, he's the one who—" "That's enough, Isabella," Brittany cut her off. Then she turned to Blair. "Blair, I was just looking for you. Come with me to the office for a talk." She paused. "Isabella, you come too." Blair internally groaned. "What am I supposed to do here? I'm just a victim." With a loud slam, Isabella shut the classroom door behind her. Silence fell again. Bard, sitting nearby, paled. What the hell is happening with that useless Blair lately? Scene shift, Brittany's office. Blair bowed his head toward Isabella. "My unreasonable actions made you uncomfortable. Senior, I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me." Brittany, smiling warmly, chimed in. "Everything's been cleared up. I believe in Blair's character. He probably just made a careless mistake. Let's not hold it against him." "All right, Isabella?" Isabella flushed with embarrassment but reluctantly replied. "Since Miss Brittany has spoken for Blair, I guess I'll forgive him." Then Brittany turned to Blair. "By the way, I watched your magic exam a few days ago. Your performance exceeded all my expectations. I admit you won the bet, and I won't try to stop you anymore. However," she suddenly leaned in close. "Blair, can you tell me, how did you do it? I've never seen someone without magical talent regain it again." Caught off guard, Blair quickly deflected. "I guess I just got lucky." "Oh, Miss Brittany, I actually had a question I wanted to ask you." Seeing that pressing him was futile, Brittany relented. "All right, if you don't want to answer, I won't force you. Ask your question. If I know the answer, I'll tell you." Blair didn't hesitate. "To connect with elemental magic, is it absolutely necessary to use incantations and hand gestures?" Isabella snorted. "What kind of dumb question is that? Even a kid knows incantations and gestures are the only way to channel elemental magic. But Blair pressed on. Are all mages the same? Is there really no exception? Brittany replied seriously. No matter how powerful a mage is, they must use incantations and gestures to connect with magic. The difference is, they understand the elements better and can cast faster. It's said that magic was a gift from the gods. The gods taught our ancestors to use incantations and gestures to channel magic. And that knowledge has been passed down through generations. The only ones who could possibly cast magic without either would be the gods themselves. Isabella rolled her eyes. Miss Brittany, you don't need to seriously answer such a ridiculous question. But Blair stared at his own hands. Puzzled. Could it be because I'm not from this world? That the gods here have no control over me? Blair bowed his head, listening carefully as Miss Brittany lectured him. This is the most basic knowledge of magic. She said kindly, if you want to become a mage, you'd better memorize the magical theories in the books. But then she added with a smile. Actually, the reason I called you here today is something more important. She pulled out a rolled-up scroll. Blair's eyes filled with question marks as he looked at it. What is this? From behind him, Isabella stepped forward, folding her arms with a disdainful sneer. You don't even know this? It's the academic journal. The place where all the kingdom's most important scholarly papers are published. Blair unrolled the scroll and glanced over it. Isabella's eyes suddenly widened in shock as she too looked at the scroll. This is, she whispered, covering her face in disbelief, pointing at the paper in Blair's hands. Yes, Miss Brittany said, her smile blooming like a flower, eyes narrowing with pride. From the summation formula you mentioned last time, I deduced the conclusion and wrote it up as a scholarly paper. Moreover, since the formula was inspired by your idea, it was only right to include your name as a co-author. Isabella bit her lip in astonishment as she read the paper's content. While Blair stood nearby, wearing a gloomy expression, whether his name was signed or not made no difference, he thought it would be more practical to get some money. The meager wages he earned daily working in the library barely kept his stomach from growling. Suddenly, Miss Brittany stood up, as if remembering something important. Oh right, I almost forgot this. She handed him a thick pouch overflowing with coins. This is the publication fee, 50 silver coins. It's not much compared to the honor of academic recognition, but I think you deserve it. Blair's jaw dropped as he stared at the heavy pouch in her hands. Real money? Wow, this was VIP-level generosity, compared to his puny 2 silver coins a day from library work. This was a fortune. He raised one hand, pretending to decline, while the other clutched at his robe as if to say, no, come on, fortune is here. In his mind, he joked to himself, maybe that's not quite right, half of this belongs to Miss Brittany. But Miss Brittany simply smiled innocently and actually opened the pouch, dividing the coins into 2 piles. All right, I'll take half, she thought to herself. Blair's so honest, I can't let him get hurt. Seeing Blair's disappointed face, she smiled brightly and pushed the other half toward him. Here, 25 silver coins for you. Blair froze, as if turned to stone, overwhelmed by regret. Darn it, he thought, I only tried to be polite. How did this end up serious? My head is spinning. One careless word cost him 25 silver coins. He felt like slapping himself twice. Mom, I want to run away from home. Take me far away from this beautiful world. Blair muttered, tears streaming as he rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, he remembered something and his eyes widened. Wait, Miss Brittany, every paper published in the academic journal really gets 50 silver coins as a publication fee? Miss Brittany, crossing her legs and resting her chin thoughtfully on her hand, replied, I've never really paid attention. But since your paper got published, 50 silver coins sounds about right. Blair beamed, stroking his chin. Well then, Miss Brittany, I've been thinking lately. He wrote a string of mathematical formulas on the board and used a ruler to point and explain. I've been pondering a sequence from the second term onwards, where the ratio of each term to the previous one is a constant, a geometric sequence. So, the sum of the sequence. Shouldn't there be a unified formula for that? Brittany's eyes widened as if thunder had struck. You're talking about the louse puzzle? Blair scratched his head, puzzled. The louse puzzle? She nodded seriously. It's a math question posed by the philosopher-mathematician Laus. Laus had 7 wives. Each wife had 7 bags. Each bag held 7 cats. Each cat had 7 kittens. Blair confirmed. Right, the terms in the question aren't many. You can add them all up to get the answer. But if there were more terms, we'd need a unified formula to help solve the problem. Miss Brittany smiled brightly and stood up, looking at Blair with excitement. So your idea is that a single formula can solve the louse puzzle? Blair nodded. It's just a rough idea for now. Brittany's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grasped Blair's hands. Ready to get to work. All right, let's deduce it right now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock struck 1:55. Time passed, tick-tock, tick-tock, until 2:25. 30 minutes had flown by. Isabella, sitting on a chair, was snoring peacefully until Brittany's excited voice startled her awake. Blair, it's unbelievable, Brittany exclaimed, full of excitement and enthusiasm. Squeezing Blair's hand, we found a formula that can solve the louse puzzle. Your mathematical talent is truly unmatched. Won't you join me in studying math further? Isabella smiled and placed a hand on Blair's shoulder. Half joking, Blair, I never knew you had a knack for math. Did you really come up with all this? Blair's face darkened, voice a little cold. You really want to know? Isabella blushed, pursing her lips. Of course, you can't lie. Blair just grinned proudly, pointing a finger at Isabella teasingly. There's no such thing as a natural genius. I just study math while everyone else is asleep. Isabella gaped at the radiant Blair. Oh, is that how it is? And so, Tranlach's geometric formula sent shockwaves through everyone once again, while his little plan was steadily unfolding. The next morning at school, Isabella strolled the hallway, chin propped on her hand, reflecting on what that pervert had said yesterday. It actually made sense, but somehow it felt like he was narrating someone else's story. Suddenly, she gasped, spotting Blair sneaking ahead like a thief. Isn't he a second-year student? Why was he in the third-year dorm? Could this pervert be targeting the senior girls? No way. This time she'd follow him and catch him red-handed. But when Isabella peeked around the corner, Blair had vanished. Hey, where did he go? Elsewhere, under the clear blue sky, sunlight gently streamed through tree branches. Blair stood before a wall several times taller than himself. Looking up, he recalled Toby's words, at the far end of the third-year dorm. There's a stone wall, not too tall. No guards. You can sneak out there. You're not planning anything bad, are you? If something happens, don't say I didn't warn you. Blair gazed at the wall and nodded. This must be the place Toby meant. He suddenly leapt high, over the towering wall with a single bound. Landing lightly, hopefully, what Professor Anthony said was true. Blair recalled, if you want to learn more magic, you can go to the POW Mage Guild. There, you can invite a higher-ranked mage as your teacher. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. Crowds bustled under the bright sun and rows of tall buildings stretched before him. Blair felt a surge of excitement. This was going to be interesting. The bustling street was lively and noisy, with groups of girls chatting in twos and threes. People were coming and going, and many kinds of goods were being sold. Blair walked down the street, hands clasped behind his back, taking it all in with admiration. It really was quite busy here. Finally, Blair arrived at the destination indicated in the instructions. Before him stood a grand and imposing building, its colors a mix of red and gray. Around it were many green trees, and he could even hear the rustling of leaves swaying in the breeze. Blair looked up with his mouth wide open. This was the Mages Guild? Next, Blair took out a black mask from his coat pocket. Putting it on carefully, he reminded himself that caution was paramount, best not to reveal his identity. Inside the Mages Guild, a few people were coming and going with transactions. Blair went straight to the reception desk. Jasmine, seeing a customer arrive, smiled brightly and asked, So, sir, you want to hire a magic advisor, right? That's right, Blair replied. While waiting, he silently assessed the girl in front of him. Wasn't this Jasmine, a classmate? What was she doing here? Working part-time? Jasmine checked for a moment, then quoted the prices. Sir, the fee for hiring a high-level mage is 10 gold coins per month. A mid-level mage costs 5 gold coins. A junior mage only needs 2 gold coins. Which would you like? Hearing this, Blair felt his spirit sink into darkness. This was the misery of the world, wasn't it? 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins. And Blair's entire fortune was only 30 silver coins. His face fell, and before Jasmine finished, he turned and began to walk away. Sorry, I think I bothered you. Jasmine quickly called out. Wait, sir, if you have money problems, I think you could get a library card at our guild library. Blair suddenly stopped. He turned back to ask, Library? Jasmine nodded. Yes, our guild's library holds tens of thousands of books on magic. Most magical knowledge can be found there. It's not as good as having a personal magic tutor, but it's completely free. The chance was too good to pass up. Blair licked his lips and raised a hand. All right, that's what I want, a library card. Jasmine extended her hand. Sir, please show me your magic certification. Blair almost spat blood. He collapsed to the ground, looking like he was about to die. He He wanted to write the word pathetic on Isabella's feet. Jasmine looked at him in confusion. I thought you were hiring a magic advisor and already a mage yourself. To get a library card, you at least need a junior magic certification. Jasmine then explained, actually, getting a junior magic certification is simple. For example, if you want certification in fire magic, you just have to cast a fireball spell once in front of the certifier. Blair quickly asked, can this be done here? Jasmine hesitated a little. Of course, but I'd advise against it today. The certifier on duty, Andre, is quite strict. I heard his pass rate is below 10%, and over 300 mages have failed under him. Blair thought to himself that since it was hard to sneak out this time, he might as well go for it. He smiled and said, no problem, I'll do it today. Jasmine led Blair to a luxurious room. Andre was sipping tea with an elderly silver-haired man inside. Jasmine politely greeted them and said, Lord Andre, this gentleman wants to take the magic certification. Blair narrowed his eyes, observing the mage Andre. Andre wore a long red mage robe with silver trims, a mid-level fire mage. Andre took a sip of tea and asked indifferently, what's your name? Why the mask? Blair gave his real name. I'm Tran Lak. I wear the mask because I burned my face practicing fireball spells a few days ago. The elderly man looked surprised. You burned your own face? Your fireball must be no joke. Andre put down his cup and sneered. Tran Lak, what a strange name. At your age, coming for certification only now, you'll never go beyond junior mage. Jasmine smiled and gestured invitingly. Lord Andre, shall we go to the testing room? Andre refused immediately. No need, here is fine, you don't need to waste time. Jasmine looked awkward. Andre crossed his arms arrogantly. Tran Lak, cast your fireball that burned your own face and attack me. Blair eyed the room doubtfully. Here, isn't it a bit small? The elderly man glanced over and urged. Do you really think your little fireball can harm Andre? If he says attack, then attack, don't waste time. Blair smiled and scratched his head. If that's the case, I'll have to surprise you. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Raising his hand above his head, he chanted a spell. O fire elements scattered in the world, hear my summons and gather to my hand. The elders' faces showed discomfort. Andre frowned and interrupted before Blair finished. Stop, your spell is slow and weak. No power at all. But Blair ignored him, raising his hand in front of his chest. Chanting on, the flames gathered thicker and thicker around Blair's hand. Jasmine's mouth dropped open in surprise. Eyes wide, the elderly man stared at the dense fire element swirling around Blair's hand. Andre's expression changed to one of caution. Wait, but it was too late. When the fireball nearly covered Blair's hair, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted. Fireball, a large ball of fire, about the size of Blair's body, shot toward Andre with intense heat. It quickly grew to the size of an adult, radiating fierce warmth, about to engulf Andre. Andre panicked and pressed against the wall, trying to dodge, but the fireball struck. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, forcing Blair and Jasmine to cover their ears. Thick smoke and fire billowed from the blast, filling the room. Jasmine covered her nose and mouth, coughing. Slowly, the smoke cleared to reveal a white figure at the center. The elderly man waved his hand, casting a multicolored light around the figure. Dispersing the smoke, he coughed as well. A wall of water had appeared, blocking Blair's fireball. The water was bubbling furiously. Andre lay on the ground, covered in gray smoke, looking terrified. The elderly man stood protectively before Andre, continuing to cast spells. A strong wind swirled around them, blowing the smoke away. He wiped the smoke off Andre's clothes, then did the same for Jasmine, who was still wide-eyed and coughing. Blair muttered, Sorry, I thought you were prepared, so I might have used a little too much force. Jasmine stared at the smiling boy, scratching his head next to her. Jasmine handed Blair 2 cards. Mr. Tran Lak, here are your magic apprentice certificate and your library card. Blair took the cards just as Jasmine added cheerfully. By the way, Mr. Tran Lak, your fireball spell today was really impressive. I've never seen a fireball with such power. One day, I'm sure you'll become a great mage. Blair thanked her and left. Just as Jasmine was saying goodbye, she suddenly realized something. How did he know her name? As for Blair, he took a walk around the library. Amazed. Wow, so many books. I didn't expect this place to be so crowded. He sat down and read for a while, thinking to himself how strange it was. Jasmine hadn't exaggerated. The library had far more magical texts than the academy. And the contents were much deeper, especially those about the power of magical spirit energy. The level of magical spirit strength is the most important criterion for judging a mage's rank. the higher the spirit power, the stronger the bond with magical elements, and thus the stronger the magic spells cast. Moreover, high-ranking mages with stronger spirit power can directly override the elemental control of lower-ranking mages. This makes it nearly impossible to surpass rank differences in actual combat. But Blair thought back. The theory about the 4 elemental magics in the books didn't quite add up. After all, the scientific understanding in this world was still very primitive. Mages here believed that the 4 elements were the foundation of all magic and the basis for the creation of everything in the world. All other elements were supposedly derived by mixing the 4 in specific ratios. From a modern scientific perspective, that was nonsense. Physically, matter is made of atoms. Atoms combine to form molecules via covalent bonds. And ions form via ionic bonds. Chemical elements are defined by unique atomic compositions. The so-called 4 fundamental elements simply didn't exist among these basic elements. However, considering the presence of magical elements in this world, Blair realized he still hadn't found a scientific explanation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, if it's possible to connect with elemental magic in this world. He jumped up, excited. If it really was feasible, what if he could create new magic? Holding his library card and certificate tightly, Blair dashed out of the library, thinking, I have to try this. Unnoticed, 2 pairs of eyes had been watching him all along. Behind him, Jasmine brought coffee to Andre and the man in red. Coffee's ready, Master Andre. The man in red eyed Blair suspiciously. That Tran Lak guy, his spirit power is obviously low. But the fireball he cast was unbelievable. Andre was even more puzzled. He couldn't control the fire element Blair summoned. He suspected that there was something on Blair that they simply couldn't explain. That evening, Blair slipped out quietly. Clinging to the wall, he performed a perfect vault to reach an open space, landing softly to avoid detection. After confirming no one was around, he prepared to test the question that had been on his mind. He closed his eyes and slowly concentrated. Taking a deep breath, magical elements gradually gathered in his palm, startling him. Opening his eyes wide, he realized he could actually sense and even control the flow of elemental magic. Here we go, he thought, searching for the second most abundant element in the atmosphere. He gathered oxygen, combining it with the magical elements in his hand. Blair doubted at first. Was this really a pure element? It was invisible to the naked eye. After all, he tried again, focusing the fire element. Suddenly, fire and lightning exploded. The glass windows cracked from the energy blast. Brittany, working in her office, was startled by the cracking glass and shaking room. She looked out the window and saw a massive burst of energy. Back to Blair, the explosion left behind thick smoke. He covered his nose, squinting through the haze. After a while, the smoke cleared. He sighed in relief, grateful he'd avoided the worst of it. Looking at the destruction he caused, Blair was shocked. That's overkill, he thought. Complete combustion. He mused. It's the process where a continuous and sufficient oxygen supply allows all combustible materials to react, producing carbon dioxide, water, and sulfur dioxide, releasing all the fuel's heat energy. Clearly, the purity of the elemental oxygen was far greater than he'd expected. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Classmate, what's going on over there? A figure ran over quickly. Without waiting for the other person to finish, Blair bolted. Didn't expect to cause such a ruckus. Better get out of here fast. He ran farther and farther away, thinking to himself, though I went a bit overboard, I actually created something pretty impressive. Blair smirked to himself with quiet pride. The next day, after classes were over, Blair lay face down on the desk. He silently vowed to himself that he would never pull an all-nighter again. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. It was Toby, who spoke loudly. Blair, did you hear about what happened at the academy last night? Blair blinked and replied, I was sound asleep all night. What happened? Toby leaned close and whispered into his ear. There was a huge explosion near the third-year student dormitory building. All the windows on that side were shattered. The academy is currently investigating and suspects that a high-level mage cast a spell inside the school. Toby rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, you didn't see the scene. But the power was at least that of a senior mage. But think about it. Why would a high-level mage cause trouble inside the academy? Blair wiped sweat from his forehead and said, how would I know? I've never even met a senior mage before. Toby frowned. How could you never have met a senior mage? Isn't Brittany one of the senior mages? Blair suddenly shouted in surprise. Oh. He then went straight to the teacher's lounge to find Brittany. She immediately opened the door when she saw him. Blair, it's you. Perfect timing. I was just about to look for you, she said cheerfully. Brittany took him inside and handed him a newspaper. "Here's the paper. Your thesis on Lao's puzzle has been published by the Mathematical Association." Blair quickly skimmed through the paper. Brittany continued, "You proposed the solution, so your name is listed first among the authors. Congratulations on solving a tough problem in the math world." Blair put the paper down and said, "Brittany, actually, I came to see you for something even more important." Brittany looked surprised. "Something more important?" Blair then spoke seriously. "Brittany, please allow me to study math with you." Brittany couldn't believe her ears. Flustered, she asked, "But didn't you say you wanted to become a mage?" Blair replied firmly, "I do want to become a mage. But I also love math. I don't want to have regrets later." He hesitated before adding, "Sometimes I feel like in my past life, I was just like you, honored to be a math teacher." Before he finished, Brittany grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Blair," her eyes sparkled with happiness. "I'm really glad you think that way." Then she hugged him warmly and said cheerfully, "From now on, come study math with me every evening after class." Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Blair's mind felt like a volcano erupting. Embarrassed, he gently pushed her away. Brittany didn't notice and continued brightly, "With your talent, if you study seriously, you can definitely become a great mathematician." Blair blushed and said loudly, "That's right, Brittany. Besides math questions, if I have questions about magic, can I ask you too?" Brittany smiled and said, "No problem at all." Blair felt happy and said, "Thank you, Brittany. I'll head home now." As he opened the door to leave, Brittany called out, "Remember to come tomorrow evening." Blair hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, goodbye, Brittany." Just as he was about to leave, Brittany suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Blair paused and looked back at her. Brittany rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Worry and caution were clearly written all over Blair's face. Brittany, on the other hand, was deep in thought, a stark contrast to Blair's open attitude. She glanced in his direction and said, "Blair, I'm starting to think that you didn't say you wanted to study math just to ask me questions about magic." This caught Blair off guard. She kept her serious and cold demeanor, waiting for his answer. Blair felt his mind go into chaos. Staring blankly, he thought, "Oh no, I've been found out. What now? Am I doomed to leave this beautiful world? I wonder if Brittany will give me a failing grade. I still want to live a few more years." He swallowed nervously, unsure how to respond. Feigning innocence in line with his age, Blair said, "Brittany, I was just thinking that since I'll be spending more time with you from now on, it'll be easier to ask you magic questions directly." Brittany patted his shoulder. Bop. Then she gave a few more pats. Bop bop. Blair flinched in shock. "That's enough." Brittany quickly changed her tone to encouragement. "I told you, Blair, you're not the type of person who would use math as just a tool. It's late now, so I suggest you go home and rest. Remember to come by after school tomorrow." Blair nodded obediently. "Yes, ma'am." He let out a sigh of relief after overcoming that hurdle, thinking, "Is this girl smart or just clueless?" The next afternoon at the school, Blair opened the door and called out, "Brittany, I'm here." Inside the room were not only Brittany but also Isabella. Both looked up at Blair as he stood there. Isabella stared intently and asked, "What are you doing here?" Brittany quickly came to his defense. "Sorry, Isabella, I forgot to tell you earlier, from today on, Blair will be studying math with us. Isabella, you're the senior student now, so help him out a lot, okay?" Isabella didn't seem thrilled about having a new study partner. Brittany said, "Blair, sit next to Isabella. I just prepared a question for you both." But Isabella turned her face away as Blair approached, muttering, "HMPH." The question Brittany gave was, if you drop a stone down a deep well, and after a certain time drop a second stone that weighs twice as much as the first, when will the second stone catch up to the first? Isabella answered first. This is basically a motion problem. We just need to know the time and Blair had already found the answer. It will never catch up. He explained seriously, ignoring air resistance. The heavier stone will never catch up to the lighter one. Isabella wasn't convinced and scoffed. "Blair, even if you don't have the basics, at least be reasonable." Brittany found it strange too. "Blair, even if you don't know what air resistance is, the ancients said that heavier objects fall faster." Isabella added, "The heavier the mass, the faster the fall. That's a fundamental truth. Even children know that." Blair was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Isabella and asked, "Are all the ancients' words always true? Have you tested them yourself?" Isabella was surprised that Blair dared to challenge the ancients. Brittany didn't know how to stop these two kids. The tension between them was intense. Sparks flying metaphorically. Blair said seriously, "Science must be approached with great caution. You can't call something a truth if it's never been tested. Isabella didn't argue further. Fine, if you want to test it. Are you willing to bet? But Blair's intention wasn't to bet. No betting. Students shouldn't gamble. I'll consider that inappropriate. Brittany raised her hand to stop the argument. All right, you two stop it. But Isabella wasn't willing to give up. Bet 10 gold coins. Blair changed his mind, not wanting to lose. Just a small bet then. Let's do it. Brittany, please be the witness. Brittany sighed in frustration. Highs, you two. The three of them were all in the school courtyard. Brittany held up 2 stones and said, the weight difference between these 2 stones is almost exactly double. Blair, you'd better reconsider. 10 gold coins is not a small amount. Blair didn't change his mind. Brittany, I've thought it through. Isabella taunted him. You really think you can win? Seeing Blair remain silent, Brittany spoke up. Blair, confidence is good, but don't get too cocky. A gust of wind blew past them with a whoosh. Brittany rose into the air, carrying both stones. The wind she created grew stronger and stronger, fluttering fiercely. Blair gasped in surprise. Wow, that's amazing. Isabella sneered. You know what that is? It's the wind manipulation technique from the wind magic discipline. You don't even know that? You have no knowledge at all. Brittany kept ascending higher, until she was level with the clock on the tower. Isabella was confident she'd win the bet this time. HMPH. Just stand there and wait for your defeat. She then dropped the 2 stones. They fell freely toward the ground. The smaller stone and the heavier one dropped at nearly the same speed. Thud. Both stones hit the ground simultaneously. The test results were clear. Isabella was stunned and couldn't believe it. Blair looked triumphant. HMPH. Even Brittany was shocked. She slowly floated down to the ground. The 3 of them stared at the 2 stones that had just fallen. Isabella was breathless. This really goes against the ancient truths. How is this possible? She was still astonished they landed at the same time. Brittany's eyes widened in surprise. She wondered why Blair had discovered a problem with the law of free fall. Blair explained, I saw the law stated that way in the textbook, so I tested it with 2 stones to see if it was true. Then I realized the actual falling objects don't follow the textbook exactly. Brittany thought to herself, a truth passed down for thousands of years can be overturned just with 2 little stones. Yet no one has tested it for all these years. In this world, countless sages and scholars never noticed the flaw in basic knowledge. Why does Blair always discover these things? It's probably more than just luck. Brittany clasped Blair's shoulder and said, Blair, you probably don't realize what these 2 stones really represent yet. But I believe soon your name will appear in the section about the law of free fall in science textbooks. The new law still has many parts to be completed. And this isn't just your achievement, it belongs to all 3 of us. Blair smiled. That meaningless glory again. Better to just butter people up. Brittany shook her head. No, this is your achievement alone. Blair, I was only the one who helped you drop the stones. Then she had a new idea. But if you're willing, you can work together with Isabella to improve the law of free fall. Isabella was so surprised she stammered. Aye. Blair nodded in agreement. I think I really need Senior's help. Isabella, but I don't know if you'd be willing. Seeing his conciliatory attitude, Isabella was a little surprised. She'd never thought of cooperating before. The shockwaves among the students of St. Donata's school. Suddenly 2 prodigies were about to collaborate on a completely new theory. Images of the 2 studying together appeared in her mind. Isabella dreamed of a future, famous as a genius shaking the entire field. Then she thought about needing Blair's help. So she had to keep her pride. If you say so, then maybe, yes. Blair smiled. Great, thank you, Senior. She thought to herself, together. The formulas for the law of free fall that Blair and Isabella will develop could make them a legendary duo in scientific research. Blair and Isabella. The young girl blushed quietly at the thought. Isabella rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. That's it, Blair. From now on, if anyone at the academy bullies you, just tell me, I'll help you deal with it. She whispered to herself. Actually, thinking about it carefully, this Blair guy isn't so bad, smart, not bad looking, and on top of that, Blair, standing beside teacher Brittany, responded to Isabella. All right, thank you, Senior. He stretched out his hand toward Isabella. She blushed, wondering, what does he want to do? Is this pervert serious? Does he want to hold my hand? What should I do? I'm kind of excited now. Trying to stay calm, she looked at Blair and asked, what are you doing? He replied, 10 gold coins. Blair's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Getting rich, getting rich. Isabella ignored Blair's bright smile, turned her back, and ran away, her face frozen in shock, thinking, WTF, is his brain full of crap? Coins jingled as they fell in front of Blair. He turned around, sat down, and seriously counted each coin, muttering, "Small coin, small coin, small coin." Isabella looked at him, smiled, and said, "Stop it, you don't need to count. It's exactly 10 gold coins." Blair looked at the coins in his hand with joy, thinking, just one bet and I can make 10 gold coins. Getting rich in one day. Suddenly Isabella called Blair, making him freeze. In the rustling wind, Isabella looked at him as he walked over and said, "It seems like you don't care about fame or glory. Although you seem to value money a lot. I feel like it's not just about the money for you." Blair was silent, frowning in thought. She continued, "Blair, what do you really want?" Blair remained silent, not answering. A breeze rustled around them. Blair pondered on his past life. He had always worked hard, as a teacher guiding and advising students. He remembered the happy times with his friends. His eyes grew cold and sharp. His serious expression remained as he said nothing. Suddenly, Blair spoke. "Senior Isabella, what are you talking about?" He stood up and continued, "I just want a lot of money to improve my life." Blair turned to both of them and smiled. "It's getting late. Brittany, Isabella, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow." With that, he walked away casually, the wind rustling around him as he put both hands behind his head. Brittany and Isabella watched him with thoughtful expressions. The next day, Blair lay on his desk, thinking, but honestly, this desk feels much more comfortable to sleep on than that tiny partition over there. He remembered the gold coins Isabella had given him yesterday and rested his chin on his hand. Well, at least I have money now. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A loud thud echoed as Bard came over, slamming his fist on the desk angrily. "Hey, Blair." Blair looked at him, wondering, "Bard?" Bard frowned angrily and said, "Trash, Headmaster Fitch is looking for you. Aren't you going to get up?" Blair blinked in confusion. "Fitch? Who?" Bard's anger flared even more. He grabbed Blair by the collar and shouted, "I advise you not to be ignorant. You really think shooting fireballs makes you so tough? Huh?" A voice called out, making Bard freeze. "Bard, let go." A blonde-haired person approached. Bard stammered, Headmaster Fitch?" Blair turned to look at him. Standing next to Fitch were two others. Fitch's eyes were cold and sharp as he silently stared at Blair. Blair wondered, "So this is Fitch?" Fitch stepped forward and asked, "Are you Blair?" Then he smirked. Blair stayed silent, deep in thought, looking at him. Blair glanced at Bard, who was still gripping his collar with a scowl on his face. He said calmly, "You heard me, let go." Bard immediately released his grip with a hiss of frustration. Blair straightened his clothes, then turned to Fitch and asked, "I am Blair, may I ask what this is about?" Fitch gave him a warning glare. "From now on, stay away from Isabella." His cold eyes narrowed as he continued, "She's not someone you can just casually approach." With that, Fitch turned his back and started to leave with his followers. Bard looked back at Blair and shouted, "Boss, aren't we going to deal with this brat?" Blair scratched his head, looking puzzled, watching them walk away. As they passed, Fitch accidentally bumped hard into Toby, who immediately fell to the ground. Fitch frowned at Toby, rubbing his shoulder where he had been hit, and let out a grunt before leaving the classroom. Toby quickly got up and walked over to Blair, scratching his head anxiously. "Blair, are you okay? What just happened?" Blair shrugged casually. "Nothing, just some guy named Fitch and Bard came to talk to me." Toby's eyes widened in alarm. "Fitch? Why would he pick a fight with you?" Blair looked confused and asked, "Who's Fitch? You seem pretty scared of him." Toby explained, "That's Headmaster Fitch. Everyone at the academy fears him. Except for weirdos like you who just bury their nose in books and don't care about anything else." He continued, "Fitch comes from the famous Howard family in Pau City. He's the son of Viscount Howard, a major figure in one of the sects. Many teachers here are members of that sect. If you cross Fitch, you won't have an easy time living here at St. Donatus Academy." Toby patted Blair's shoulder, advising, "Blair, I know you're totally infatuated with Senior Isabella. But seriously, don't underestimate Fitch's warning." Blair blushed and replied, "Infatuated with Isabella? What are you talking about?" The sky was clear, signaling a beautiful day. At the school, inside the classroom, Blair leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Although the power of the fireball summoning technique is great, I have to summon the fireball first before I can draw on the elemental energy. That means I can't execute the technique quickly. He rested his hands behind his head, thinking, but not needing spells or gestures is definitely my biggest advantage right now. How can I summon two different types of elements at the same time? Suddenly, Isabella called him, interrupting his train of thought. She looked at him and said, You haven't finished the assignment teacher Brittany gave us yet. She's going to go over it tomorrow. Blair yawned and handed over his homework. Isabella blushed as she took it. She was surprised and asked, "You finished everything already? I've only done half." Blair leaned back, twirling his pen. Many of the problems can't be solved by simply applying the basic methods. You have to find a clever way. He glanced at her. You have to come up with a better solution. Isabella looked at his work seriously, a hint of excitement in her eyes. So that's how you do this part. Blair moved closer to her. By the way, Senior Isabella, he asked, how many fireballs can you summon at once? Isabella answered, 9. Blair froze in shock. 9? How do you do that? She looked at him teasingly. Isn't it time for the genius Junior Blair to stop summoning fireballs one by one? Blair blushed awkwardly and scratched his head. I've read a lot of magic books, but none of them explain how to summon multiple elemental magic at once. Isabella crossed her legs and rested her chin on her hand. That's normal. Most magic books only cover basic theories, not specific magic techniques, but my father hired a senior magic advisor for me. I learned the technique of summoning multiple elemental magics at once from her. She teased. Though, if someone dared to call me Big Sister, maybe I wouldn't mind teaching them. Without hesitation, Blair said, Big Sister. Isabella froze, then blushed deeply, turning her back to him. You pervert, you got some nerve. Blair scratched his head, embarrassed. Isabella stood up and said, Come on, follow me, I'll teach you. Outside the school, Isabella and Blair walked to the garden. Isabella closed her eyes and raised her hands, chanting a spell. Gather here. Fireball technique. Suddenly, a strong wind swirled around Isabella. She opened her eyes, revealing 9 fireballs floating steadily in front of her. Blair stared in shock. Mouth agape, he exclaimed. 9 fireballs, and they're all so stable. Isabella lifted one fireball on her fingertip and explained, the key to summoning many fireballs lies in distributing your mental strength. Many mages believe mental strength can only be maintained in one place. She continued, but if you master the technique, you can disperse your mental energy everywhere. Each portion can independently summon elemental magic, allowing you to summon multiple fireballs simultaneously. Blair raised his hand to ask, Teacher Isabella, can each mental energy portion summon different types of elements? Isabella smiled. Good question, Blair. Theoretically yes, but in practice, it's very difficult. It's like trying to draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right at the same time. They both laughed happily. Behind a corner, Bard watched in shock. He guessed, could Blair really have some kind of relationship with Senior Isabella? Suddenly, a strong hand clenched the wall so hard it cracked and crumbled. Bard turned pale, staring at the broken wall. Fitch appeared, silent but furious. He threw the broken wall piece aside and said coldly, Blair, his eyes glinting dangerously. He added, I will make sure you pay dearly. Bratteen. The fireballs gathered inside Blair's body, his mental strength dividing smoothly into separate parts. He closed his eyes tightly and gently circulated his energy. The result? A single fireball shot out from his hand. Isabella stood before him, hands on her hips, her tone strict as she reminded him, Remember, you must follow the method I just taught you. Break down your mental strength step by step. Then she closed her eyes, trying to look encouraging, but it's normal if you can't do it right away. Even I had to practice for half a year before I could stabilize my mental strength like this. Blair paid no mind and slowly held the fireballs in his hands. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the air. Isabella's eyes snapped open in surprise at what appeared before her. She saw him calmly controlling the fireballs, which radiated intense heat. Her eyes fixed on the floating fireballs in shock. She couldn't help but call out, You! Disbelieving, she urgently shouted, You! How can you do that? Blair looked determined and explained gently, I followed the method you taught me. Senior, I divided my mental strength into 9 parts, then summoned accordingly. She frowned, sensing something off. Pointing at him, she questioned, No, that's not what I meant. I asked how you could do it right away like that. Blair looked confused, not understanding. Then he asked innocently, If you know the technique, shouldn't you be able to do it immediately? Isn't that how it was for you, Senior Isabella? Her expression twisted into a slight grimace. Suddenly, her face flushed red as she pondered. This pervert, not only is his mathematical talent impressive, but his magical talent is so naturally defiant of fate. This isn't someone abandoned by the gods, he's clearly a favorite. The growing embarrassment made her stomp the ground in frustration. Then she shouted at him, Of course, even I understood it faster than you. Blair was speechless as she turned and walked away, but not without adding a parting shot. I'm done teaching. From now on, If you have any magic problems, figure them out yourself. Don't come to me anymore." Blair scratched his face, bewildered. What did I do to upset her? Girls' feelings are so hard to read. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something in his pocket, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced down at it, looking surprised. Isabella had walked away, but her face still showed irritation, clearly upset thinking about the pervert from before. Suddenly, Blair ran after her, catching up and grabbing her arm. Her pupils shrank in shock. After regaining her composure, she turned sharply and asked, "Pervert, why are you grabbing me?" But her eyes caught sight of what he held, and confusion crossed her face. In his hand was a sparkling bracelet shaped like a cute cat. Seeing her reaction, he said kindly, "Dear Senior Isabella?" His gaze softened, sincere and warm. "This time, I was able to learn because of your devoted teaching." He stepped closer and offered, "Please accept this small token from your junior disciple." She stared at the bracelet, feeling a subtle flutter deep inside. Right now, the bracelet seemed to emit a strange, irresistible glow, sparkling endlessly. Her face flushed deeply, her heart pounding wildly, making her lips tremble slightly. She glanced away to calm herself before replying, "HMPH, I guess you do have a bit of a conscience." Though she spoke stubbornly, inside she felt quite amused. This pervert isn't so bad after all. With that, she quickly grabbed the bracelet. Once she had it, she spun around and sprinted away, shouting as she ran, "But this bracelet is hideously ugly." In her haste and embarrassment, she stumbled and fell flat on her face. Blair, startled, called out, "Senior, take it slow." She said nothing, slowly sat up, and brushed herself off. Then she turned to glare at him, her face still red with embarrassment. Seeing the fierce glare, Blair felt a flicker of fear and his thoughts spiraled wildly. Wait. Why is she looking back at me like that? What should I do? Comfort her? But won't she just scold me? Ignoring his inner turmoil, she quickly ran off, leaving behind a trail of accusations. "It's all your fault, you pervert. Just wait, I'm never going to forgive you." Blair was left feeling helpless and confused. He looked up at the sky and sighed. What did I do wrong? Time passed slowly. He calmly lay down on the lush green grass, gazing up at the blazing sky above. As he lay there, the scene from earlier replayed in his mind. Honestly, if she didn't like it, she shouldn't have taken it. I spent a whole 50 silver coins on that bracelet. The peaceful surroundings made him sigh aloud. Originally, this gift was meant for Brittany as a thank you present. Well, that plan was spoiled now. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before him, catching him off guard. It was the 3 members of the Bard group, standing casually in front of him. The leader of the Bards glanced down at Blair and said, "Blair, I thought Senior Fitch already warned you about this." He added, "Don't get too close to Senior Isabella." Blair listened quietly but said nothing. Suddenly, he stood up, standing in the middle of the 3. The only sound was the wind rustling gently through the grass, peaceful and calm. Realizing the situation, Blair turned and dashed forward, leaving the 3 young men bewildered behind him. They quickly gave chase, shouting, "You bastard, stop right there." Blair frowned, annoyed, thinking, these guys are such a hassle. Best to avoid them altogether. Suddenly, the Bard leader opened his mouth wide and shouted tauntingly, "Blair, are you just going to be a coward like your father? Running away on the battlefield and getting killed?" A flash of rage lit up Blair's eyes. He stopped in his tracks, stunned by the provocation. "Run away? Huh? Go ahead, keep running," he muttered coldly. Seeing this, the Bard leader pressed his advantage, sneering, "Ticked off yet?" Then he lunged at Blair, throwing a punch with force, smugly saying, "You brought this on yourself, idiot." The punch struck the back of Blair's neck, but something blocked it. The attacker lost his balance and fell backward in a pitiful heap, smoke swirling from his hands, accompanied by the sizzling sound of something burning. Blair turned to glare down at him, fireballs flickering in his hands, his gaze cold and deadly. The Bard leader clutched his arm and screamed in pain. Blair's expression darkened with irritation as he said firmly, "Although he isn't my father. Your father was a soldier who died honorably on the battlefield for his country. He was a great man." The man paled and trembled at Blair's words. Blair continued to stare him down and emphasized, "You will not insult him. Understand?" The 2 other Bards behind the leader, witnessing Blair's overwhelming power, couldn't believe their eyes and were left speechless. Nine fireballs? How is that even possible?" they exclaimed in unison. Realizing they weren't mistaken, the 2 fled together, leaving the Bard leader standing alone, shouting after them, "Hey, you two!" Blair's glare grew even colder as he looked at the Bard leader. Seeing his comrades run away, the leader slowly turned back, Facing Blair, his figure filled with bitter resentment. Tears welled in his eyes as he stammered fearfully. "Why you better not come any closer." Blair's face darkened. The man warned him that the academy forbade students from fighting. Annoyed by this, Blair coldly replied, "So you know about that rule too?" He backed up until he was against the wall, looking at Blair with fear in his eyes as he called out, "Blair, don't be reckless." Blair's gaze hardened, and with full force, he shot back coldly, "Bard, that's something you should have said earlier." The fireballs in Blair's hands surged forward straight at him. Helpless, Bard could only raise his arms to shield himself and scream loudly. Suddenly, Blair heard a noise behind him and glanced back to see 3 figures approaching. So he instinctively stopped. Bard still hadn't realized what was happening. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly, wildly flailing his arms and shouting for help. Then, he heard a sound and opened his teary eyes in surprise. It was no mistake. The noise came from Blair suddenly collapsing to the ground. Bard stood there stunned, seemingly clueless about what had just happened. Slowly, he crawled over and poked Blair's head lightly, thinking to himself, "What's wrong with this guy?" Suddenly, panic overcame him and he scrambled away, muttering under his breath, "Why are you even bothering with him? Let's get out of here." Just then, the 3 figures who had approached earlier reached Blair's prone form. Brittany turned and caught sight of the young man fleeing in confusion. She quickly called out, "Bard, stop." He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence and hurriedly said, I didn't do anything." By then, Brittany was already kneeling beside Blair, gently stroking his head to soothe him. As expected, Blair slowly opened his eyes and listened to Bard's frantic explanation. Please believe me, it was his own clumsiness that made him fall." Brittany ignored Bard's words and only looked at Blair with deep concern. She then said, "You didn't do anything, but how did he end up like this? Don't think I don't know what you guys usually get up to with Blair." Hearing her trust in him, Blair's ears turned red with embarrassment. Bard kept trying to prove his innocence, shaking his head vigorously. No, at first I really didn't do anything. But what just happened wasn't what the teachers think. Please, Brittany, listen to my explanation." Before he could continue, the vice principal's patience ran out and he shouted angrily, "Enough." He stepped forward and confronted Bard. Blair collapsed right at your feet. "Do you think we're all blind? And you're still here making a scene? You've already tarnished the academy's reputation." Turning on his heel in frustration, the vice principal glanced back at Bard and said, "Go to my office immediately. I'll deal with you when I have time." Terrified, Bard could only nod in agreement. The vice principal patted Bard's back and awkwardly apologized to the deputy headmaster. "Sorry, Deputy Headmaster Calvin, the academy has been a bit lax in management, causing you to lose respect for us." The deputy headmaster responded politely. Vice Principal Archer, bullying among young students in the academy is, unfortunately, quite common. Brittany, supporting Blair from behind, had overheard their entire conversation and knew that strict action was necessary. However, she wasn't sure how Blair was doing now. At that thought, she glanced down at him again. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Blair." For some unknown reason, Blair's mind drifted into a dreamy state. His face flushed red, his nose began to bleed, and he felt lightheaded. He mumbled, "Mom, I think I'm seeing heaven. Oh, an angel is waving at me." Seeing his strange condition, Brittany grabbed his collar and shook him gently, calling out loudly, "Blair, are you all right?" Blair's dazed voice replied, "I'm fine. Actually, you almost suffocated me just now." Receiving the reassuring response, Brittany hugged him warmly and said, "That's good to hear. Do you know how worried I was?" Blair felt a little guilty and responded, "Brittany, I'm sorry." As the two shared this heartfelt moment, Deputy Headmaster Archer cleared his throat to get their attention. He said, "Blair, this time the academy will definitely deal with this strictly and give you a proper answer. But there's something more important we need to discuss with you." Just as he was about to continue, Brittany suddenly remembered something and cut in. "I almost forgot to introduce everyone." Blair quickly stood up and followed her, standing respectfully as she introduced each person. "Blair, this is Vice Principal Archer, and this is Deputy Headmaster Calvin from the Mathematics Association." Blair simply nodded politely. Yes. Seeing the senior figures appear, Blair bowed respectfully. "Vice Principal Archer, Deputy Chair Calvin, it's an honor." Calvin nodded in return and praised him. "To assist Miss Brittany in solving the Laus conjecture, truly. You are a promising young shoot of mathematics." But Brittany quickly clarified, "Deputy Chair Calvin, I believe there's been a misunderstanding." With neither pride nor hesitation, she explained, "Blair solved the Laus conjecture on his own. I merely helped him write the paper." Calvin's expression grew serious as he looked directly into her eyes. "If you're willing, the Mathematics Association is prepared to fully support you in competing for the Edwin Prize. Miss Brittany, I suggest you consider this seriously. The Edwin Prize is the most prestigious award in the mathematical world." Concerned that she might not fully grasp the weight of the offer, he continued, "This is a matter of great importance, not just for you, but for the Academy as well." Brittany furrowed her brow in thought. After a moment, she voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. "But couldn't it be Blair instead?" Calvin let out a soft huff. He seemed to understand Brittany's dilemma well. He calmly explained, "He's still too young. In terms of mathematical achievements, he hasn't yet built up a body of work like you have. Even if you insist he solved the Laus conjecture, I'm afraid it would be difficult to convince others." Despite Calvin's reasonable argument, Brittany still insisted. But just then, Blair's voice called from behind, cutting off her train of thought. "Miss Brittany." He gently took her hand and shook his head slightly, signaling her not to keep fighting for recognition on his behalf. Seeing how mature and understanding her young student already was, Brittany felt a pang of guilt she couldn't quite put into words. Deputy Chair Calvin noticed their uncertainty and decided to give them time to consider. "Let's do this," he said. "You and Blair can discuss it further. Once you've reached a decision, let me know. Whatever you choose, the association will respect your wishes." With that, he and Archer turned and left. Brittany responded politely, "Understood." As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the golden light of dusk spread across the academy grounds. Along a quiet corridor, Brittany and Blair strolled side by side in silence. Wanting to ease the tension, Brittany finally spoke. "Blair, while your solution to the Laus conjecture may not be a groundbreaking new development, it did resolve a historical problem. It holds profound significance in the history of mathematics." Gazing at his back, she added, "It belongs to you. You shouldn't let someone else take the glory for it." Blair listened quietly to her heartfelt words. When she finished, he finally replied, "Miss Brittany, you might not know this, but that glory was never meant to be mine either." He paused, then added with complete sincerity, "And besides, you're not someone else." Hearing that, Brittany's heart skipped a beat. She could hear it pounding in her chest, thump, thump. A strange, unfamiliar feeling welled up inside her, and her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She tried to mask it with a scolding tone. What are you even saying? Blair?" Blair, confused by her sudden mood swing, tried to explain, "I meant," but she quickly cut him off, using an excuse to end the conversation. "It's getting late, you should go now. I still have things to take care of." "I'm heading off too." Blair could only watch helplessly as she walked away. Maybe it was because he'd never experienced romance before, but he stood there, dazed, letting out a dry laugh. "Did I say something wrong again?" A crowd had gathered in front of the announcement board, murmuring in curiosity. "What's the new gossip this time?" someone asked. "Who's Blair anyway? That loser actually wrote a thesis?" A female student spoke up. "That guy Blair somehow got to co-author a paper with Miss Brittany. I heard it's even related to some big conjecture." She turned to her friend and added, "The Laus conjecture. It's a notorious problem that even top scholars couldn't solve." Another girl sneered, "And you're telling me Blair's more brilliant than all those world-class scholars? He's just riding on Miss Brittany's coattails for sure." Standing outside the crowd, Blair heard every word. His expression was helpless. The same girl continued mockingly, Blair is the worst. What kind of spell did he cast on Miss Brittany to get her to back him up like that?" He sighed inwardly. "I didn't expect her to still use our joint signature to publish the paper." Blair walked away, brushing his hair back with a sigh. Suddenly, someone shouted, "You little bastard." The voice startled Blair. "You got into another fight at school, didn't you?" Blair turned around. A parent was scolding his child furiously. "We worked so hard to get you into St. Donatus, and you think we did that so you could go around brawling?" It turned out to be Bard's father. Bard stood nearby, head hung low in silence. His father, livid with rage, shouted, "You like fighting so much, huh? Then today I'll beat some sense into you." He raised a stick, ready to bring it down. Blair stood nearby, frozen, watching the scene unfold. After the beating, the man pressed his hands together, bowing desperately toward Vice Principal Archer. "Vice Principal, please, I promise from now on I'll discipline this boy properly. Please don't expel him." Vice Principal Archer responded, "I'm sorry. Bard's actions have seriously violated school rules. We have no choice but to." He paused mid-sentence. Bard's father fell to his knees. "I beg you," he cried. Vice Principal Archer was taken aback. Please, what are you doing? With trembling hands, the man clasped his palms together again. "I'm begging you. Please, I beg you." Bard stepped forward and tried to stop him. "Dad, please don't do this." Having observed in silence, Blair finally stepped forward. "Vice Principal Archer," he called. The vice principal turned and greeted him. "Good morning, Blair." "Good morning, sir," Blair replied politely. Then, with a frown, he asked, "Vice Principal, what happened with Bard?" Bard clenched his teeth in frustration at the sight of Blair. Archer explained, "Student Bard has committed a serious violation of school policy. The academy is preparing to expel him." "Don't worry, Blair, we'll be strict with our discipline this time." At that moment, Bard's father grabbed Blair's sleeve. "So you're Blair, right?" he asked in a pleading tone. "Please, I'm begging you." His eyes were filled with desperation. "Please forgive Bard. I promise I'll teach him a lesson at home. Please." He began explaining his hardship. "Our family worked so hard to get him into this school. If he gets expelled now, his future is finished." Blair fell silent for a moment. Then he let out a quiet sigh. He smiled gently, ruffling his own hair before speaking to the vice principal. "Vice Principal Archer, even though Bard and I had a few minor conflicts, I don't think it's something that warrants such a severe punishment." Bard's eyes widened in disbelief at Blair's words. The scene fell into silence. None of the three said a word. Vice Principal Archer finally broke the quiet. "If student Blair is willing to speak on Bard's behalf, then the academy will temporarily withdraw the expulsion decision." Bard and his father held their breath, waiting for what came next. "However, Bard," Archer continued, "if you ever repeat something like this again, there will be no second chances." Bard stood frozen, stunned, but before he could react, his father had already shoved his head down and barked. "Well, aren't you going to thank student Blair and Vice Principal Archer?" Bard was forced to bow, reluctantly muttering, Thank you, Vice Principal, and thank you, Blair." Just then, the school bell rang. Ting! Students in the hallway began shuffling back to class. Vice Principal Archer cleared his throat. "All right, both of you, back to class now." Blair and Bard walked together toward their classroom. When they reached the door, Blair reached out to push it open. But Bard, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Blair, why did you?" Blair paused, his hand on the doorknob. After a brief silence, he replied calmly, "Don't disappoint your father again." Bard frowned, looking somewhat conflicted. Then he quietly said, "Thanks, Blair." Blair didn't look back. He simply pushed open the door and walked inside. But Bard's voice came again from behind him. "Oh," and Bard walked past him, not even turning his head as he warned, "Watch out for Finch. He's not going to let this go easily. His uncle's a vice principal here." Later that day, Blair trudged up the wooden steps on his way to the library. He let out a tired sigh. What a crap day. And now I've got extra work too." When he arrived, the library was completely silent. The librarian stood in the middle of the room, hands clasped behind his back, as if he'd been waiting. Blair stepped up and asked with a bit of surprise, "Sir?" The librarian didn't move, still staring sternly. He asked, "Blair, did you offend someone recently?" Blair blinked, worried. "Why? Did something happen?" The librarian sighed heavily. "Blair, starting tomorrow, you're no longer allowed to work in the library. And you can't sleep in the partitioned corner anymore, either." The order came from one of the vice principals. Blair stood silent for a long moment. Later, he found himself standing outside Miss Brittany's office door. Inside, she sat on a wooden chair, adjusting her glasses slightly as she looked up at him. "I was just getting ready to take you and Isabella to the Math Association's academic reception tonight," she said. Blair looked uncomfortable, hesitating for quite a while without saying anything. Seeing his expression, Miss Brittany finally asked, "Blair, whatever it is, can it wait until tomorrow?" Scratching his head awkwardly, Blair finally explained everything. "I'm really sorry, Miss Brittany, I just got kicked out of the library. I need to find a place to stay tonight." She fell silent. Then, after a moment, she said, "You should have told me earlier. I have a spare room at my house. No one uses it. You can move in." Blair didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, an image popped into his head, Miss Brittany, in a white dress shirt, softly licking her finger. His face flushed red. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment. "Living together? Is that really okay?" Blair's face flushed suspiciously red. He raised a hesitant finger. I don't think that's really appropriate." Miss Brittany looked at him calmly and replied directly, "What's inappropriate about it? If we live together, we can talk about mathematics anytime. If you have questions about magic, it'll be convenient to ask me too, won't it?" Blair awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Well, when you put it like that, I suppose you're not wrong." Seeing him still hesitating, Miss Brittany decisively concluded, "All right then, it's settled. After the banquet tonight, move in." Blair was momentarily stunned but could only nod passively. Okay. Bang! The door suddenly burst open as Isabella stormed in. Frowning, "Miss Brittany, I'm here." "Wait, why is he here too?" The loud entrance startled both of them. They turned to look at her. Miss Brittany pointed to Blair and explained, "Blair is also coming to the academic banquet. And since he's just quit his job at the library, he'll be moving in with me from today on." Isabella exploded. "What, Miss Brittany, how can you let that pervert live with you?" Brittany stayed composed and looked at her. "Isabella, how many times have I told you? Blair isn't that kind of person." Isabella stomped up to Brittany's desk, hands on her hips. "I'm just worried about you. That guy's got pervert written all over his face. Totally suspicious." Blair stood there, utterly defeated, face full of despair. How did I become a pervert in all this?" Miss Brittany quickly stepped in to calm things down, gently pushing Isabella aside with a smile. All right, calm down, don't worry. Now hurry up and go get change. We need to leave for the academic banquet or we'll be late." Without turning back, she asked Blair, "By the way, Blair, do you have anything more formal to wear? Tonight's our first time attending a banquet like this, so we should look our best." Blair lightly touched his cheek and thought, "Formal wear, would a magic robe do? If you have one, of course that's fine," Brittany said with a nod. Waving goodbye, night fell. At a grand estate ablaze with light, a massive fountain stood at its center. A red carpet stretched from the main gate all the way up the stairs. Small groups of guests were already making their way in. Blair, Brittany, and Isabella, all dressed to the nines, arrived in front of the fountain. Blair wore a loose-fitting black mage's robe trimmed in violet. His eyes flicked toward Isabella. She wore a star-speckled, violet evening gown that shimmered like a galaxy, making her look far softer and more elegant than usual. She stood with arms folded, gazing up at the brilliantly lit mansion. "So, this is the place?" Brittany, in a simple white dress adorned with butterfly embroidery along the hem, extended her hand and said, "This is the Howard Estate. It's the usual venue for Pau City's academic math banquets. This city hosts the top mathematical schools in the entire kingdom of Loran." She continued, "As such, the Howard family holds significant standing in Pau's Mathematical Association. Every banquet is held here." Blair looked at the tall, glowing building beyond the fountain, rubbing his chin. "So this is the Howard Estate. Fitch's home, huh?" Out in the garden, Vice Chairman Calvin was deep in discussion with two younger scholars. One of them asked, "What do you think of that method, sir?" Calvin replied, "Not bad, though." He trailed off as someone approached from behind. "Vice Chairman Calvin." Brittany waved warmly. Calvin turned and smiled. "Brittany, Blair, you've arrived." Blair smiled back politely. "Good evening, Vice Chairman Calvin." Standing beside them, Isabella glanced sidelong at Blair, clearly annoyed. "Since when does this guy know the Vice Chairman of the Math Association?" Calvin placed a hand behind his back and turned to Brittany. "I was just telling some old friends about you. If you're interested, I'd love to introduce you to them." Brittany nodded and turned to Blair and Isabella. "Blair, Isabella, go on in first. I'll come find you shortly." With that, she followed Calvin into the crowd. Blair and Isabella entered the banquet hall together. Inside, the setting was luxurious. At the center, a buffet table was piled high with exquisite dishes. As soon as they entered, Blair made a beeline for the food, picking up a juicy roasted chicken leg. "Wow, so much good stuff. Rich people really do live differently." With the chicken leg in one hand, a glass of red wine in the other, and a full plate tucked in the crook of his arm, Blair munched away with obvious delight. "So good. This is the best food I've had since arriving here." "Blair, are you a pig or something?" Isabella stormed up, grabbing his wrist and yanking him away from the buffet. "Miss Brittany didn't bring us here for you to eat like a savage. You're embarrassing us." Though Blair reluctantly let go of his plate, he kept chomping on the chicken leg. But his eyes suddenly fixed on something in the room. "Huh?" On the wall hung a black and white illustration, a river, with 2 islands in the middle and 7 bridges connecting the landmasses. Blair stepped closer, examining it. Isabella noticed and explained, "That's the 7 bridges of the capital, a great source of pride for the Howard family." Blair echoed, "The 7 bridges?" Seeing that he clearly didn't know, Isabella looked surprised, but before she could say anything, another voice cut in, "You don't even know that? And you still dare show up at an academic banquet?" Fitch leaned against the wall near the entrance, holding a glass of red wine, sneering at Blair. "So it really is you, Blair, came here for the food, did you?" He chuckled coldly. "Looks like I'll have to teach my gatekeepers a lesson." They actually let someone like you in. What a disgrace. Isabella's face turned red with anger. Fitch, Blair came with us. That was way out of line. Fitch raised his glass, smirking. Did I say anything false? He doesn't even know what the 7 bridges are. And here he is stuffing his face at a scholarly banquet. Isabella ignored him and grabbed Blair's hand. Come on, Blair, let's go. Fitch's brow twitched. He glared at their hands, Isabella's hand gripping Blair's. His tone turned cold. What now, Blair? You're just going to hide behind girls? Blair smiled and stepped forward, raising his hand with a polite gesture. The 7 bridges of the capital? Sounds interesting. Senior Fitch, I'd be honored to hear your explanation. Isabella anxiously grabbed his arm. Blair, you? He looked calm and replied. Senior Isabella, I really do want to hear more about the capital's 7 bridges. It might even spark a new idea. Fitch scoffed mockingly. A new idea? Blair, please, Miss Brittany probably just pitied you and added your name to that paper. You're not seriously starting to think you're a math genius, are you? Isabella snapped back immediately. And what would you know? Fitch, that thesis idea was Blair's in the first place. Of course his name deserves to be on it. Fitch sneered. If that's the case, then let's see what ideas he actually has. He suddenly raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Mr. Blair here claims he can solve the capital's 7 bridges problem. Isabella was speechless. But the bold declaration had already stirred up a wave of whispers. Is that the same Blair who's been working with Brittany on that louse conjecture recently? He's just a kid. Who knows what kind of trick he pulled to get Brittany to add his name? And now he dares say he can solve that problem? Even Brittany was startled. Blair, Fitch didn't stop. Come now, math genius, don't let us all down. But Blair only scratched his head and replied honestly. I never said I could solve it. Just then, someone tugged on his sleeve. It was Brittany. Blair, she whispered sharply. He jumped slightly. Miss Brittany, when did you get here? Her voice was low but urgent. Why are you picking a fight with Fitch? Do you even understand how powerful the Howard family is in Pau? If you upset them, you'll be in trouble, not just with the Math Association, but with the Academy too. He nodded, letting her speak. Besides, the capital's 7 bridges is a classic problem that has stumped scholars for centuries. Fitch is obviously using it to embarrass you in front of everyone. Then, unexpectedly, Fitch called out again. Miss Brittany, didn't you once say Blair was a math genius? What's this, lost confidence already? Brittany clenched her fists. Fitch, that's enough. But Blair stepped forward. It's all right, he said calmly. Let me try. Consider it a small thank you to Senior Fitch for helping me change jobs at the library. Gasps rose from the crowd. Brittany turned to him, worried. Blair, are you sure about this? But he didn't hesitate. Senior Fitch, if you insist, then I'll attempt the capital's 7 bridges problem. Fitch raised an eyebrow, then smiled like he'd won. Didn't expect you to be that dumb. But fine, show us what you've got. He began to explain, puffing up with pride. The capital's 7 bridges is a question first proposed by the founding patriarch of the Howard family. Centuries ago, he served in the royal capital back then and took note of the city's unique geography. The capital was split in 2 by the Loran River, and between them were 2 islands. To facilitate transport, 7 bridges were built connecting the islands to the mainland. One day, the patriarch asked, is it possible to start at any point? Cross each bridge exactly once, and return to the starting point? This puzzle captured the attention of scholars across the kingdom. Many of the finest minds of the era tried to solve it, but none succeeded. Eventually, the patriarch claimed to have found the answer himself. He announced he would reveal the solution the following morning. That morning, scholars from all over gathered at the bridges, but the patriarch never showed up. A few days later, his body was discovered. Apparently, the excitement had gotten the better of him and he'd fallen into the river. The loss was a tragedy for mathematics in the kingdom. The solution was lost with him. And even we, his descendants, have never been able to rediscover it. For centuries, no one has succeeded, but to honor his contribution, we've preserved the bridge diagram in the Great Hall to this day. It remains a symbol of our family's legacy in mathematics. When the story ended, Blair fell deep into thought. Just as I suspected, he thought, the capital's 7 bridges is basically this world's version of Euler's 7 bridges of Königsberg. However, Fitch noticed Blair's silence and sneered. Well, math genius, can you rediscover the lost solution? Blair immediately answered, no, I can't, and I never will. The room fell quiet for a second, then Fitch burst into laughter. That's your answer? What happened to all that confidence earlier? Genius? Someone nearby murmured to the girl beside her. See, I told you, He's just another clueless amateur. But she shook her head. Is that so? I think this boy might be more interesting than he seems. Blair then calmly explained, the reason I can't find a solution is simple, because there is no solution to this problem. The hall quickly turned into a buzz of excitement. Isabella and Brittany looked at each other in surprise. No solution? Fitch, puzzled, asked, what nonsense are you spouting now? Oh, great genius? Just because you couldn't solve it, now you claim the problem has no solution? Our founding patriarch already solved it. You know. Blair, growing irritated, stood his ground. Then let me ask you, can you prove he truly found the correct solution? Is there any actual evidence that such a solution ever existed? You dare question our ancestor? Fitch shouted, furious. Do you even understand the status our patriarch holds in this kingdom? Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. Enough. Viscount Howard stepped forward and stopped the quarrel. Fitch, how many times have I told you? The honor of our ancestors is not something to be paraded around for your vanity. Fitch froze in fear and quickly bowed. Forgive me, father. The Viscount turned to Blair. You must be Blair, yes? Calvin mentioned you once. Blair bowed politely. An honor to meet you. Viscount Howard, getting straight to the point. The Viscount said, Blair, I witnessed the argument earlier. It's true that my son was out of line. And for that, I apologize on his behalf. However, you just stated that the royal capital's 7 bridges problem has no solution. That, I'm afraid, tarnishes the legacy of my ancestor. I must ask you to take those words back. Blair shook his head. I don't mean any disrespect. But facts are facts. The royal capital's 7 bridges has no solution. Isabella blushed. This might be the first time I've seen him this serious. The Viscount's brows furrowed. Blair, have you really thought this through? With a resigned sigh, Blair pulled out a piece of paper. Then allow me to present my proof as to why the problem has no solution. He began his explanation. When faced with a real-world, complex question like this, many scholars of the past have attempted to solve it through practical experimentation. While this approach deserves respect, the reality is that it's highly inefficient due to the overwhelming number of possibilities. It simply exceeds human capacity. He held up the diagram. But what if we convert this real-world problem into a simplified mathematical model? Imagine representing the land masses as nodes and the bridges as lines connecting them. The question then becomes, is it possible to start at any point? Cross each bridge exactly once, and return to the starting point? Gasps of realization echoed throughout the hall. Brilliant, someone exclaimed. He's turned a real-world issue into a few simple lines. A girl whispered to Alice. That's a fantastic idea. I can't believe I'm saying this. But you were right. Blair is no ordinary guy. Alice grinned smugly. Blair continued. Now consider this. Whenever a person enters a landmass via a bridge, they must also leave it via another. That means each node must have an even number of connections, what we call even degrees. Nodes with odd numbers of connections are odd degree nodes. Brittany caught on. I get it. If you want to start and end at the same place, then each entry must be paired with an exit. So all the nodes must be even degree for the route to work. Blair nodded. Exactly, Miss Brittany. That's the key point. Someone raised a concern. But wait, if that's true, then the 4 nodes in the 7 bridges problem are. Blair nodded again. Yes, I'm sure you've all realized it by now. All 4 nodes in the royal capital's 7 bridges problem are odd degree. That means there is no way, mathematically, to start at one point. Cross each bridge exactly once, and return to where you began. He concluded firmly. In short, the royal capital's 7 bridges has no solution. Gasps of shock swept through the crowd. A man murmured in awe. His logic is flawless, so the problem truly has no solution. Fitch, panicking, shouted, nonsense, you're talking nonsense. But murmurs were spreading fast. So it's been a lie all this time? They deceived the public for years? There never was a lost solution at all. Fitch yelled desperately. Don't listen to him, he's lying. But no one was paying attention anymore. Alice stood up and countered coldly. If anyone lied, it was your founding patriarch, deceiving the scholars of this kingdom for generations. Fitch couldn't hold it in anymore. Father, do something, father. But a loud crack cut him off. The Viscount punched him square in the face, knocking him to the ground. Shut your foul mouth, the Viscount bellowed. You've shamed our name enough. Then, glaring at Blair, he growled, so you're clever, huh? Just you wait. Blair fell into deep thought for a moment. Viscount Howard scoffed and turned to leave. But suddenly, Blair raised his voice. Wait a moment. The old man flinched in surprise and turned back toward him, looking directly at his opponent. Blair continued, according to the rules of the kingdom's mathematical society, since I've answered Senior Fitch's question, He is obliged to answer one of mine in return. Am I correct, Viscount Howard? The Viscount glanced at Fitch, hesitating for a moment. Then, still shooting a sidelong glance at the young man, he responded, "You don't need to remind us. We understand the rules well enough. Go ahead and ask your question." Blair nodded calmly. "My question is very simple. If a square has a side length of 1, what is the length of its diagonal?" The Viscount froze in shock. Brittany stepped closer and whispered, "Blair, don't you know? The Howard theorem was discovered by the Howard family itself." The old man smiled, as if regaining confidence, and explained readily, "According to the Howard theorem, in a square with side length 1, the square of the diagonal equals 2. That's basic knowledge." But Blair shook his head. "Viscount Howard, you didn't answer my question. I didn't ask for the square of the diagonal." He then offered a mischievous smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "I asked for the actual length of the diagonal." His words struck like thunder. Though filled with fury, the Viscount could do nothing but clench his jaw in frustration. The guests began murmuring in confusion. They'd never thought to question the actual value of that diagonal. Could it really be that difficult to express? Sweat beaded on Viscount Howard's temple as he stood silently, watching Blair's group. Blair, catching the murderous flicker in his eyes, confirmed his own suspicions. "Just as I thought. He's known about the existence of that number for a long time." His thoughts drifted back to the other world. Back there, scientists were admired but rarely remembered by name. Despite their enormous contributions to humanity, most people paid more attention to the scandals of celebrities than to scientific breakthroughs. But in this world, things were the opposite. Even though the scientific level was still primitive, scholars held incredibly high status. People revered knowledge here, more than magic. Even, scholars who contributed to scientific advancement were honored by all, regardless of nationality. Royalty and nobles alike treated them with deep respect. These like-minded thinkers gathered into schools of thought that wielded immense political and economic influence. One such group was the School of Numbers, and the Howard family was its backbone. Their influence in the kingdom's mathematical circles was so great that even the Lord of Pau, Isabella's father, had to tread lightly around them. The School of Numbers was more than an academic organization, it was a political, philosophical, and religious order. Its members revered numbers to a sacred degree. They believed that everything in existence could be quantified, that every natural phenomenon could be expressed precisely through numbers. In fact, Blair realized, their beliefs mirrored those of the ancient Pythagorean school from my world, complete with their own symbolic rituals and carved inscriptions. The Pythagorean school, founded by the famous Greek scholar Pythagoras, had once flourished, but it also had a fatal flaw in its ideology, one that eventually led to its collapse. Blair rubbed his chin, thinking back. The numbers they revered weren't real numbers in the modern sense. They believed that all quantities could be represented by integers or rational numbers. But then came one of Pythagoras's own disciples, Hippasus, who uncovered a crack in that belief. Hippasus discovered that in a square with sides of length 1, the diagonal's length could neither be an integer nor a rational number. His finding shook the very foundations of the school's belief that all is number. And when they couldn't disprove his discovery, they chose to silence him instead. Legend had it that the Pythagoreans cast Hippasus into the Aegean Sea with a stone tied around his neck, drowning him for speaking an unbearable truth. But the truth could not remain buried forever. Over time, Hippasus's discovery gained recognition, and it sounded the death knell of the Pythagorean school. Eventually, humanity realized that not all numbers were rational. A new kind of number had been born, irrational numbers. Blair smiled faintly at the thought. He calculated silently with his fingers. From that moment on, our understanding of numbers expanded to the entire realm of real numbers. Then he turned a somber gaze toward Viscount Howard. That expression on his face just now. He definitely already knew about the existence of irrational numbers. If that's the case, then what happened to this world's Hippasus? The Viscount stood frozen, trembling, using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat streaming down his face. The guests, too, were caught in confusion. How could there be a length that couldn't be expressed with numbers? Where did this question even come from? Brittany turned to him, perplexed. Blair, what's wrong with this number? Why does it seem like no known number can express it? Blair replied calmly, Miss Brittany, it's a whole new type of number. There are many such numbers like it. I suspect someone in this world discovered them long ago, but their findings were buried by those who feared the truth. I simply wanted to thank Fitch for the help earlier, and while I was at it, reveal this truth to more people. Viscount Howard stood silently nearby, his gaze blank, but the hand gripping his cane trembled uncontrollably. Fitch noticed and felt a rising dread. Clenching his teeth, he muttered. Damn it. He then glared at Blair and bellowed. It's all because of you. Losing control, he charged forward with rage. Blair, you're dead meat. The sound of footsteps echoed as Blair calmly watched Fitch charging toward him. Swiftly, he shifted into a defensive stance, ready for confrontation, but unexpectedly, Fitch's arm was caught midair, gripped tightly. Elise stood before him, radiating a fierce aura, looking at him with sheer disdain. Fitch struggled and yelled, "Who are you? Let go of me." Alice gave a polite smile as she spoke in a calm voice. "Sorry, but I can't just stand by and let you act so recklessly." Fitch clenched his fists and tried to break free. "Damn woman, how are you this strong?" Suddenly, a cold, familiar voice cut through the air. "Fitch." Viscount Howard had his head lowered, voice harsh and steady. "You think the disaster you've caused today isn't enough?" His eyes locked onto Fitch for a long moment before continuing. "You've truly lost control, haven't you?" Fitch was clearly terrified. Father. The Viscount raised his voice, drawing the attention of every guest in the room. "Everyone," he announced with a forced composure. "I must sincerely apologize for all the trouble caused today. It is entirely my failure to properly discipline my son. I will be sure to correct this moving forward." Then, turning toward Blair, he added, "As for the number Mr. Blair just mentioned, please rest assured, our numerist order will spare no effort to uncover the answer in the coming days." He bowed respectfully. "Mr. Blair, thank you for enlightening our family today. I have pressing matters to attend to, please excuse me." Grinding his teeth in frustration and humiliation, he forced out, "I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening at my estate." Blair responded politely, "Of course, Viscount Howard, I wish you a splendid evening as well." But whispers erupted all around them. Can the numerist order really figure it out? I doubt it's that easy. Blair actually backed the Howard family into a corner. Incredible. The words stung the Viscount, his face darkening as he turned away. Blair then turned to Alice and said, "Thanks for earlier, by the way." Alice blinked in surprise. "Wait, did you just call me, miss?" Blair looked confused. "Huh?" Alice teased. "Seriously? Junior Blair, have you already forgotten your senpai? That's a little cold, isn't it?" Just then, Isabella landed a sharp whack on Blair's head. Smack. Ow. Blair winced in surprise. Isabella stood with her hands on her hips, scolding him fiercely. "You pervert, why are you always cozying up to other girls when you already have me?" Blair rubbed the bump on his head, pouting, "That's not true. And, wait, what do you mean, other girls besides you? I haven't done anything to you either." Alice burst into laughter at the scene. "I'm sorry," she said through her giggles. "Didn't mean to interrupt your little lover's quarrel." Both Blair and Isabella looked confused. "Lovers, what?" Brittany, watching from the side, let out an awkward chuckle. Alice waved a hand, still smiling. "Kidding, of course, but seriously, you two have such good chemistry, it's kind of adorable." Isabella's cheeks turned bright pink. "We are not what you think." Then she paused and asked, "Wait a minute, Alice, what are you doing here anyway?" Blair stood aside, still nursing his wounded pride. Alice looked surprised. "What, Brittany didn't tell you?" She turned and greeted politely. "Good evening, Miss Brittany." Her eyes sparkled with a hint of charm, her voice soft and hypnotic. "I've been attending this academic gathering for years. But Isabella, this must be our first meeting, isn't it?" Brittany stepped in to explain. Alice's family is a renowned mathematics clan from Maou City. She's been representing her family at these academic banquets for quite a while now. Alice extended her hand to Blair. After a brief pause, she said warmly, "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Alice, third-year student at St. Donatus Academy. Same class as Isabella." She looked Blair in the eye. "Nice to meet you, Junior Blair. I hope my earlier words didn't make things awkward." Blair smiled and shook her hand. "Nice to meet you too, Senior Alice." Suddenly, Alice leaned in with a mischievous grin. Bending slightly, a nosebleed quietly erupted. Alice's voice, as sweet as spring honey, murmured into his ear, "Your performance today was truly impressive. This is the first time I've seen the arrogant Howard family so utterly humiliated." She gently placed a hand on Blair's shoulder and asked curiously, "Would it be all right if I came to you for some math guidance from now on?" Just as the romantic air was peaking, Blair suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Alice blinked, stunned, her cheeks flushing red. With a serious expression and an X-shaped hand gesture, Blair solemnly replied, "I must respectfully decline." Blair stood like a statue, radiating calm authority. "I suggest you ask Miss Brittany instead. Many of my ideas came from her inspiration." Alice shook her head helplessly. "You're really hard to read. You know that?" She turned to leave, waving goodbye. "See you later." Junior Blair. Next time, let's talk when no one else is around. Goodbye, Miss Brittany. Blair also waved. Goodbye, Senior Alice. Behind him, Isabella puffed her cheeks in frustration. That girl. Let's talk when no one else is around. What's that supposed to mean? Brittany looked a little awkward at Isabella's outburst. Goodbye, Alice. Isabella kept grumbling. HMPH. And you? You looked like you were about to lose your soul just now. You almost looked like you wanted to go with her. Blair blinked. Why would I want to go with her? Isabella erupted like a volcano, jabbing a finger in his face. The moment you see a pretty girl, you're ready to follow her like a puppy. You're no better than the rest of those disgusting guys. Brittany had to step in to calm things down. Blair scratched his nose. Is she prettier than you? Isabella flushed bright red, trembling. So you're saying, you don't think she's prettier than me? Blair replied honestly. No. Her voice faltered. I see. Blair wept internally. Wow, she's easier to pacify than I thought. Good thing she didn't bring up body shape, if we're just talking about looks. Then I guess I'm not wrong. Isabella stood there, dazed, as if still processing what just happened. Suddenly, a new voice cut in. Good evening, everyone. Brittany greeted him warmly. Vice President Calvin, what brings you here? The man responded with a serious tone. You three are the stars of tonight's gathering. Of course I had to come and say a few words. Blair grew cautious. You flatter us, President Calvin. We merely solved a math problem and happened to raise a question. That's all. Calvin stared at Blair with a hint of displeasure. That problem you solved, and the question you asked, were far from ordinary. He began to explain. Solving the Royal Capital's 7 Bridges problem is a source of pride for the Howard family. And yet your proof today showed that the problem has no solution. This strikes at the heart of their supposed legacy as a prestigious mathematics family, a serious blow to their credibility. He paused, then continued. And that number you mentioned, the numerists pride themselves on quantifying everything. But now, they can't even find a number to represent the length of a simple segment? If that number truly doesn't exist, then the entire foundation of the numerist philosophy, no, the entire mathematical community, will be shaken to its core. His eyes sharpened. So, Blair, who exactly are you? A dark aura seemed to gather around him. Why do you possess such terrifying talent? And why are you only showing it now? What is your true purpose? The barrage of questions made Blair uncomfortable. But then he smiled sheepishly. What are you talking about? President Calvin? Everyone saw what happened. Senior Fitch asked me a question. And I just suddenly thought of a way to answer it. That's all. He scratched his head. As for that number, I was just curious. Besides, didn't Viscount Howard already say they'll do everything they can to find it? Calvin's expression softened as he stroked his beard and chuckled. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. Rest assured, the Mathematics Association will always stand on the side of truth. Blair smiled politely. But Calvin's face turned serious again. Still, his voice dropped to a grave tone. Be careful of the Howard family. They're not as easy to deal with as you might think. Elsewhere, Fitch lay on the ground, coughing violently, his body trembling. His face was bruised and battered, breathing ragged. Viscount Howard sat silently on the sofa, watching. In the shadows behind him stood a man cloaked in mystery. My lord, everything is prepared. We can act at any moment. Veins bulged on the Viscount's forehead. Wait until he leaves the estate. As always, make it look like an accident. No one must suspect a thing. The subordinate bowed. Understood. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them, startling the Viscount. Father, you're planning to kill someone again, aren't you? Abel stood in the doorway, a faint smile on his face. The Viscount turned, stunned. Abel? His presence radiated danger. The old man was shaken. Why are you here? Even the subordinate was in disbelief. Impossible. I made sure. Abel cut him off coldly. It's no surprise you didn't expect this. The Viscount's face went pale. Abel turned his back on them. After all, it was your order last time too. Just like now. The old man shouted in fury, drawing a pistol. Why aren't you dead? Why show your face now? That boy, Blair, he's with you, isn't he? Abel approached Fitch and looked back at the Viscount. You're still as ruthless as ever. Huh, Dad? Not even sparing your own son. The Viscount raised his gun, voice trembling with rage. Answer me, Abel. Fitch looked up weakly, eyes wide with shock. Brother. Abel sighed. You and your endless questions. It's hard to know where to start. He straightened up, voice turning cold. Let me be clear. That Blair boy out there? He has nothing to do with me. But, he gave me a golden opportunity. A glint of hatred flashed in his eyes. And that's why I've come back. He took a step forward, his voice resolute. I've returned to remake the entire Howard family. The old man was stunned by those words. You want to change the family? He confirmed it. That's right, father. What do you think the foundation of our family is right now? Without hesitation, the old man answered, of course, our honor. He immediately refuted, wrong. The real answer is deception. The old man nearly exploded. What are you trying to say? A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Isn't it obvious? You've known for a long time now, haven't you, that the 7 bridges problem of the royal capital has no solution. And that number can't be expressed at all. From the ground, Fitch pushed himself up, adding, but to preserve what you call the honor of the family, and the legitimacy of the number sect, you chose to bury those truths. The old man cocked the gun. And not only that, Fitch continued, in recent years, anyone who discovered the truth and tried to reveal it to the public, you found ways to deal with them. He laughed bitterly. Even your own flesh and blood wasn't spared. Enough, the old man roared, pointing the gun at him. For the family, I won't hesitate to kill you again. Raising his hand, he said coldly, Father, you've gone too far. Do you remember what I once told you? The truth can never be hidden forever. Sooner or later, someone will bring it to light and destroy this family built on lies. His eyes burned with intensity. And that someone is the boy named Blair. Today, he stood before all the mathematicians of Maou and burst the bubble of our so-called honor. He stepped forward, hand gripping the barrel of the gun. Even if you silence me, even if you silence Blair, can you silence everyone who was there that day? If you can't, then by tomorrow, the truth will spread throughout the entire kingdom. The Howard family's honor will shatter. The number sect will lose its faith and collapse entirely. When that happens, can the House of Howard still survive? His words made the old man's hands tremble. Finally, he wrenched the gun from his father's hands. The old man gritted his teeth. Then tell me, what should I do? Without hesitation, he replied, let me take your place as head of the family. Let me rebuild it, change it, so that the Howard family can continue to exist. He placed a firm hand on the old man's shoulder, lowering his voice into a threat. You must know this already, right now. I'm the only one left who can still save this family. The old man hesitated, eyes flickering with turmoil. Then the son leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Whatever it was, it left the old man utterly shaken. A few days later, at Brittany's house, Blair woke up to the loud screeching of an alarm clock. He climbed out of bed, in a surprisingly good mood. Sleeping in a proper bed really was different, so much more comfortable than the smelly storage room. Rubbing his eyes, he opened Brittany's door. Good morning. Then he froze. On her desk was a towering stack of papers, neatly piled, absurdly high. He sobered up instantly. She must have stayed up all night again, trying to figure out that number. Ever since the mathematics symposium, the proof that the 7 bridges of the royal capital had no solution had spread like wildfire through the kingdom's academic circles. The Howard family's prestige and honor had come under scrutiny. But even more shocking than that was the so-called number, the number that couldn't be expressed. People had started calling it the devil's number. His eyes lit up. That's actually a pretty cool name. Now, every mathematician, especially the number sect, was trying to find a way to express it. But no matter how hard they worked, no one had made any progress. He picked up one of the sheets and scanned it. Well, of course, right now, no number, no method in this world can express an irrational number. To them, irrational numbers are an entirely unexplored field. He looked at the pages scattered around him, each one filled with dense formulas, drifting like feathers. And yet, despite the difficulty, the scholars of this world still deserved respect. Even in the darkness, they were searching, thinking, trying. He believed that, eventually, they'd find the way forward on their own. Just like the mathematicians from his world, no matter how rough the path, it would always lead to the other side of the truth. A page fluttered through the air, drifting far off, alongside a dove taking flight. He sat at the table reading the newspaper, sunlight streaming through the window onto the desk. Suddenly, he noticed something. The paper had news about Viscount Howard. Excited, he picked up the paper to read. Abandoning mathematics really is the most reasonable choice for the Howard family right now. But to outright give up such action, this new head of the family seems interesting. While he was still wondering what this new family head looked like, Brittany approached. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, wearing only a thin shirt. Good morning, Blair. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Good morning, he replied. In his eyes, Brittany seemed to be blooming like a flower. Her face darkened. Didn't I tell you last night to wake me up properly? He looked down at the table. I forgot. She poked his cheek. You're such a naughty kid. Her playful gesture made him blush with embarrassment. She was so beautiful, and every time she said he forgot, he really did. And that number too, she continued. You already know what it is, right? You're just not telling me. Don't pressure the teacher like that. Talking so much now. She suddenly noticed that he was blushing all over like a tomato. She grimaced. Slap. Pervert. Her voice echoed through the room. He rubbed the spot on his cheek and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Wincing in pain, she looked at him with a bit of guilt. Putting her hands together awkwardly, she said, Sorry, Blair, I didn't even realize. Are you still hurting? He turned to her and said, Brittany, I've noticed that when you just wake up and when you're normal, it's like you have two different personalities. She was speechless. She shyly scratched her head and looked away. Am I really that annoying right after waking up? No. That word surprised her. He continued cooking while speaking honestly. No matter if it's normal or just after waking up. I don't dislike you, Brittany. She looked at him silently. Unable to find words, she shyly smiled. Thank you. Blair, your nose can't possibly get any longer. Not bad. You didn't say anything wrong this time. She glanced at the frying pan. By the way, Blair, what are you doing? Why are you putting those little red things into the pan? And mixing them with eggs? I'm making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She looked confused. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? He plated the food, steam rising thickly. He explained, in my hometown, tomatoes are called pink fruit. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is something almost everyone knows how to make there. He recalled his past life. This was the dish he cooked most often. After setting the table, he grabbed his bag to leave. All right, it's done. I'm off to school. Try it while I'm gone. Brittany called out. Wait. She took a cloth and wiped his shirt. His eyes widened in surprise. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. He could hear his heartbeat pounding wildly. After a moment, his shirt was clean as new. She stood at the door, waving. Okay, be careful on your way. He turned back and nodded. Yeah, I'm off. After he left, she sat down and looked at the breakfast. It looked strange. Could it really be edible? She took a spoonful. She was shocked. The flavor lingered on her tongue, the fragrant eggs, the long-lasting aftertaste. Her legs curled up. The tomatoes were sweet and fragrant, cool on the throat just right. Her whole body trembled with joy. So good, so good. I can't believe how good it is. Meanwhile, his stomach was loudly protesting. He rubbed it. The gloomy atmosphere made everyone around puzzled. He had been so busy cooking that he forgot about himself. Still hadn't eaten. The blonde girl immediately said, Hey, have you seen today's academic bulletin? The Howard family has a new head. And the new leader just took office and disbanded the mathematics faction. The brunette girl replied, Of course I saw it. I heard the new head is a young, handsome guy. It feels really mysterious. The white-haired girl excitedly chimed in. The truly mysterious one is that guy. He solved the Feng Du failure problem, came up with the so-called demon number, and then vanished without a trace. The brunette frowned in curiosity. Who is he exactly? The blonde replied, I heard from Uncle Ben at the Math Association that he's actually about our age. Plus, the reason he's kept so quiet is because he requested it himself. How could one number shake the entire math world? And he's supposedly our age? I don't buy it. Then the blonde put her hand to her mouth and whispered, I think he must be a mysterious old man in disguise. From a distance, Isabella and Blair quietly watched the three girls. Isabella placed her hands on her hips and asked, Hey Blair, are you even listening to me? I'm asking if you really don't know how to express that number. Blair shrugged and replied, I told you, I don't know everything. Isabella slammed her hand on the table angrily and shouted, No way, you must be lying to me. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. Isabella, are you here to pick a fight with my little Blair again? Alice stepped in from the doorway with a bright smile, waving as she greeted, Good morning, Blair, underclassman. Suddenly, Alice blew a kiss that left Blair frozen in place. Isabella's expression turned sharp and impatient. She asked Alice, Aren't you supposed to be in third grade? What are you doing here? And who is this, little Blair, of yours? Blair gently responded, Good morning, Sister Alice. Alice blushed slightly and gave a soft smile. Nearby, a white-haired boy saw this and walked over to whisper to a friend sitting nearby. Two popular beauties recognized by the 5th and 3rd grades, Senior Isabella and Senior Alice. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the two girls before wondering if Blair was about to get caught in a love triangle. At that moment, with Alice stepping forward, all attention was on her. She leaned close to Blair's ear and whispered, Blair, what were you all talking about just now? Something about that number? Suddenly, Blair's stomach grumbled loudly, making his face turn red with embarrassment. His stomach rumbled again. Alice and Isabella stared intently at Blair, who awkwardly turned his face away. Then he scratched his head and softly apologized. Alice smiled gently, covering her mouth. Isabella was grumpy and scolded Blair. "Are you a pig? It's not even lunchtime yet." Suddenly, a delicious-smelling steamed bun was handed over with a sweet voice saying, "Here, look at this tasty bun." Seeing the bun, Blair couldn't help but drool. Alice bent down to hand him the bun and asked, "I happen to have an extra lunch today. Could someone help me finish it?" Blair's eyes lit up, and hesitantly he answered, "I guess I can." The bun had a little heart-shaped mark on it, seeming to have a special charm for him. Blair took the bun with one hand, placing the other over his chest, and said, "Thank you, Sister Alice, you're so kind." Before he could even enjoy the bun, Isabella pinched his cheek painfully and shouted, "You can't take that." She scolded him angrily. "How can you just accept food from a stranger like that?" Blair hurried to explain, "I was going to refuse, but the bun smelled too good." Isabella snapped, "If you're hungry, why didn't you ask me?" Blair answered, "I did tell you. Didn't you call me a pig?" Isabella raised her voice, "I don't care. That's because you're not sincere enough. I was here first." Alice calmly explained, "For a genius like Blair, it's only natural that I want to help him." Isabella clenched her teeth in annoyance. She then put a hamburger in front of Blair and said, "Here, this is for you. I also have an extra portion. Now give that bun back to him." Blair looked uncomfortable, replying, "This." Alice stepped forward with a smile, reminding Isabella, "Hey, Isabella, what right do you have to interfere with Blair's choices? As far as I know, Blair hasn't even officially confirmed his relationship with you." Isabella clenched her teeth, her face darkening. She turned to Blair and loudly demanded, "Choose, Blair. Do you want my bun or Sister Alice's? You can only pick one." Alice softened her tone and said, "Just pick what you like. Little brother Blair, either way, I'm fine with it." Alice and Isabella exchanged fierce, competitive looks. Blair sat between them, sweating nervously, thinking, "I just want to quietly eat my meal." Alice and Isabella clenched their teeth, staring at each other with furious eyes. Blair sat in the middle, confused and unsure how to handle the situation. Finally, he decided to take the bun from Isabella's hand. "All right, then, thank you, Sister Isabella," he said. Hearing this, Isabella laughed loudly and smugly, beaming with pride. "See, my sandwich is definitely better." Blair tried to stuff both buns into his mouth at once. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He struggled to swallow the two buns, much to the astonishment of everyone in the room. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to force the buns down his throat, which swelled and turned bright red. As soon as he swallowed the two buns, tears streamed down his face. He tried to say, "Both sandwiches were delicious. Thank you both, sisters." Alice gently clasped her hands and praised him. "Well done." Isabella placed her hand on her cheek, proudly replying, "See, my sandwich really is that good. Too bad you had to eat it so fast." Suddenly, Alice wiped the crumbs off Blair's face with her finger, leaving him completely stunned. She slowly brought her finger near his lips and gently reminded him, "You've got crumbs on your mouth there. You really need to be more careful." Then Alice stuck out her tongue and licked the crumbs off her finger. Blair blushed deeply as he looked at her. Isabella angrily shouted, "Alice, what are you trying to do?" At that moment, Alice paid no attention to Isabella's words. She climbed onto the desk, savored the taste of the crumbs on her finger, and exclaimed, "My sandwich isn't bad at all. It's really delicious." Suddenly, the school bell rang loudly. Alice jumped in surprise and said, "Oh no, class is about to start." She quickly waved goodbye to Blair and reminded him, "See you later, Blair. Be sure to study hard." Blair smiled brightly in response. "Goodbye, sister." As Alice left, Isabella grabbed Blair's arm and said, "I'm leaving now. I'll wait for you in class after school." Blair listened attentively and replied honestly, "Got it." Isabella left the classroom and slammed the door shut behind her. Blair sighed in relief, thinking, "Finally, she's gone." Suddenly, a chubby hand pinched his cheek and called, "Blair." It was Toby, who sat next to Blair. Curiously, he asked, "So, since when did you know Sister Alice?" Blair answered, "I think it was a few nights ago." Toby covered his face in shock and exclaimed, "At night?" Blair replied seriously, "What do you mean?" "That night, Brittany took me to an academic exchange at the Math Association. That's where I met Sister Alice." "Wait, the academic exchange a few days ago? Isn't that where they presented the demon number?" Suddenly, Blair reminded, "Hey, Brittany's here." During class, Blair went up to the board to solve a problem. While doing the exercise, he explained to everyone, "You can try different methods. This is how to solve this formula." While he worked on the problem, Teacher Brittany said, "Now everyone, Feel free to split into groups to discuss the question on the board." Then she quietly called Blair over. He turned around to look. She sneakily took out a sandwich hidden behind her back. Blair asked in surprise, "What's this?" Teacher Brittany whispered, "You forgot to eat breakfast today, right? Here, this is for you. Eat quickly." Holding the sandwich, Blair's expression darkened. He forced a smile and thought, "So it's a sandwich after all." Blair then returned to his seat to discuss the lesson with his friends. He took out the sandwich. Still looking unhappy, Toby asked, "Blair, why do you have another sandwich?" Blair hesitated. It's a long story. We should focus on the lesson first." Suddenly, a pink-haired girl stood up and slammed the table, startling Jasmine, who nearly dropped her glasses. The girl smiled and asked, "Earlier Toby said you joined the math exchange a few days ago. So you must have seen that mysterious person, right? I saw in the academic bulletin that the mysterious guy solved the 7 bridges of Wong capital problem at the seminar. And also came up with the demon number." Blair looked pale and asked, "What should I say?" "I guess you could say I saw him." The pink-haired girl, hands on her hips, asked in surprise, "Guess?" At that moment, Jasmine sat silently with a deeply suspicious expression. Blair had no choice but to make up an excuse. "When that mysterious person appeared, I was busy with something else, so I wasn't there. By the time I got back, he had already announced the demon number. The exchange was pretty chaotic by then, and I couldn't find him." The girl asked curiously, "At such an important moment, you had to leave? What was so urgent?" Blair sighed helplessly. "I ate too much, so I had diarrhea." Upon hearing this, Toby grumbled, "Diarrhea at a crucial moment like that? Blair, even if I gave you a chance, you wouldn't be able to take it." The girl immediately defended Blair. "What are you talking about, Toby? Blair is good enough to even attend that academic exchange. The people there were all important figures from Aba City. Just knowing 1 or 2 of them is impressive." Then she looked at Blair with admiration and asked, "By the way, Blair, do you have time recently? Could you come over and tutor me on some math problems? There are quite a few I don't understand. My estate is huge. If you get tired, you can just stay over." "No problem at all." Toby nearby sneered, "You, tutoring math? I'd be embarrassed to expose you." The girl angrily snapped back, "I know how to study. So what if I do?" Stood in the corner watching them and then fell into thought. At school, Blair walked down the corridor tiredly, thinking, "And then there's Chris too, what a handful." He also thought, "I really should build good relations with the magic department. Since when did you care so much about practicing magic?" He tried to encourage himself. "I still need to practice magic. That's what really matters." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him. The figure pulled out a knife and pressed it against Blair's neck. Blair wondered silently, "Who is this?" They stood frozen, staring at each other. The figure spoke first, "Don't act rashly. This knife is very sharp." Seeing the familiar friend, Blair replied fearfully, "Lily, you're..." She cut him off. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who solved the 7 bridges of Wong capital problem and revealed the demon number at that exchange, right? I noticed your math and magic skills have been growing very strangely lately." Suddenly, she shouted indignantly, "You're not Blair. He couldn't possibly have that talent. Tell me, where is the real Blair? Who are you, and why are you impersonating him?" Blair tried to explain, "You're asking too many questions. I don't know where to start. But first, I am Blair, that's true." He thought to himself, "Better not mention the whole time travel thing just yet." She angrily clamped her hand over his mouth and shouted, still speechless, "Huh? Don't tell me you think your translation magic is perfect?" Blair cried out in pain. Feeling guilty for hurting her, she said confidently, "But the more perfect the translation magic is, the more it can be broken by direct contact." Suddenly, she thought, "What?" Lily squeezed his cheek hard and whispered, "No reaction?" Blair tried to endure the pain, thinking, it hurts so much." He angrily kicked at her, causing Lily to lose balance and fall. In that moment of fear, she squeezed her eyes shut, expecting a hard fall, but she didn't feel anything. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized Blair had caught her just in time. That scene stirred something in her heart. To Lily, Blair was a strong person. Blushing, she shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Blair calmly replied, "Okay, I'll let you go, but don't put that knife to my neck again. And also," he added, "you already tried that once. You believe I'm Blair now, right?" Her face flushed red as she replied, "HMPH, let me go first." But inside, she still doubted, "Even if you don't use translation magic, how can you suddenly have such talent in math and magic? And your way of speaking is very different from Blair's." He quickly answered, "How should I say this? It's a long story. I am Blair, but also not Blair. Actually, I had a very long dream. When I woke up, I became who I am now. Blair began to explain, I come from a world without magic, where science and technology are highly advanced. In contrast, the science and technology in this world have developed so much that they even surpass magic. People here can use scientific and technological devices to accomplish many things that magic cannot. He continued, thanks to this advanced science, humans can reach nearly every corner of the planet, and even travel beyond space to other planets. As for me, I was an ordinary math teacher in that world. Because of that, I can use advanced mathematical knowledge that people here can hardly imagine. Suddenly, Lily raised her hand to speak. Excuse me, teacher. Tran Lak turned to her. Does the student have a question? Lily asked with curiosity. Is it really possible to travel through space? Are there really other planets beyond the sky? Tran Lak explained. That's a very good question. Of course, it is possible to leave the sky and travel into outer space. Besides our planet, there are countless other planets in the universe. Lily smiled slyly. I understand, teacher. Thank you for your explanation. But the key question is why I suddenly became like this. Blair was at a loss for words. Back at the school scene, they faced each other, deeply engaged in conversation. Realizing he might have said too much, Blair apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to overshare. In short, I dreamed a very long dream. When I woke up, I suddenly had the talent for math and magic like I do now. But unfortunately, I also lost some of my original memories. Lily listened intently, then hesitantly said, Blair shyly added, that's basically it. She sighed. Well, then. Lily smiled awkwardly. Looks like you really are Blair, still the same as before. Liking to talk about uncertain things. Blair was curious. Do I usually talk like that? She nodded. Almost. Compared to magic, you're more interested in science. You've said you want to live in a world without magic. But maybe it's because you don't have much talent for magic. Then she comforted him. That's why you cried in your dream, because you lost your memories. Don't worry, I'll help you recover them. Hearing that, Blair squeezed her hand gratefully. So you've always cared about me like that. Thank you, Lily. Looking at the hand holding hers, she blushed and said, I only agreed to help you find your memories. Don't read too much into it. Before she finished, Blair asked with a puzzled tone. Huh? Read too much into what? At school, Blair was walking down the hallway. Looking down, he suddenly noticed something surprising. Suddenly, a strong arm slung over his shoulder. It was Toby, who fiercely lifted him up. Blair struggled. Hey, what's wrong with you? Toby angrily demanded. Where did you disappear to just now? Frightened, Blair answered. A tornado swept me off the parking lot. Hey, let me go. I'm flying a plane. Maya. Toby grabbed his collar and said. Stop sneaking around behind my back. Tell me honestly what you were doing. Blair struggled back, biting Toby's airway to fight him off. Suddenly, someone appeared. Toby stammered. PR Principal Fitch. Toby asked in surprise. What do you want to do? Unexpectedly, Fitch bowed deeply before them. He said, Friend Blair, I'm sorry. It turns out I was wrong. Recognizing his mistake, he said sincerely, I, Edward Fitch, sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive me. Blair was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered silently. What is going on? Blair asked himself. Forgive. Or, whispers echoed around the room. Senior Fitch apologizing to someone again? What on earth has Blair done? Lately, the Edward family has been in turmoil. It's rare to even see Fitch around. So why is he suddenly rushing to the academy to apologize? Someone handed Blair a black piece of paper, making him curious. What's this? Blair and Toby examined the paper while listening to the explanation. This is from Abel Edward, the new head of the Edward family and Fitch's older brother. He asked me to deliver this invitation to you. He's organizing a press conference for the entire kingdom's math community, where all the rumors about the Edward family will be addressed. Fitch bowed his head, his words polite but his heart filled with resentment. I also hope, Blair, that the elders won't hold a grudge against a child. Please forgive my previous disrespect and honor us with your attendance. Toby whispered a warning. Blair, don't go. Fitch suddenly acting so humble and inviting you like this is definitely a trap. Blair stroked his chin, silent and thoughtful. At the Edward family palace, the inside was bustling with people. Greetings echoing non-stop. Professor, long time no see. Sorry for bothering you at this academic lecture. You're here too? Blair, dressed sharply, looked up and murmured to himself. In the end, curiosity got the better of me. I wonder how this Abel plans to handle the current situation. Suddenly, someone grabbed his ear sharply. It was Isabella, scolding him angrily. I knew you'd come too. Where did you disappear to this afternoon? Didn't I tell you to stay in the classroom after school and wait for me?" Blair groaned painfully. A voice called from behind. "Blair, so you came after all." Brittany waved cheerfully. "We were just looking for you at the academy." Blair asked, "Brittany, did everyone else get the invitation too?" Brittany shook her head. News that the Edwards are holding a press conference tonight has practically spread through the kingdom's math community. Almost everyone in Aba City is here, and many others came from far away, but no one else got an invitation. Finding this strange, Blair thought, "That's odd. Am I the only one who actually received the invitation?" Suddenly, someone touched his ear again, making him jump. It was Alice, who asked kindly, "Little Blair, is your ear okay? Isabella's a bit rough. Let me massage it for you." Blair blushed. "Oh, Senior Alice is here too." He smiled faintly while Isabella looked displeased. Isabella protested, "I barely used any force." "Okay, Blair, tell me honestly, does it hurt?" Alice gently said. "Blair, let me blow on it." Then she turned to Isabella and teased, "Look, it's all red. How could it not hurt?" Caught in the middle of the two women's quarrel, Blair thought, "Here we go again." Brittany gestured forward, urging, "Come on, the press conference is about to start." Behind her, Blair was still stuck in the awkward struggle, silently begging for help. The crowd moved inside with a steady rhythm. Something inside caught Blair's attention. The painting from before had been replaced by a blank sheet of paper. He thought, the 7 bridges of Vong Du have been erased. Brittany chuckled. "Abel, I wonder how he's going to handle this situation." Blair asked, "Brittany, do you know Abel?" Brittany replied, "Sort of. He and I used to be classmates. He originally planned to become a teacher at the academy. But 3 years ago, he suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason. A few days ago, when I heard he'd become the new head of the Edward family, I was really surprised." Blair asked, "What kind of person is Abel?" Brittany pondered before answering, "How should I put it? He's the kind of person whose eyes see only math." She recalled Abel as he had been back then. In Abel's room, he was sitting and reviewing documents. Fitch entered and said, "Sir, everyone's here now. They're all waiting for you to appear." Abel suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Fitch, have you ever been in love?" Fitch looked confused. "What?" Abel replied, "Being late is the best tactic to increase the other person's anticipation during a date." Adjusting his clothes, Abel asked, "By the way, has the person you were supposed to find arrived yet?" Fitch answered, "There are too many people here, so I'm not sure if Blair has arrived. But I've done my best." Abel placed a hand on Fitch's shoulder and said softly, "Relax, Fitch, I'm not your father. You don't need to be so afraid." Then Abel stepped forward and said, "Let's go. It's time for the Edward family to turn a new page." His face was serious. Inside the grand hall, voices echoed everywhere. Suddenly, someone spotted a figure and shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention, "He's here! He's here!" Abel stepped inside, and the crowd quickly parted, making way for him. A young woman caught sight of Abel's youthful appearance and thought to herself, "So young." Abel stood before a blank painting, spreading his arms wide. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is an honor to welcome you all to tonight's gathering." He placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "I am Abel Edward, representing the Edward family, here to express my deepest gratitude to you all." Brittany, standing below, thought silently, Abel is completely different from 3 years ago, in both his manner of dress and speech. Abel then pulled a book from within his coat. "I'm sure you've been waiting long enough and want to get to the main topic quickly," he said, raising the book, "but please allow me to share with you a story about our family first." The book in Abel's hand caught Blair's attention. He quietly wondered, "What is this?" Abel continued, "This is the journal of the first clan leader of the Edward family. Within these pages lies the truth that our family has long hidden." He began to recount the story. Years ago, the first clan leader attempted to solve the 7 bridges problem of Vong Du, a challenge he himself had posed. Like many scholars of that era, he traversed the 7 bridges many times. Despite spending much time, he could not find a solution. But he never gave up. One day, suddenly, he believed he had finally found a successful route without repetition. In his excitement, he immediately announced his success publicly and promised to demonstrate his method to everyone the next morning. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed that he did not verify his solution a second time before revealing it to the public. Late at night, after calming down and attempting the route again, he discovered a fatal error. He hadn't truly succeeded, he had accidentally marked the wrong path while walking, mistakenly believing he had found the solution. Realizing this irreversible mistake, the next morning he lost all honor and respect. Ultimately, Overcome with unbearable regret, the clan leader chose to end his life by jumping into a lake, using his death to atone to the public. At the same time, he left behind this journal, recording the entire truth and urging future generations to reveal the reality to the world. But little did he expect that his descendants would betray his wish, instead of revealing the truth. They hid this journal and declared that the clan leader had truly found the solution but accidentally drowned before the demonstration. All this was done to protect what they called the family's honor until today. A heavy silence fell over the hall. After finishing the story, Abel paused briefly, then continued, "However, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. Eventually, the Edward family must face reality, face everything." With those words, Abel bowed deeply, leaving the audience stunned. Fitch hurried forward, flustered. "Sir, you're still bowing." Abel spoke firmly. "On behalf of the Edward family, I sincerely apologize for the many years of hidden truths and the long-standing lies." A girl covered her mouth in shock. "Really? Is that true? How could such a thing happen?" Someone nearby frowned. "The Edwards hid this for so long?" Blair thought to himself. Abel is incredibly decisive. After the Seven Bridges problem was proven unsolvable, the Edward family's lies were exposed. Now, revealing the truth shifts the responsibility to the current generation, lessening the burden on the first clan leader, and minimizing the family's damage. A girl raised her hand to ask, "So, when you dissolved the factions a few days ago, was that to atone for this lie?" Abel remained bowed as he answered. The dissolution was partly to atone. But that wasn't the main reason. The most important reason, he continued, is the devil's number. The girl pressed on. "You mean you still haven't found the devil's number?" Abel finally stood upright, smoothing back his hair. "That's right, we haven't found the devil's number. But it's not due to any lack of ability. It's because the devil's number doesn't actually exist." This unexpected revelation left Blair stunned and speechless. A man looked puzzled and asked Abel, "What do you mean when you say it doesn't exist?" Abel replied sternly, "Strictly speaking, within the current mathematical systems we know, this number does not exist. This is the fundamental reason why my faction failed to solve the problem. We are not yet in a position to claim that everything in the world can be calculated with mathematics and numbers." Everyone present looked quite surprised after hearing that. A young man spoke up. "So, you're saying the devil's number has no solution?" Abel immediately shook his head firmly. "No." He spread his arms wide and spoke resolutely. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that the devil's number has no solution, nor is it a nightmare for us mathematicians. On the contrary, it's an entirely new field that we have never touched upon before." He continued seriously, "The person who can lead our mathematical community to solve all of this is..." He pointed with a finger straight ahead. Clearly very confident, he loudly announced, "The one who proposed the devil's number is none other than Blair of St. Donya's Academy." As soon as the name was mentioned, everyone started whispering excitedly, "Blair? Who's that? Isn't he the young man who recently presented a thesis? I was there. It was indeed a Blair who proposed it." Abel clasped his hands behind his back and explained further. "Perhaps many here haven't heard much about him because Blair is very humble. At the math seminar a few days ago, after presenting the devil's number, he asked that his name not be publicly disclosed." Abel's gaze grew more determined than ever. His brows furrowed deeply as he said, "But now, for our mathematics community to overcome this tough barrier and reach new territory, we need Blair to step up and lead us." Hearing the rumors about Blair, Brittany couldn't help but worry. She quietly turned to whisper to him, "Blair, what will you do now?" The three girls looked back, but Blair was nowhere to be seen. Brittany looked confused. Where did he go? Fitch sensed something was wrong and approached Abel, whispering, "Sir, it seems Blair isn't here." Abel sighed but showed no surprise. "I thought he might be curious enough to come. But it's all right." He tugged at his tie knot and frowned. "Sooner or later, he'll come to me on his own." Fitch was surprised but said nothing. Elsewhere, Blair was pretending to read a newspaper, quietly listening to the girls' conversation behind him. The topic seemed to be about him. "Hey, did you guys hear? Recently, people have been saying the mysterious person who proposed the devil's number is Blair." Another girl replied, "Yeah, I heard too. Now everyone's calling for Blair to solve the problem he introduced." Listening to their talk, Blair felt like crying silently. Abel had shifted all attention onto him. Now no one cared about the Edwards anymore. His mind was overwhelmed by what others were saying, like, "Is Blair really that talented? Is it true? Remember that magic test?" Suddenly, someone poked his shoulder. "Blair." It was Toby. Blair quickly turned to him and said, "Please, stop it. Didn't I say earlier I saw the situation getting bad and I left quickly?" I don't really know what happened after that, so don't ask. Toby had crumbs stuck to the corner of his mouth but listened intently. Suddenly, Toby pointed at something and said, well, Blair, curious, turned to look. A huge man was standing in front of him. It was Professor Hank, the history teacher. Blair jumped and stammered, Teacher Hank. In a deep voice, the professor said, Blair, I know your math skills are very advanced and you're famous now. But do you have any comments on me? You've never scored above average on my history tests. Blair hesitated, scratched his chin, and forced a smile. Well, Mr. Hank, listen to my explanation. My memory of history isn't very good. Hearing this half-hearted excuse, Hank angrily slammed his hand on the table and scolded. Blair, remember this well. He was really furious because he thought Blair was being arrogant. No matter how famous he became, he was still a student and had to prioritize studying, no arrogance allowed. Trying to help, Toby timidly raised his hand and said, Mr. Hank, someone is looking for Blair. Hank, still angry, snapped at Toby. Looking for what? Can't you see I'm teaching him? Toby, scared, waved his hand to deny and pointed elsewhere. But it's Vice Dean Archer. Ignoring Toby's words, Hank kept scolding loudly. I said I'm teaching him. Whoever comes here is useless. Even Vice Dean Archer is no exception. Understand? At that moment, someone really appeared behind Hank. It was Vice Dean Archer. He looked annoyed but placed a hand on Hank's shoulder, making his face turn red, and said, Mr. Hank, I'm here to see Blair. Afraid of his earlier harsh words, Hank quickly wiped sweat from his face and replied timidly, Vice Dean is here. Blair, hurry up, don't keep the Vice Dean waiting. In the hallway, footsteps approached. Archer smiled warmly and extended a hand to Blair. We meet again. Blair, still scared. Blair hesitated to shake Archer's hand and replied, President Calvin, are you here because of the devil's number? Archer immediately persuaded him. People are calling on you to solve the devil's number. Our mathematical association here in Aba is also under some pressure. We sincerely hope you can help. Blair frowned and answered bluntly, I'm not really interested in helping. The door suddenly burst open with great force. Inside stood Brittany, her face full of confusion. Toby pushed the door open, then leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. Seeing this, Brittany worriedly asked, Toby, what's wrong? Toby gasped out, It's not good, Miss Brittany, you need to go check on him. Blair, he's been taken. Toby added. Brittany couldn't hide the worry spreading across her face after hearing that he had been taken away. At the meeting room, a large crowd had gathered. Everyone seemed eager to see Blair. They stared at him as if he were some strange creature standing before them. Finally, Blair spoke. 4 directors and deputy directors, 3 deputy heads of the Mathematics Association, and 10 association officials are standing outside the door. His expression far from happy. Still sitting with his legs crossed on the chair, he continued, Chairman Calvin, you're forcing me to agree. Hearing this, Mr. Archer quickly replied, Blair, you put forward this devil's number. We can't just ignore the entire mathematics community. Blair smiled lightly and said, Chairman Calvin, the mathematics community is used to calling truth devil's work, is it not? A man nearby showed clear irritation and said, You brat, do you know who we are? The woman beside him angrily pointed at Blair and said, You. Before she could continue, a hand shot out, stopping them from approaching Blair. It was Archer, trying to reason with Blair. This devil's number really can't be expressed as a ratio of integers? Blair quickly answered, Not only the devil's number. He slowly rose from his chair, speaking as he stood. The squares of 2, 3, and 5, all cannot be represented by integers. There are infinitely many such numbers, and detailed proofs can be made using mathematical methods. Right now, this is all I can share. Calvin responded, You mean? He couldn't believe what he'd just heard and exclaimed, We've been wrong for hundreds of years? Blair calmly explained, That's normal. Isn't mathematics itself a science that constantly discovers mistakes and corrects them? He smiled and continued, As long as we find ways to prove and redefine this kind of number, mathematics' scope can be expanded. Archer placed his hand on his chest and pleaded earnestly, Blair, you must know how to prove and define it. Please help us. Help the mathematics community. Blair quickly replied, Sorry, Chairman Calvin, this is something I truly cannot help with. He was firm in his refusal. I can see what you're afraid of. You fear that a century-old doctrine might be overturned, that you might blindly follow a wrong path. Blair went on, Fear is natural. He began recalling his past and homeland, then told them, In my homeland, generations of humans declared war on terrifying devils in the name of truth and knowledge. Spreading his arms, he continued, "It is precisely because of fear of the unknown that we seek to understand it. To find truth, our courageous predecessors tried repeatedly to overcome that fear. So if I give you the results now, it would only harm mathematics. I firmly believe," he said, "if mathematics faces fear with courage, we can overcome this challenge." Everyone stood silently, listening to his explanation. In the end, the praise of humanity is praise for those with courage. Archer's face was stunned. Praise of humanity is praise for the brave. Everyone bowed deeply before Blair. Startling him, Archer said, "Blair, you're right. Earlier, we were too focused on fame and fortune. Thank you for your guidance today. The mathematics community will always remember your contributions." Blair looked dumbfounded, unable to ask anything more, as he didn't understand why they respected him so much. No, Deputy Principal, you flatter me," he stammered. Before he could finish, the door was suddenly kicked open and smashed. The force was so strong that someone was thrown out with the door itself. That person, along with the door, flew all the way to a distant wall, collapsing to the floor before the shocked eyes of everyone present. The one who did it was Brittany. Both her hands and eyes blazed with murderous intent upon hearing Blair had been taken. Brittany growled angrily, as if wanting to tear the place down. "What have you done to my Blair?" Blair waved his hand to greet Brittany. The teacher. He slowly walked toward her. Despite the fierce magical aura she radiated, smiling brightly, "You're here." Blair quietly gave a thumbs up and softly said, "Miss Brittany, I'm okay. They just wanted to talk to me about a few things." Seeing him safe, Brittany immediately blushed and calmed her anger. I'm sorry, Chairman, I just thought." Archer, instead of blaming her, smiled and said, I understand. After all, Blair is a genius and your favorite student. We were a bit abrupt in taking him without telling you first." Brittany blushed and said, "Oh, this." The sun was already high in the sky. In the hallway, only Brittany walked ahead with Blair following behind. She shyly turned back to explain, "I was just worried. When Toby said you were taken, I feared they might do something bad to you." Blair smiled and replied, "Don't worry, teacher, I'll be fine. Besides, this is the school. With so many students, they can't do anything to me." Brittany softened her voice. "That's true, Blair. Actually, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you." Blair rested his chin on his hand. "What question?" She hesitated a moment before continuing, then turned serious and asked him, "Why did you bring up the devil's number to cause such chaos?" Blair was puzzled. "Miss Brittany, weren't you there at the time too?" "I was just following the tradition of mathematicians, asking them a question in return. I didn't expect the question to be so difficult and to lead to that devilish number." Suddenly, Brittany realized something wasn't right. "Wait, do you like Isabella?" Blair's eyes widened. "Huh?" He began recalling the moments when he saw Isabella walking with that Fitch guy. A sharp pang of jealousy filled his chest. Lost in thought, he was startled when Brittany placed both hands on his shoulders. Supporting the kingdom of curves is quite powerful. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Besides, I'm on your side." Blair blushed deeply, raising his hand to explain. "No, Miss Brittany, please listen." Before he could say more, Brittany skipped away humming a cheerful tune, reminding him, "Remember to go home early after class, I still have teaching hours." "I'm off now," Blair called after her. "Hey, wait," but no one paid any attention. That evening, Blair cooked dinner while mulling over the afternoon's events. He hadn't realized just how much Brittany's brainpower could be boosted. He better find a time to properly explain things to her. So absorbed in his thoughts, he didn't notice when Isabella suddenly appeared, peering at his frying pan. "What are you doing? Cooking? Smells good." Blair was startled. "Isabella, what are you?" Before he could recover, Brittany also appeared out of nowhere, scrutinizing his cooking. It was the perfect moment to explain why both were there. "I called Isabella here. Tonight she wanted to study that devilish number. And since we hadn't eaten yet, I thought Isabella might as well try your cooking skills." Blair helplessly accepted. "So that's how it is," Isabella said. Blair took the chance to ask, "By the way, Miss Brittany, your main magic type is wind magic, right?" "Exactly," Isabella answered. "Miss Brittany is a senior wind element mage." Blair scoffed. "No wonder. When I was buying ingredients today, I thought about making a refrigerator. But I guess I'll need a senior wind mage's help." Brittany didn't quite understand and asked, "What's a refrigerator?" He handed her a drawing of a refrigerator for clarity. "It's a device that cools things, so food can be preserved better." Isabella came closer to examine the drawing. Although a bit rough and simple, the fridge shape was recognizable. Suddenly, Isabella burst into loud laughter. Kicking and thrashing, Ha 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 ha. Blair, your drawing is too artistic. Brittany could only cover her mouth to stifle her laughter, while Blair's face darkened with embarrassment. Annoyed, he snatched the drawing back and argued. Who asked you to care? This is a design blueprint. But she still couldn't stop laughing. Design blueprint? Looks like a dog scratched it. Meanwhile, Brittany focused all her energy to create the refrigerator as Blair had requested. Blair, is this the refrigerator you want? A refrigerator gradually took shape before their eyes. Within moments, Brittany had completed it. It was truly impressive. Blair admired. Yes, Brittany, how did you manage to make that so quickly? She flexed a little. As you can see, I also know water magic. So making this was pretty easy. Both Isabella and Blair were astonished at Brittany's incredible power. No way. Dual element mages are extremely rare. Miss Brittany. Blair was curious. Miss Brittany, your magical talent is amazing. Why do you stay at St. Donya's Academy? At the mention, Brittany hesitated and didn't want to say more. Glancing at the fragrant meat sizzling in the pan, she quickly changed the subject. Looks like the food's done. Blair panicked and rushed to turn off the stove. After some fumbling with the table setting, the meal was finally ready. It was Isabella's first time seeing a normal person's food, and she was a bit hesitant. Though the aroma was tempting, the dishes looked strange and unfamiliar. Brittany scooped rice while persuading Isabella. At first, I thought Blair's cooking looked odd too. But it's actually very tasty. You should try it. Blair looked a little sulky. These dishes are from my hometown. Isabella, it's normal you haven't tried them. Besides, I didn't invite you to eat. Isabella turned away with an attitude. HMPH, a pervert like you can't make anything good. Still, despite saying that, even though Isabella swore she wouldn't touch these suspicious dishes even if she was starving, her mouth was already watering. The food on the table had been completely eaten by Isabella. She licked her lips, savoring the lingering flavors. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. So fragrant. Blair was surprised. He asked, Isabella, didn't you say you wouldn't touch anything I cooked even if you were starving? Isabella pinched his ear. Well, I can't be blamed. It's just that you cook too well. Ouch, that hurts. Blair shouted. Brittany saw this and laughed. Both Blair and Isabella turned to her, asking, what's so funny, Miss Brittany? She replied, nothing, I just think you two make a perfect match. The two classmates stared at her in surprise. Isabella showed a displeased expression. Who could possibly be a match for this pervert? Blair retorted. Who could possibly match this arrogant girl? Brittany asked. Right, Isabella, now that you're a junior mage, have you seriously thought about which magic specialty you want to focus on later? Isabella answered. I want us to specialize in wind magic. Like Miss Brittany. Brittany explained. Although wind magic becomes very powerful at advanced levels, before reaching senior mage status, it's not that strong in combat. And since you're a girl, the most important thing is to protect yourself. You might consider earth magic, after all. Earth magic has the strongest defense among the four elements. Isabella frowned. I don't like that. Earth magic is so rustic. Blair felt helpless. No wonder she came up with that reason. Isabella seemed to notice his thoughts and pinched his ear again. This time Blair angrily shouted. Not again. I didn't say anything. Isabella shot back. Clearly, you're mocking me in your head. Pervert, I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at you. Then Brittany asked. Blair, what magic specialty are you planning to choose? Blair was still thinking, then said, only kids choose just one. Obviously, I'm going to choose them all. Isabella mocked him. Wanting to choose them all? Are you dreaming? Miss Brittany has a rare talent. Do you really think you can learn multiple magic systems at once, let alone all four? Brittany was surprised. If it's Blair, maybe he really can. Isabella showed irritation. Brittany, he just talks nonsense. Why would you believe him? Brittany continued. The magical elements around Blair give off a very strange feeling, chaotic yet tightly bound. Maybe he truly can simultaneously harmonize the elemental magic of all four systems. Brittany stood up. Anyway, we'll discuss choosing specialties later. By then, you'll have to make your decision. Although you're here to study math, magic and math aren't in conflict. Besides math, I can also guide you in magic. Blair and Isabella happily agreed. Okay, suddenly, Brittany added, but to become an excellent mage, first, you can't rely too much on magic alone. Although the gods grant us the power to cast magic, they also gave us magic incantations and the existence of hand gestures. Many times, mages don't have time to cast spells. To compensate for this, excellent mages need to train in martial arts, specialized to handle situations when they're attacked up close and can't cast magic. Brittany demonstrated by casting a spell to clean the dishes at once. Blair was amazed. Wow, with this, there's no need to waste time washing dishes anymore. Magic really is convenient. Brittany went on. In many cases, martial arts skills are even more important than magic. I hope you two realize this soon. So before teaching you magic, I will first teach you martial arts. Blair was surprised again. Brittany knows martial arts too? Isabella said. Brittany, I already learned martial arts at home. How about I try it out with Blair first, so he can get a hands-on idea? Brittany agreed. Okay, but be careful not to hurt Blair. Isabella stretched and prepared herself. Don't worry, I'll go easy on him. But in her mind she thought differently. HMPH, math and magic might make you a bit better than me. But martial arts? I definitely won't lose to you. Blair was surprised. Isabella was already in a ready stance. She said, Blair, don't cry when I beat you later. Isabella lunged quickly at Blair. He remained calm and still. Isabella shouted, take this, but Blair dodged. Isabella raised her fist to strike Blair. But he dodged. Then he grabbed her wrist. Isabella was startled. Blair wrestled her forward to the ground. She cursed. Pervert, let go. Blair replied, I can let go, but you also, before he could finish. Isabella's foot suddenly kicked sideways into his face. It was a sneaky attack. Blair swung his arm and threw her backward. Isabella panicked, screaming, I'm falling. But luckily, she didn't hit the ground. Blair caught her gently. He said softly, Senior Isabella, sorry for offending you. Isabella blushed a little. Brittany was surprised. Blair, so you've actually learned martial arts before? Blair answered, not officially. I just got interested in martial arts and trained in Tan Da for a while back home. Brittany asked curiously, Tan Da? That's something I've never heard of. Your homeland really is full of wonders. Suddenly, a hand pinched Blair's ear. It was Isabella, who snapped, Pervert, how long do you want to keep hugging me? Let go already. Blair replied, Oops, forgot. Isabella turned her back, muttering, If I hadn't slipped, I wouldn't have lost to you so soon. Brittany grew interested. Blair, your Tan Da from earlier was too weak. Try attacking me with it. Blair hesitated. No, it's not good. Tan Da is hard to control. I almost hurt Isabella. Brittany said confidently. Don't worry, just attack with full strength. Blair agreed. Okay, but you be careful too. Blair charged to attack. Brittany prepared to counter. As Blair got closer, he found himself face to face with her large chest. He blushed, recalling what his martial arts coach had once said, when fighting a real expert. You might not even realize what happened to your body until after. He had doubted it then. But now, he believed it. Brittany struck him blindside. Blair had no time to react and was about to fall backward. But was luckily caught. Brittany helped him sit on the ground. Isabella watched anxiously. Brittany, what's wrong with Blair? Is he okay? Brittany said, You care about him too much. Huh? Don't worry. He just lost consciousness for a moment. He'll wake up soon. Isabella exclaimed. What? I just hope this pervert doesn't wake up again. Brittany teased. Isabella, the truth is, you like Blair, don't you? Isabella was startled. Huh? No. How could I like that pervert? I don't. Brittany, don't say nonsense. Brittany said. No need to deny it. I'm not wrong, because I also. Suddenly Brittany felt something strange. Blair had woken up and was hugging her by the waist. Brittany? Isabella's jaw dropped in shock. Then she covered her mouth. Speechless. Blair woke up groggily. This is. Blair grimaced, clutching the injury on his cheek and groaning. Ouch. Toby saw this and mocked. What happened to you? Just a nap at Brittany's place and you're already hurt? Must have been a wild night. Huh? Blair panicked. Hey, I just slipped and fell. That's all. Then he thought to himself. It's because of that violent girl. Recalling the scene, Isabella had sat on top of Blair and scolded him in front of Brittany. Pervert, and now you even dare to lay hands on Brittany right in front of me. Blair just lay there groaning in pain. Ouch, my arm's about to break. Brittany awkwardly advised Isabella. Isabella, let him go. He didn't mean it. Blair was both angry and frustrated. Martial arts skills aren't great. But the strength is no joke. He almost broke my arm. He also thought about Brittany's martial arts. He hadn't expected her techniques to be so powerful. Clearly she had trained for quite some time with a unique style. In this world, ordinary families couldn't afford to let their children start martial arts training from a young age. Let alone also study math and magic. Suddenly, Brittany's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Blair, it was Toby. Toby continued. I've mastered that double fireball spell you taught me last time. Blair turned, surprised. Really? That fast? Toby proudly said. Of course, I'll show you. He closed his eyes and began chanting. Fire elements scattered in the world. Heed my call. Descend here. Watching Toby cast the spell, Blair smiled brightly. Toby finished with a forward palm strike and said, Fireball spell. Blair was stunned, then looked at Toby's hands. Hey, there's nothing there. Toby, confident, said, look carefully. Blair pressed his face close and saw only tiny, weak flames flickering in Toby's hands. Blair patted Toby on the shoulder, smiling. Your magical talent is definitely better than I was at your age. Quietly, Blair thought, that's not really a fireball spell. At best it's just a fire conjuring trick. Suddenly, a plate of pastries was placed on the table, making Blair jump. It was Alice. She set down the pastries and said, Blair, I heard you got hurt, so I brought you some food. Blair looked at Alice shyly and said, Senior Alice. Alice smiled gently. You probably didn't bring lunch today. Huh? Then she turned to Toby. Has this classmate eaten already? Toby panicked and blurted, Eat? I ate. Blair, I just remembered something. I had to go. Blair, drooling but embarrassed, said, It's not good to eat your pastries every day. Alice looked on and asked, Are they tasty? Blair flattered, Your pastries are the best. Senior Alice, by the way, why didn't you eat lunch? Why just stand there watching me eat? Alice laughed. I was going to ask you something. Blair wasn't shy. Go ahead, just ask. If I know the answer, I'll tell you everything. Alice asked, Do you like Isabella? Blair choked on his food in surprise. Senior, why are you asking that too? Blair looked at Alice. Alice met his gaze. Looks like someone else asked you the same thing. So what's your answer? Blair wiped his mouth and replied, Right now, I just want to focus on learning magic. Alice sighed in a disappointed but understanding way. That's such a typical, indifferent answer. But that's okay. Blair asked, Why's that? Before Alice could answer, she suddenly kissed Blair on the cheek. Blair was very surprised. Senior, what? Before he could finish, Alice turned and waved goodbye. I'll come visit you often from now on. Blair's friend. As Alice left, everyone looked at Blair thoughtfully. First Isabella, now Alice. Blair really was quite the ladies' man. In the quiet space of the library, Blair rubbed his head and scratched his ear. Lost in thought, what exactly did Alice mean by what she said yesterday? He still hadn't figured it out. With no progress after a long time, he sighed and decided to let it go. Well, whatever. I've almost finished all the magic books on this floor anyway. Blair yawned and stretched his body after hours of focusing on the pile of books beside him. Feeling he had spent enough time here, he decided to change things up. It was time to head upstairs and check out the second floor. He had heard the magic books that were more advanced. At the main hall, Bella was deeply focused on a book in her hands, though she kept shoving snacks into her mouth. She was glued to a romance comic, if you didn't know better. You might think she was studying magic very seriously. Blair, wearing his camouflage outfit, approached her and showed his library card. Hi, I want to ask, how do I get to the library on the second floor of the guild? Bella glanced at his card and smirked. Oh, a trainee. To get to the second floor library, you need to at least be a junior mage. She tossed his card back. Blair explained his situation. My spiritual energy isn't strong enough yet. I can't pass the junior mage test. Is there any other way? Bella didn't seem interested. She kept reading and mocked. Then you're out of luck. Besides, with your magic level, do you even understand the books upstairs? Blair felt annoyed being looked down on by someone like her. Suddenly, a voice called out, Long time no see, Mr. Tran Lack. It was Lily, cheerfully coming over. Can I help you with something? Seeing someone come to his aid, Bella turned away with a look of disdain. So Lily knows him? This junior mage can't even get certified. And he wants to access the second floor library? She thought, then said loudly, I'm going out for some fresh air. Blair was speechless at her attitude. Ignoring Bella's words, Lily remained professional and calmly explained. Mr. Tran Lack, yes, the second floor library requires junior mage status, unless you can pass a new magic test. Speaking from goodwill, she warned him, but the chance is slim. I think you should focus on improving your spiritual energy first. Blair immediately decided, alright, let's do it. I have a new way to improve the water magic. Lily, sensing his confidence might be overconfidence, cautioned, if your new magic fails, the guild will think you're deceiving them and blacklist you. You won't be able to access any guild resources anymore. Are you sure you want to proceed? She asked one last time. Blair answered boldly, Don't worry, Lily, trust me. The young woman studied him seriously. Seeing his determination, she stopped resisting and gestured. Follow me, Mr. Tranlac. Okay, Blair replied. Inside the room, walls covered with ugly patched-up cracks showed how many fierce magic experiments had taken place here. Two men sat in the center, Brady, dressed in blue robes, and Andre, bald and wearing red. When Lily reported the news, Brady was shocked. What, a magic trainee wants to improve the water ball spell? Andre, who seemed to suspect a trick, scoffed, probably trying to scam the guild under the pretense of improving magic. Basic spells like water ball have been refined for generations, there's no room for improvement. Especially from a mere trainee. Ridiculous. Brady agreed, looking at Lily. Think carefully. If he fails, it's not just a blacklist, wasting guild resources will be punished. Despite the doubt, Lily stood her ground. I understand, but I trust this mage. Let him try. Seeing she couldn't change her mind, Brady relented. Fine, let him in. Conduct the test here. Blair entered and faced the two examiners. He greeted them. Hello, respected seniors. They barely responded, chatting casually. How's your wife? Still attending all those banquets? Suddenly Blair cleared his throat and introduced himself firmly, catching their attention. I am Tranlac, magic trainee. I'm here to improve the water ball spell. After my modifications, its power will increase significantly. Andre narrowed his eyes. Something in his memory stirred. Suddenly, he stood up and pointed at Blair, startling everyone. Wait, it's you? Andre said, hastily pulling Brady aside. Brother, listen. I advise we conduct the test in the lab. This kid is the one from last time. Brady, however, stood his ground and argued. Andre, what's wrong with you? Since that incident, you've gotten timid. He's just a trainee. What are you afraid of? Prideful. Andre challenged. Kid, then show me your improved water ball spell. Now, immediately. Blair had no choice but to obey. Very well, I'll do my best. He raised his arms, gathering spiritual energy that swirled around his body. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, directing the flow of energy through himself. When he opened his eyes, the water and fire elements appeared, each occupying one eye. In a flash, Blair had successfully summoned two opposing elements simultaneously, something that should not naturally coexist. Witnessing this miracle, Brady was speechless, his mouth agape. He turned to Andre. This kid can summon two opposing magic elements at once? Andre, experienced and cautious, quickly cast a protective spell. Fire element of nature. He muttered the incantation. At that moment, the two opposing forces in Blair's hands compressed and fused, the eternal rivals. Water and fire, combining. With a loud boom, the pressure from this fusion blasted toward the two examiners. Though prepared, Andre was still shocked by the overwhelming power. In an instant, his protective spell shattered under Blair's attack. He could only shout, not again. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, accompanied by blinding light that could be seen miles away. Dust and smoke filled the air. Brady exclaimed in shock. How did you do that? He raised his voice, demanding an explanation. Blair replied calmly. This improved version of the water orb spell is actually quite simple. First, summon a water orb, then summon a fire orb. He continued. After that, fuse them together. Pointing to his hands, Blair explained further. The fusion causes a vaporization reaction, releasing power far beyond that of the original fire orb or water orb spells. Brady was amazed. How is this possible? The Magic Academy had only ever seen one successful fire orb summon. And that was considered a stroke of luck. Now you've managed to combine two elemental spells. Then, with respect, he said, Tranlac, please wait here for a moment. Lily, please take good care of our guest. Lily brought over a cup of tea. Please, Tranlac, have some tea. Thank you, Miss Lily, Blair said, holding the cup. He gestured to her. You should sit down, too. If you stand there, it feels odd. All right, Tranlac, she responded shyly. Blair asked, are you also a mage? Lily? She blushed slightly. Yes, but my magical talent isn't very high. You're much better than me, Blair said modestly. Last time, you summoned a powerful fire orb, and now you can use two elemental spells at once. Lily smiled. Actually, my magical talent isn't that great either. My spiritual power hasn't reached the rank of an official mage yet. The power of my spells is strong simply because I use a different casting method. Blair added, as for simultaneously casting two elemental spells, it's not really about talent. It's about the ability to multitask. If you can use both hands to do two different things at the same time, then casting two elemental spells at once shouldn't be so difficult. He demonstrated by drawing two different shapes with both hands simultaneously. Lily looked at the paper in amazement. She laughed. You drew a wolf and a tiger. Not cute animals like cats or dogs. Then she blushed again and said, but multitasking like this is actually one of my strengths. Meanwhile, in the second-floor library office, the men in green and red uniforms reported to their superior. Vice President Elton expressed disbelief. A mage apprentice who can use 2 elemental systems simultaneously? Brady, are you joking? Brady responded immediately. It's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Andre can confirm as well. Andre chimed in. Yes. And the powerful fire orb from before was created by the same person. Vice President Elton pondered seriously. What this young man has demonstrated is not just a method to combine 2 incompatible magic elements. It could represent a whole new direction in magical development. He continued gravely. But the question is, how many people can use this magic? If an improved spell can't be widely used, then it loses its significance. He immediately called for all magic officers and staff to conduct tests. People gathered, murmuring, what's going on? Why did the vice president order us all here? Is there an emergency? Bella grumbled. Great, I barely finished my manicure and now I have to rush here. And where's that annoying Lily? She left the place a mess with all those sunflower seed shells. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Brady stood in the hall and announced, a mage has applied to certify an improved magic technique in our guild. But the casting method is unusual, simultaneously using fire orb and water orb spells. He added, we are gathered to verify whether this magic can be widely developed. I encourage you all to give it a try. A skeptic in the crowd scoffed. Casting fire orb and water orb at the same time? Impossible, Bella thought. Improved magic? That guy must be a poor apprentice. Nothing special. Everyone tried their best to summon the spells. The skeptic failed repeatedly and finally concluded, no matter how much spiritual power I focus, I can't maintain both fire and water orbs simultaneously. The linking methods for different elemental magics aren't compatible. How could any mage summon 2 different elemental orbs at once? The crowd erupted with agreement. Impossible to cast 2 elemental magics simultaneously. No matter how hard we try, it can't be done. Brady urgently turned to Vice President Elton. No one in the guild can do it. Elton replied solemnly. It seems so. Take me to meet Tran Lack. On the way, Brady asked, Vice President Elton, is this demonstration A? Elton nodded. Yes. It seems this combined magic is unique to Tran Lack. No one else can do it. Just then, Lily successfully summoned both water and fire magic in her hands. The 3 senior men were shocked. Lily saw Vice President Elton and gasped. Vice President Elton. Blair stepped forward and said, greetings, Vice President Elton. Miss Lily here is very smart and has learned the water orb spell. But I wonder what the guild's decision is after discussing my improved version. Elton cleared his throat and said, Tran Lack, according to guild rules, to certify a magic improvement, at least 3 members must successfully cast the spell. He extended his hand and continued, but I gathered all current guild members, and none except Miss Lily can simultaneously cast both fire and water orbs. Lily asked incredulously, Vice President Elton, so the certification is denied? He answered, no, I'm making an exception for you, Tran Lack, because your idea about combined magic could be a major milestone for future magic development. Elton then made an offer. I sincerely invite you to become an honorary member of the Magic Guild in Aba City. Will you accept? Blair didn't accept immediately and said, I'm honored, but I have a small condition. Elton encouraged, please, go ahead. Blair pointed at Lily. I request that Miss Lily be promoted to assistant officer of the guild. Lily was stunned, whispering to herself, me? When Lily was proposed for a promotion, Bella showed obvious displeasure. She kept questioning, Lily only got promoted to assistant steward because she helped that student prove his magic? With jealousy, she bit her nails and muttered, that Lily is so annoying. That honor should have been mine. But fate just snatched it away. Then Bella grabbed the collar of a fellow staff member and demanded, tell me, where are Lily and that student now? The poor employee stammered, I don't know. Frustrated, Bella lashed out at her colleagues, calling them useless. Suddenly, she remembered, right, the second floor of the library. Lily, wait for me there. Upstairs, in the office of Deputy Head Elton. Blair was discussing something with him. Elton picked up a document and said, it's settled then, Master Tran Lack. The copyright for the improved water orb technique belongs to you. Of course, management rights still belong to our Aba Magic Association. Blair was surprised. Copyright? Is there such a thing in this world? Seeing his surprise, Elton explained patiently, this copyright means the Magic Association will distribute your improved spell. Anyone wishing to learn it must pay a fee. half of which goes to you as the copyright holder, and the other half to the association. He continued, if anyone copies or sells your spell without paying, they'll be blacklisted at best, or even imprisoned for serious offenses. Hearing this law, Blair couldn't help but admire it. Although technology here is outdated, their awareness of copyright surpasses my own world. Suddenly Elton asked, by the way, about the price for your improved water orb spell. How about 100 gold coins? Taken aback, Blair blurted, what? But when he saw the amount in his system, he realized it was quite substantial. Blair's reaction made Elton misunderstand, so he seriously added, Master Tranlac, the price seems low to me. This spell requires great skill, and if buyers fail to cast it after purchase, they might cause trouble for you and the association. Despite the misunderstanding, Blair smiled and said, all right, then we'll go with your suggestion, 100 gold coins. As for troublemakers, I have a plan. Inside, he chuckled to himself, thinking, 100 gold coins isn't much at all. No wonder magic users here seem so rich. This is basically a loan shark's interest rate. He then suggested, add a line at the end of the spell description. Elton was curious. What line? Blair pointed to the text and said, this improved spell requires special aptitude from the mage. Please consider carefully before purchase. All sales are final. Elton pondered and rephrased it. This improved spell requires special aptitude from the mage. Please think carefully before purchase. All sales are final. The final interpretation rights belong to the Magic Association and Master Tranlac. Confused, Elton asked, so you have the final say? Blair answered, exactly, neither of us bear responsibility afterward. Elton smiled slyly and complimented, very clever, Master Tranlac, you're very thorough. Blair grinned back, same difference. The scene then shifts to a library. Someone raised a hand and said, Master Tranlac, this is the second floor library of our association. Blair was amazed, it was larger than he expected and almost empty. Lily explained, only novice mages usually have access here. Few come up, she continued, this place holds not just advanced magic books but also many newly copyrighted spells. You can browse them all. Blair just replied, Lily noticed something odd and asked, what's wrong, Master Tranlac? He answered, nothing, just that you look great in the assistant steward uniform. Taken by surprise, Lily blushed and thanked him. Ah, I have you to thank for that. Back on topic, Blair asked, by the way, do you know where to find books about improving mental power here? Lily replied, there aren't many, but I remember a few. Soon she exclaimed, found it, holding a book, she introduced, this one is about training and improving mental power. Grateful, Blair said, you really helped me a lot. Thanks, Lily. Because she was wearing high heels. Lily slipped on a ladder and started falling backward. Panicked, she closed her eyes tight, but nothing happened. Blair was right beneath her. Catching her quickly, concerned, he asked, are you okay, Lily? Being carried like a princess and receiving such care made her blush. Thinking, why does this feel so familiar? Just then, outside, jealous Bella was spying. Furious, she slammed her hand on a bookshelf. Glaring at the two, Lily smiled softly and said, Master Tranlac, you focus on your reading. I have work to do. Call me if you need anything. Blair nodded. Okay, Bella thought bitterly. I knew it. That vixen is definitely trying to seduce him. Suddenly, Bella approached with fake sweetness and said, Master Tranlac, congratulations on passing the spell certification. I told you, you could do it. She coquettishly added, if you ever need help, Bella is here for you. I can do anything. But Blair just coldly said, go away. The words hit Bella like a thunderbolt. Blair turned around, ready to leave. Irritated, he said, sorry, I accidentally spoke what I was thinking just now. Let me say it again, miss. Could you please leave? I need to read some books that a student can't even understand. Bella grabbed his hand to stop him. She moved closer, feigning regret, and tried to apologize. Master Tranlac, I'm sorry. At first, I was indeed disrespectful to you. But it was all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Don't believe those twisted things Lily says. Blair paid no attention to her words. He sat down on a nearby wooden chair. As he opened a book, he firmly replied, I don't listen to anything Lily says about you. But since you bring it up, it seems you've done quite a few bad things. I'm still asking you to leave voluntarily. Otherwise, I'll have to ask Hallmaster Elton for help. Bella looked shocked and hurriedly pleaded. No, I'm going right now. Blair turned to the next page and began reading. After finishing, he quietly closed the book and thought to himself that the method in this book were truly worth trying. Until now, All mages believed that the speed of increasing spiritual power and magic was only related to each individual's magical aptitude. Those with high aptitude would improve faster, those with lower aptitude slower. Currently, the accepted methods for increasing spiritual power in the magic world were mostly twofold. 1. Meditation. 2. Continuous casting of spells. However, the authors of this book discovered that when learning a new spell, a mage's spiritual power is consumed very quickly. But after resting for a while, their spiritual power recovers, and their spiritual power limit increases significantly beyond the original. Therefore, all he had to do was repeatedly learn new spells to consume energy. Then rest to recover. This could break through the limitations of aptitude and strengthen it. Tonight, I'll study new spells. Finally, there's hope of becoming a saint mage, he thought, raising his arm and smiling with joy. Then he headed to Miss Brittany's house and quickly climbed over the wall, thinking to himself that after climbing so many times, he was used to it. Approaching the door, a sudden feeling hit him. He'd forgotten something important today. His expression darkened as he opened the door. Inside, Miss Brittany and Isabella were sitting dejectedly. Isabella said tiredly, "I'm starving." Miss Brittany was startled and reminded Blair, "You should go now." Only then did Blair realize, "Right, I forgot to cook dinner for Brittany." He called out loudly to the two, and Miss Brittany coquettishly replied, "Daddy, hungry, hungry, dinner, dinner." Upon seeing Blair, Isabella slammed her hand on the table so hard that spoons flew off. Pointing at him, she yelled, "Blair, where the heck have you been? Why are you just coming back now? Brittany and I haven't eaten all day. Do you want us to starve to death?" Blair quickly put on an apron and answered, "I had some things at the Magic Association. I thought Brittany had cooked already. But seriously, why haven't you gone home yet this late?" Suddenly, Isabella's face lit up, and she asked, "Oh, so you don't know yet? Brittany hasn't told you? Starting today, I'm moving in here too." Hearing this, Blair was so scared he dropped the frying pan. Isabella saw this and angrily asked, "Hey, what's with that attitude? Living with a cute senior like me? Don't tell me you're unhappy about that?" Blair suddenly grew gloomy, thinking, "Oh my god, what is she saying? Am I hallucinating? What kind of scary talk is this?" Miss Brittany walked over, smiling, and said, "Blair, I haven't told you yet, Isabella is moving in. This way, I can better teach you both math and magic." Blair turned away and left, sighing wearily, muttering, "Taking care of one silly sister is already enough. Now I have another arrogant one." Isabella stepped closer, raising a fist in anger. "What's that supposed to mean? Do you have a problem with me?" Blair quickly replied, "How dare I have a problem with my senior? Of course, I welcome you with open arms." Isabella warned, "Next time you say something like that, you better fix your attitude too." Blair lowered his head, thinking, "Forget it, tonight's magic experiment is more important. After dinner, it's time to start the experiment. Experiments come first." A while later, the table was filled with delicious food. Isabella held her cheeks and happily exclaimed, "Finally, we get to eat. So good." After the meal, she rubbed her full belly and climbed away satisfied, saying, I'm full, I'm full." Blair scolded angrily, "Hey, now that you've eaten, wash the dishes for me." Later, Blair entered the bathroom. The room was filled with soap bubbles. He loudly complained, "I told you, after bathing you have to clean the drain. Your hair almost clogged it again." Suddenly, behind the bubbles appeared Miss Brittany and Isabella, both naked. Seeing this, Blair quietly said, "Remember to change your clothes, and get back to your room." Immediately, a slipper flew at his face. That night, just as the clock struck 11, Blair was sitting intently reading his book. As he read, he muttered, "Taking care of these people is like serving ancestors. So exhausting." Suddenly, he slammed the table and loudly said, "No, tonight, even if I have to stay up all night, I must learn new magic." Suddenly, a flame burst up in his hand. He said, "Let's learn this Firebird technique." Then a voice echoed from behind. Blair turned around angrily. "What now?" Isabella gently stepped into the room and asked, "Blair, can I say a few words to you?" Outside, it was already dark, but Blair's room was still brightly lit. When he saw Isabella stepping inside, he immediately said, "Senior Isabella, please come in." She hesitated, then softly replied, Thanks." She sat down beside the bed, looking a bit guilty, and asked, "Earlier, I shouldn't have thrown that slipper at you. Are you okay?" Blair closed his book, stood up from the chair, smiled slightly, and answered, "It's late already. Senior Isabella didn't come just to check if I'm okay, right?" Isabella quietly asked, "I just couldn't sleep and wanted to talk with you." "Blair, do you have any plans for the future?" He was surprised by the question. Plans? She fidgeted, hesitated, then replied awkwardly, yes, you see, I have 1 year left. And you have 2 years before graduating from the academy. After graduation, don't you have any plans? Blair placed his hand on hers and answered, honestly, I haven't really thought about it yet. Maybe I'll stay at St. Donat to work as a teaching assistant. Isabella quickly grabbed his arm. Didn't your parents ask you to go to the royal capital? After graduation, I'm going to the Royal Magic Academy. She smiled encouragingly. Don't worry, my father can help you get in there too. That way, we can study at the same school. In her mind, she thought, then I'll get to eat the meals Blair cooks every day. Although his talent in math and magic is stronger than mine, he's easy to tease. Living with him sounds fun. Blair turned his face away and replied, you're right, but going to the royal capital would waste a lot of time. Right now, I just want to stay at St. Donat and focus on researching magic. Isabella looked disappointed. How can you really research magic properly if you stay at St. Donat? Blair scratched his head and smiled. Isn't Brittany here? Her talent and ability in magic is enough to teach me. Suddenly, Isabella's expression darkened, and the word Brittany flashed through her mind. Instantly, she raised her hand. Blair turned pale, fearing the worst. Isabella grabbed his shoulder angrily and shouted, research magic? I think you just want to stay with Brittany and don't want to come with me. Huh? Tell me, do you find me annoying? Do you like Brittany more? Blair's head spun as she shook him. Please, stop, Auntie, I'm begging you, don't shake me so hard. Just then, Teacher Brittany rubbed her eyes and entered the room. She gently asked Isabella, Blair, why aren't you two asleep yet? Blinking slowly, she looked at the two standing close together and stammered, what are you two doing? The next morning, Isabella happily enjoyed some bread and milk. Everyone sat around the table having breakfast. Blair thought to himself, last night I finally tried learning a new magic. It drained all my spiritual energy. But this morning I really feel my limit has increased. Seems like this method works. Suddenly, Teacher Brittany said, well, I understand young people like you. But honestly, you're still too young for those kinds of things. Blair quickly stood up and waved his hands. Teacher Brittany, you misunderstood. Last night Isabella and I were just talking about our plans after graduation. Nothing else. Teacher Brittany sighed in relief. Oh, I see. I thought it was a misunderstanding. Don't mind it. Suddenly, Isabella slammed her hand on the table hard. The room fell silent. She forced a smile and said, Teacher Brittany, I have an early class today, so I'll head out first. Teacher Brittany replied, all right. Isabella quickly rushed out the door, giving Blair a swift smack on the face. Did you two fight this morning? Brittany asked worriedly. Blair slumped over the table, trembling. No, not at all. Then Brittany suddenly remembered. Oh yes, Blair, if you have time this morning. She placed a thick stack of papers on the table as Blair looked on with watery eyes. Could you take my thesis about demon numbers to the math association for me? Blair nodded and followed her request, carrying the pile of papers toward the math association. On the way, he thought, Brittany's math talent really is extraordinary. I only gave a few pointers and she completed the proof and definition of irrational numbers by herself. So, the demon number problem is basically solved. Standing before a large but old and shabby building, Blair felt confused. Is this really the math association? Why does it look so run down? Did I come to the wrong place? He went inside, where many people were busy working. He looked around, bewildered. Audrey, who was sitting nearby taking notes, called out, excuse me, are you here to submit a manuscript or collect a reward? If submitting, please put it on the table. If collecting, go upstairs, turn left, and find the clerk for the stamp. Blair replied, I'm here to submit a manuscript. Audrey looked up, surprised. Wait, you're Blair Hoang? All eyes turned to Blair, who was stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, you know me? Audrey grabbed his hand excitedly. Of course, I saw you at the academic exchange. The time you solved the 7 bridges problem and introduced the demon number. An old man holding a book approached, admiringly asking, Blair, it's really you in the flesh. Could I have your autograph? Audrey asked curiously, Blair, have you discovered anything important? Can you share some with us? Blair quickly dodged. Sorry everyone, I'm just here to submit a manuscript for my teacher. I have other things to do. As he turned to leave, everyone cheered and waved their nameplates. A white-haired man shouted after him, if you're in a hurry, go ahead, you can pick up the reward anytime later if you have time. Blair stopped and wondered, reward? He put on his glasses and turned back. Reward? Tran Lack was standing near the bulletin boards, wanting to ask the man there for some help. Audrey scratched his head and apologized. Sorry, I made a mistake. I thought you came to claim a reward. But it turns out you're submitting a manuscript. Well then, Blair, please take your time. Tran Lak wasn't in a hurry and whistled casually. Actually, now that I think about it, it's not that urgent. Could you explain more about this reward thing? Audrey was startled when he heard this. Blair, you don't know about the association's reward system? He explained as enthusiastically as possible. The Math Association offers rewards for solving difficult problems. Scholars who solve them can receive a cash prize. The amount depends on the difficulty, at least 10 gold coins and with no upper limit. Tran Lak listened carefully and firmly decided. So that's how it is. I want to take a look at these problems. Audrey agreed and said, follow me. Tran Lak was extremely excited about the challenges. Alright, they arrived at the place where the reward problems were kept. Audrey said, Blair, here you go. These are all the reward problems currently posted by the ABBA Math Association. He looked over them and added, many of these problems have been here since before I arrived, and no one has solved them yet. I don't even know if I'll see the solution in my lifetime. Even one answer would be great. Do you want to say something? Tran Lak hesitated, then asked, could you leave me here alone? I want to think deeply about these problems. Audrey nodded. Sure, if you need anything, just call me. Tran Lak began to use all his abilities, focusing intensely on solving these math problems. Others noticed and asked, Deputy Director Audrey, aren't you worried about Blair? Shouldn't you pay attention to him? He calmly replied, no, I trust him completely, especially at times like this. Don't disturb him. A mathematical genius like Blair often gets sudden flashes of insight. If we interrupt, we could rob him of those precious moments. And we'd be cursed forever. Audrey was delighted, but the other man still seemed worried. Suddenly, Blair disappeared. It looks like Blair is gone already. Deputy Director Audrey was shocked to the extreme. Tran Lak clenched his fists with joy. The total posted reward is 535 gold coins. And the problems themselves are actually quite simple. Some are even solvable by elementary school students from another world. So, I was worried about not having money to buy new magic. But this math association may look shabby. Yet it's actually quite rich. He thought, I don't want to interfere with the pace of math development here. But, he was so happy he almost cried. They are offering so much money. Tran Lak strolled down the street, thinking he should quietly gather the money and then plan carefully before claiming it the next morning. Passers-by looked at him like he was a strange creature, whispering, oh my, that guy is so weird. Let's just ignore him. The next morning, Deputy Director Audrey was busy taking notes while the other man was sweeping as usual. He sighed and said, Deputy Director Audrey, do you really think Blair is that good? Why did he leave right after looking at the reward board yesterday? Audrey replied, you don't understand. Even renowned university scholars haven't solved those problems. So they've remained unsolved for so long. Even a genius like Blair can't solve them easily. Suddenly, a stack of papers was placed on his desk with a thump. Here it is. The man brushed his hands. I'm here to claim my reward. Please verify it as quickly as possible and calculate the prize. Audrey asked again, what problems are these? Why are there so many? Because these are all of them. Both were stunned by Tran Lak's ability. Tran Lak confidently said, these are all 23 reward problems posted by the ABBA Math Association. All the answers are here. The papers were full of complicated mathematical formulas. Audrey broke into a cold sweat as he checked each solution in disbelief. One associate nervously reported, Deputy Director Audrey, you've finished checking. They're all correct. Audrey couldn't believe it. It's true. All the solutions have been found. I never thought I'd witness such a miracle in my lifetime. Others were also shocked. That's incredible. Who is this person? Audrey declared loudly. This is something no scholar in the Nolan Empire or even the Shinan continent has ever done. Tran Lak sighed, thinking, this terrifying person can only be described as the god of mathematics. Audrey approached him joyfully. Sir Blair. Tran Lak was dreamy. Is it done? He rubbed his eyes. Have you finished verifying everything? They respectfully answered, the solutions are perfect, without a single mistake. Your contribution to mathematics is truly beyond words. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? He replied, my name is Tran Lak. He continued, if there are no issues with the verification, please pay me the reward. The total is 535 gold coins. Audrey froze. He kept talking about the money. This is our first cooperation. Can you round it down to 530 gold coins? Everyone said in unison, Sir Tran Lak. Lily was surprised. He said simply. To buy new magic. Someone was riding into this place, galloping through. Clearly, they were in a hurry. That rainy night, at the city lord's manor in Abba City, the guards at the gate stepped forward to block the rider. This is the city lord's manor. No horses allowed beyond this point, one of them said. But the rider held up a seal. Stand aside. Urgent command from the royal capital. I must deliver it to the city lord immediately. Inside the manor, the city lord took the sealed message and opened it. His face froze in shock. This man, he was none other than Austin Kravis, city lord of Aba, and he couldn't believe what he was reading. The guard continued his report. The royal capital has verified it. Letold has entered Aba city. However, his exact whereabouts and intentions remain unclear. Lady Kravis furrowed her brows in confusion. Letold? Isn't he the high-level mage who betrayed the kingdom? He vanished 3 years ago. Why would he suddenly reappear in Aba? Austin shook his head. I don't know, but if he truly is back. Suddenly, a flash of lightning tore through the night sky, as if splitting it in two. With Letold's magical power, destroying all of Aba wouldn't be difficult. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man named Tran Lak was practicing magic. He had just finished learning a new spell. Enhancing his mental energy had significantly improved his speed, but it came at a heavy price. He was exhausted, and the magic materials he just bought were already used up. He slumped over, barely able to stay upright. 500 gold coins, gone in a flash. It's not enough. I seriously need to find a way to make more money. Nearby, Toby teased. Blair, ever since you started hanging out with Brittany, your body's been wasting away. Tran Lak flipped him the bird. You looking to get smacked? A ruckus broke out above them. Catching Toby's attention, a group of girls was buzzing excitedly about someone. Look, here's a photo of Lak God. Took me forever to get it. Whoa, so handsome, let me see. He's so young too. How did you even get this? This, Lak God, was actually Tran Lak himself. Lak God is way too good looking. Toby clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. Bunch of boy crazy fangirls. Tran Lak, on the other hand, was completely in the dark. Lak God? Who's that? Toby explained. You really don't know? Recently, a masked guy named Tran Lak solved all 23 mathematical problems that had stumped the Aba Mathematics Association for nearly a century. The whole kingdom of Nolan's math community is going wild trying to find him. He continued. Because of his insane mathematical skills, people started calling him Lak God. Tran Lak was dumbfounded. Wait, what? God? Now? That's way too much. Toby smirked. Honestly, with skills like that, I bet he's just some old geezer. No way someone that young could be so smart. Right, Blair? Tran Lak nodded quickly. Playing along. Why yeah, totally right. Super old. Definitely. Then Toby asked. Oh yeah, after class today, there's that extracurricular magic cannon practice. Have you decided who you're teaming up with? Tran Lak blinked. Wait, you're not grouping with me? I'm skipping it, Toby said casually. My magic skills are trash, so I got my old man to write me a sick note. Turns out, this practice session would be held together with the second and third year students. Later that afternoon, in the rear mountain area behind St. Danya's Academy, the teacher addressed the students. This magic training session is to further enhance your magical skills. However, I must emphasize, safety is the highest priority. Most of the dangerous creatures on this mountain have already been cleared by the academy. But under no circumstances should any of you leave the designated area. One more thing, the teacher added, form groups of 3 to 4 people. You'll be spending the night in the mountains and return here by noon tomorrow. Understood? Then, turning specifically to one student, Blair, did you hear that clearly? He nodded nervously. Why yes, sir. Isabella turned to Blair. Good, now choose, me or her. Who's your teammate? Tran Lak froze. Why can't everyone just go together? Alice laughed. Wow, didn't expect Junior Blair to be so greedy, trying to take both of us as teammates. Huh? I like that idea. Isabella's smile turned stiff. Alice? Still, she relented. Fine, I'll go along with it. Who's afraid of who? Tran Lak cheered. That's the spirit. Phew, they didn't turn their anger on me, lucky break. Then, ow, Isabella, why'd you pinch me? She huffed. HMPH, I just felt like it. High on a distant mountain, a man looked down upon the city. Mr. Letold, the sun has set, someone called out behind him. Letold tightened his grip on his staff. Around him stood his loyal followers. He spoke to them solemnly. My friends, we've finally reached this point. They all gazed at the city below, now bathed in dusk. Letold's eyes burned with resolve. What he wanted was Aba City. And by the time the sun rose again, it would no longer exist. At the rear mountain of St. Danya's Academy, a white rabbit appeared, hopping across the grassy meadow. Suddenly, its ears twitched upright as if it sensed something. It stood on its hind legs and looked ahead. Without warning, The rabbit opened its mouth and released a stream of light, with sparks gathering in front of it. With a forceful motion, it launched a fireball forward. But the fireball stopped midair, surprising the rabbit. It was quickly extinguished, and the frightened rabbit looked as if its soul had left its body. The one who had calmly and swiftly dispelled the fireball was Isabella, who had been casting a spell nearby. Behind her, Alice was walking over while cuddling another rabbit in her arms. Isabella turned around, winked cheerfully, and said, "Success, I've managed to control its fireball." Blair frowned slightly and replied, While Isabella celebrated, Blair grabbed the white rabbit's ears, propped his chin on his hand, and fell into thought. Just as Anthony said, once a rabbit loses control over its fireball ability, it becomes completely stiff and immobile. Suddenly, a hand reached out and yanked Blair's ear. It was Isabella, her face slightly annoyed. "Blair, how could you pull the ears of such a cute rabbit?" "Ow, ow, ow, let go, Blair yelled in pain. Isabella hugged the rabbit and gently patted it while smiling. Hee, don't be scared, little one, I already chased away the bad guy." Behind her, Blair sat slumped on the ground, sighing with despair. Not even as good as a rabbit. Alice gently touched Blair's reddened ear, surprising him. As she rubbed the spot, she asked with concern, "Blair, are you okay? You're not trying to catch the rabbit?" Blair blushed and stammered, No, it's fine, we just started, there's still time to catch one." Clearing his throat, still flushed, he asked, "Right, Alice, aside from rabbits, do other animals know magic too?" Alice, stroking the rabbit in her arms, nodded. "Yes, that's common knowledge. On the continent of the Nin, magic isn't exclusive to humans. Most animals can communicate with magical elements too, but generally, they can only connect with one elemental type and can't cast anything too complicated." She added, "For example, rabbits are aligned with the fire element, and they can only cast the lowest level fireball spell." Alice held out her hand toward Blair and continued, "And as for the question you asked earlier, honestly, even Anthony probably doesn't have the answer. I don't think anyone on the continent does." Blair scratched his head sheepishly. "I was just asking randomly at the time." Meanwhile, Professor Anthony stood at the gate to the rear mountain. Deep in thought, someone approached from behind and called out, "Professor Anthony." It was Vice Dean Archer, who looked at Anthony and asked, "Why haven't you entered the mountain to patrol?" Anthony replied, hand on his chin, "Vice Dean Archer, I've been thinking about the question Blair asked me earlier." "Blair again?" Archer raised an eyebrow. "What did he ask this time?" Anthony explained, "When he saw a rabbit shoot a fireball from its mouth, he asked me, why do humans need incantations and hand gestures to manipulate magic, while rabbits don't?" Archer looked baffled. Both men placed their hands on their chins, falling into a thoughtful silence. Then Archer suddenly clapped Anthony on the back. "Right, Professor Anthony, you really should be in the mountain patrolling. You need to protect the students." Startled, Anthony yelped, recovering, he muttered, "But you haven't answered my question." The Vice Dean shouted, "What answer? Which is more important, your question or the student's safety? Go, now." Later, in front of a campfire, Blair stammered nervously, Miss Isabella, Miss Alice, the two of you." Isabella blushed and gripped her shirt near her chest. "Blair, you already touched them earlier. So, whose is bigger?" "Mine." Alice's face turned bright red, wiping sweat from her brow and licking her lips seductively. Isabella continued, "Or Alice's?" Blair, flustered and shaking, replied, "Well, I did touch them both, but it's still hard to judge." Alice suddenly grabbed Blair's hand and said, "Then let our junior Blair touch again to be sure." He stared at her, shocked. Isabella let out a sigh and muttered, "Seriously?" Then she hugged her rabbit and continued, "It's obvious my rabbit is bigger than yours. Why won't you admit it?" Blair's hand was on the rabbit Alice was holding. Alice looked at Isabella and said, "Let's just hear what Blair has to say." Isabella raised her rabbit in front of Blair and demanded, "Blair, say it, whose rabbit is bigger, mine or Alice's?" Blair looked torn. Well, suddenly, the white rabbit in Isabella's arms started wriggling violently and broke free, making her cry out, "Ah, my rabbit." The rabbit darted away and dove into a hollow in a nearby tree. From a distance, Isabella called out, "Little bunny," sweating from chasing after it. She panted, "Where did it go?" Alice came over and shouted her name. Isabella noticed the hollow and peered in. "Why is there a tunnel here? Did it go inside?" Alice approached and scolded, "Told you not to let it run around." Just then, a strange sound echoed out, startling all three of them. The ground began to tremble. Isabella gasped in shock. Alice held her rabbit tightly. frowning, while Blair anxiously looked around. Suddenly, the earth beneath Isabella and Alice cracked open, forming a deep pit. Both girls screamed as they fell into the hole. After the accident, the dust began to settle, and everything gradually quieted down, leaving behind an eerie calm. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground. It was Isabella, miraculously still alive after the disaster. Struggling, she clawed her way out of the solid earth with all her strength, dragging another hand along with her. After a long effort, Isabella finally managed to free not only herself but also Alice. Once she had laid her companion down comfortably on the ground, Isabella finally had a moment to rest. She looked around and realized they were inside what appeared to be a corridor. Above them, a large hole in the ceiling let sunlight stream in. She had never seen this place before. Gasping for breath, she muttered to herself, Where are we?" Alice, lying beside her, was still unconscious and murmuring in her sleep. Blair, she said, her face twisting as if trapped in a nightmare. Realizing how dangerous the situation was, Isabella hurried to rouse her friend. "Alice, wake up." When Alice didn't respond, Isabella anxiously checked her breathing. Her expression quickly shifted to panic. Something was wrong. Recalling her basic first aid training, she tilted Alice's chin upward. Taking a deep breath, she puffed her cheeks and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Thanks to her quick thinking, after several attempts, Alice finally stirred, letting out a soft groan. She coughed violently as she suddenly sat up, trying to clear whatever was blocking her throat. Cough, likely from a lack of oxygen. Alice hacked repeatedly, coughing as if it were the first time in her life. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing her friend awake, Isabella was overwhelmed with relief. Eyes glistening, she asked, "You're okay now, right?" Only to be answered by another round of coughing. A while later, once she had stabilized, Alice was finally able to speak. "Yeah, I'm okay." Still puzzled, she looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Isabella shook her head. "I don't know either. When I crawled out of the dirt, we were already here. Looks like a stone cave?" Alice stood up to get a better look, murmuring curiously, "Strange, I've never heard of there being a cave under the Academy's rear mountain." Isabella pointed toward a direction. "There's a door over there. Maybe we can get out that way." Suddenly recalling the events just prior, Alice turned to her and said, "Oh right, earlier, thank you, Isabella." But Isabella stood motionless, not reacting at all. Alice started to feel annoyed, not realizing that her friend was in just as much shock. Her mind still echoing the words, "You okay?" Unable to hold back, Alice snapped, "What's with that attitude?" Isabella replied casually, "Nothing, I just didn't expect you to know how to say thank you." Hearing that, Alice was at a loss for words. At the same time, back in the academy courtyard, chaos had broken out. Students gathered in small groups, whispering nervously. "That was scary. Do you think we'll lose all our scores for this? What even was that earthquake?" "My rabbit ran off." One student approached timidly. "Vice Principal Archer, are we going to lose all our credit for this round?" To avoid further panic, Archer tried to calm the crowd. "It's fine, don't worry. This will be treated as an accident. There's no need to panic." Anthony ran over to report. "Vice Principal Archer, I think all the students have evacuated the mountain." But Archer was clearly displeased. He narrowed his eyes. "Think?" Anthony scratched his head and explained, "Well, the earthquake happened so suddenly. We and the other teachers did our best to clear the mountain. There probably aren't any students left up there. Professor Cook is going over the roster now. We'll have the exact numbers soon." Just then, the sound of galloping hooves thundered through the city streets. Hiya, hiya. A group of riders on horseback barreled down the road, urging their mounts faster and yelling, "Make way, clear the road." Startled citizens quickly moved aside. The clatter of hooves gradually faded as the horsemen disappeared into the distance. Students watched, murmuring to each other, as the riders vanished from view. Anthony frowned. "Why are the city guards mobilizing?" Archer didn't respond. Deep in thought, he finally muttered, "Looks like that earthquake wasn't just a simple natural disaster." The scene shifted to a dark, lightless space. Isabella cautiously peeked her head out, surveying her surroundings. "This place is huge." Suddenly, a carved stone pillar appeared before the girls. Intricate patterns glowed faintly along its surface, with symbols dancing around it. A network of cables and wires fed into the center of the column, adding to its mysterious and eerie beauty. One of them stepped forward and reached out to touch the softly glowing pillar. Isabella looked up in awe. Such complex engravings. The moment her hand touched the surface, a crackling noise sounded, as if electricity had surged through it. Boom! A burst of violet magic hurled Isabella backward. Alice's eyes widened in shock as she rushed to her friend. "Isabella, are you okay?" Cradling her head, Isabella groaned. "I'm fine. Looks like this pillar is protected by a high-level ward." Seeing that Isabella wasn't seriously hurt, Alice turned her attention to the pillar. "This reminds me of something I read in a very old magic tome." Her words piqued Isabella's interest. "What is it?" Alice continued. "It said that ancient elves used to construct massive copper columns etched with arcane runes. When linked together by copper filaments, they would form a magical array of immense power." "A magic array?" Isabella echoed, astonished. "What was it used for?" Alice shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe for healing, or accelerating large-scale growth." While the two were talking, a barrage of arrows suddenly appeared. Already mid-flight, without warning, the projectiles rained down upon them. The pillar began to emit an unusual glow. Thankfully, both girls reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the attack. They gasped in horror as the arrows embedded themselves deep in the ground, leaving massive cracks. A shadowy figure emerged. A magical array still spun before him. This was clearly the one who had just attacked. Seeing the panic on their faces, the henchmen of Letold grinned smugly from the upper ledge. "Not bad, ladies. You got some reflexes." The two girls looked up to see a white-haired man standing on the balcony, holding a spear. Their sleeves were torn and tattered from the earlier skirmish. Alice stared in shock and cried out, "You, who are you?" The man crossed his arms, resting them on his spear, a glint of surprise flashing across his face before he smirked sinisterly. "That's what I should be asking. But no matter, you're both about to die anyway." The girls exchanged a glance, wordlessly communicating. "What do we do?" Isabella gave a subtle nod. "Attack first." They began to channel their magic. Determination hardened Alice's face as flames burst to life in her hands. "O fire element, ever burning across the world, heed my call." A wave of heat surged around them. Isabella added her chant, and together they shouted, "Descend upon this place." The man scoffed dismissively. "HMPH, fireball spell, really?" A massive fireball shot toward him, but it struck a barrier of ice and fizzled out. The shield absorbed the flames completely. The girls' faces turned pale. "What?" they gasped. The man leapt down, spear in hand. He landed with brutal force and kicked Isabella away. She cried out as she tumbled backwards. He advanced on her, intent on finishing her off. Alice tried to intervene, but he was faster. His spear slammed into the wall just inches from her face. Cornered, Alice's face went white with fear. "NGH." Suddenly, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. She coughed, choking. "KHKHH. Dangling." Her body trembled. "WH. Who are you?" The man sneered, eyes flashing. "Sorry, but I only need to kill the two of you." Alice's eyes widened in terror. The blade swung toward her. She shut her eyes, thinking, "No." Blood splattered. A figure had stepped in, his fire magic blocking the fatal blow. The man's face twisted in fury. "You." Alice, shocked, covered her mouth. Isabella, seeing who it was, cried out in alarm, "Blair, be careful." The man glared at Blair. He could see the fire magic swirling around him, but something was off. A fire spell, but he didn't chant anything. Blair's magic exploded outward in a powerful blast. Smoke cleared to reveal all three of them. Unharmed, Blair stood firm, clenching his injured arm. Isabella rushed to his side. "Blair, you came? What about your arm? Should we bandage it? I followed you both down here through the cave," he said evenly. Then, glancing at his wound, added, "I'll deal with this later." The enemy coughed violently. KHK. Kneeling, he wiped the blood from his mouth. I couldn't even follow how he cast that spell. Sweat dripped down his face as he gritted his teeth. Could his casting speed really be faster than Lord Letold's? He stood abruptly, gripping his spear. "No matter. You've all seen too much. You'll die here." Frost gathered around the tip of his weapon. He charged, spear poised. "Blair, look out!" the girls cried in unison. But Blair remained still. The enemy faltered midair, his instincts screaming. Above, clouds gathered, magic pulsing in the sky. What, water orb magic? Again with no incantation? The orb cracked apart, surrounded by rings of fire. Wait, something's wrong. This isn't just water orb. The attack rained down in a fury of elemental force. The man was struck head-on, his body flung backward, coughing up blood. Gawk. As the smoke cleared, he was soaked and trembling. His spear now blood-stained. He clutched it tightly, eyes burning with rage, but said nothing. The weapon slipped from his grasp. He staggered forward a few steps, muttering in disbelief. What the hell is this? Then he collapsed, face first onto the ground. Elsewhere, in a shadowy place, a young man with teal hair sat atop a rock. His eyes narrowed as he sensed a disturbance. One of his subordinates approached. "Lord Letold, is something wrong?" Letold slowly turned to him and said coldly, "A rat has slipped in." Under the bright moon, a group of riders galloped swiftly through the forest. The leader pulled the reins and shouted, "Stop here." He dismounted and gave his orders. "The entrance to the underground passage is just ahead. Everyone, dismount and prepare to move in." With a stern expression, he addressed the group loudly. "The enemy leader this time is Letold, an elite high-ranking mage from the Empire. Extremely dangerous. You must stay on high alert." Suddenly, a soldier cried out in panic, pointing ahead, "Captain, look over there." The leader turned his head, and the entire group froze. Standing before them was a man holding a staff, his arms crossed, cold eyes watching them. "Letold, apologies, gentlemen," he said icily. "This area is off limits." A soldier screamed in horror. "Letold." The captain rushed forward and shouted, "The enemy leader has appeared. Ready for battle." Weapons were drawn, everyone on edge. One man spoke to the young soldier beside him with a serious tone. "Ethan, stick close to me during the fight. Don't wander off, got it?" "Yes, uncle," Ethan replied quickly. Dark clouds gathered above. Someone muttered, "No matter what, he's just one man. Surround him. Attack." "Yes, sir," the group responded in unison. But soon after, the skies opened and rain poured down. Ethan, dazed and shivering, struggled to open his eyes. Bodies were scattered around him. His comrades, all fallen. He sat up, clutching his head in pain. Looking down at his own hands. Bewildered, he whispered, "I'm still alive?" A voice called out faintly. "Ethan." That familiar voice startled him. He stood up carefully, scanning the area. "Uncle? Uncle, where are you?" "There." His uncle lay on the ground, face contorted in pain. Ethan rushed over, grasped his hand, and cried, "Uncle, no, what happened? What do I do?" The older man, covered in wounds, pulled out a command medallion and handed it over. "Ethan, don't worry about me. Take this. Finish the mission." Soaked in rain, Ethan took the medallion, trembling, sobbing, "Uncle, I can't do this. You saw Letold, he took down everyone by himself." Ethan clenched his eyes shut and screamed. He even killed the captain with just a wave of his hand. If he so much as twitches his fingers, I'm dead too. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks as he gasped. "Finish the mission." He slumped against Ethan's back, whispering his final words. "Save Abba." His hand dropped limp. Rain poured harder. Ethan collapsed to his knees, grief overwhelming him. Uncle." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the heavy door creaked open. Inside, Isabella was bandaging Blair's injured arm. He winced and complained, "OWW, Isabella, could you be a little gentler?" Remembering something, she suddenly asked, "Wait, Blair, earlier you cast magic without chanting or even using hand signs. How did you do that?" Blair looked away, clearly flustered. Maybe my speaking and hand movement were just too fast for you to see?" Isabella scowled and pressed hard into his wound. Blair yelped, "Ow, ow." He rolled on the ground in pain while she crossed her arms with a huff. HMPH. Alice, watching nearby, intervened gently. "Isabella, go easy on Blair." But Isabella planted her hands on her hips and retorted, "He deserves it for always acting so mysterious." Turning toward a nearby pillar, she asked, "Alice, have you figured out what this pillar really is?" Alice looked uncertain. "Not exactly, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it in a book before. It's part of a magical formation." The pillar glowed with bright light and crackled with arcs of lightning. Alice continued, "I still don't know what this formation is for, but I think the earthquake that brought us here is connected to it." She glanced toward the unconscious white-haired man on the ground. "And judging by how that guy ambushed us, I doubt this formation has any good purpose." Blair sat up and brushed the dirt from his hands. "Either way, we need to find a way out of here and report all of this to the academy." The girls looked at him in surprise. "We'll let them handle this." As soon as he said that, a blade touched his throat. The two girls froze in confusion. A young man, Ethan, had suddenly appeared, sword drawn and aimed at Blair. He shouted, "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" In a flash, Blair's hand shot up and caught Ethan's wrist. Ethan gasped, startled. Blair spun around, twisting Ethan's arm behind his back and forcing him to kneel. "So you do have backup." Ethan trembled, refusing to yield. Isabella observed thoughtfully, rubbing her chin, face scrunched in anger and pain. Ethan shouted, "Let go of me. Let me go or Abba will be doomed." The three of them echoed in disbelief. "What? At the center of the formation site, someone finally broke the silence. "So that's what this is." Isabella, sitting cross-legged, suddenly spoke up. "So you're saying you came here to stop Letold from activating this magic formation? But your whole unit was wiped out in his ambush. And now you're the only one left?" Ethan lowered his head, voice heavy. "Actually, the royal capital had received intel a few days ago that Letold had infiltrated Aba City. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't pinpoint his exact location. We didn't even know what he was planning, not until earlier. When this place suddenly shook with a powerful magical disturbance. They sat in a circle around one of the glowing pillars. Runes etched all over its surface." Ethan's tone turned anxious. "I just never imagined Letold would be that powerful, even with all of us together." Blair raised his hand like a schoolboy. Sorry. Question. Who exactly is Letold?" Isabella pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation. "Blair, seriously, do you have a limit to how little common sense you can have?" The other two gave awkward chuckles, unsure how to respond. Alice smiled gently, stepping in to explain. "Letold is the most infamous and dangerous criminal in the Kingdom of Nolan. Even kids know his name. He used to be a top general in the royal army, stationed at the border." She recalled the image, Letold, holding his sword high, a war flag fluttering in the wind. Not only was he a master of close combat, he was also a high-level mage with incredible magical power. He fought in countless border wars and brought great glory to Nolan. Back then, he was hailed as a national hero. Alice's voice turned somber. But in one crucial battle, Letold suddenly led his troops in betrayal against the kingdom. His defection caused Nolan to lose that war. He vanished after that. The kingdom's kept a huge bounty on him ever since. But he's never been caught. Rumor has it he's been hiding in the royal capital, plotting a coup to overthrow the kingdom." Isabella turned to Ethan. "So Letold came to Aba City because of this magic formation? What exactly does it do?" Ethan clenched his fists, eyes blazing. "This formation has the power to destroy all of Aba City." The three gasped in unison. "Destroy Aba City?" Ethan pointed to the pillar beside them. "There are a total of 118 magic pillars like this one, scattered across the surrounding mountains. No one knows who built the formation or what their purpose was. But it's at least 1,000 years old." He recalled a memory. Soldiers holding torches before ancient pillars. "About 10 years ago, the city lord discovered this formation buried beneath the mountains. The Mage Guild was brought in to investigate. They found the formation far exceeded our current understanding of magic. Its mechanics and activation principles remain unsolved to this day." He described mages channeling spells into the pillars. "The only thing we do know is that once it activates, it'll unleash an immense surge of magical energy, enough to turn Aba City into ashes." Ethan leaned back on his hands. "Because we had no way of safely dismantling it. The formation's existence was kept secret. Until the earthquake earlier, somehow. Letold triggered it. That's why we were sent, to stop him before it's too late." Blair scratched his chin, skeptical. "But if you all don't really understand how it works, how are you going to stop it?" Ethan pulled out a sigil-like token. "That's where this comes in." All three stared at the object, eyes widening. This token was originally embedded in the central pillar," Ethan explained. "Even though the formation uses many pillars, there's one core pillar that's the largest and most important. It's the key to activating the entire system." He looked at the token with resolve. "The Mage Guild discovered that the closer this token is to the core pillar, the weaker the formation becomes. And if the token touches the pillar, it shuts the whole thing down." Clearly, the person who designed the formation built in a failsafe. He closed his fingers around it. "That's why the city lord kept it under guard all these years." Blair's eyes were wide with wonder. "So if we just bring that token to the core pillar, we can stop the whole thing?" Ethan stood abruptly, fists clenched. "That's our mission. But Letold, he was far stronger than we ever imagined." Blair frowned. "But if your entire team's gone, then Letold's probably on alert now. Shouldn't you go back down the mountain and call for reinforcements? There's no way you can pull this off alone." Ethan shook his head, expression firm. "There's no time. You saw the light coming from the pillar, it's already starting. In 1 hour, the formation will fully activate. At that point, even if we had an army, it wouldn't matter." He looked at them, determined. "The only way to save Aba City now is for me to reach the core pillar with this token. You're just civilians, students. You should leave now. Follow the path back. Get as far away as you can." Blair suddenly broke the tension, raising a hand in alarm. I hate to interrupt this noble moment, but I think your pants." Ethan looked down. His pants were soaked through. His face turned red with horror. This is just rain. I was outside in the rain." Isabella shot to her feet. Scowling, Ethan froze. With fire in her eyes, Isabella declared, "The Kravis family has protected Aba City for generations. As Isabella Kravis, I will not abandon it now. I'm coming with you to stop this formation, even if it means facing a wanted criminal with 100 million crown bounty." Her words struck like arrows. Blair gave her a strained smile. Ethan was stunned. "Why, you're the city lord's daughter? Lady Isabella?" A hand landed on his shoulder. Blair grinned, thumb pointing to his chest. "As a good citizen of Aba City, it's my duty to help protect it." Alice stepped forward as well. "Obviously, I'm coming too." Blair turned, smiling. "Guess you're stuck with us." Ethan's eyes welled up with emotion. "You, guys?" The pillar beside them pulsed with runes and glowing magic. Blair spoke up. "Oh, by the way, you still want to wipe off your pants first?" Ethan snarled, face flushed. "Mind your own damn business." Elsewhere, people stood in a circle, chanting incantations. "O fire element of this world, heed my summons, descend upon this place." Fire rain spell. Streams of magical fire surged down onto the barrier, cloaking everything in thick, black smoke. When the smoke cleared, the barrier remained completely unscathed. An old man with glasses turned, disappointed. "Vice President Elton, it's no use. Our spells aren't affecting the shield at all." A bald man closed his eyes, sighing. "All we can do is wait for the president to return and see if he has any ideas." The bespectacled old man frowned impatiently. "The president is still en route from the capital. At the earliest, he won't arrive until tomorrow morning. By then, Aba City might be gone." Just then, a voice rang out. "Elton." Everyone turned toward the voice, confused, then shouted in unison. "City Lord." The white-haired old man in armor had arrived, flanked by soldiers. "You still haven't broken through the barrier?" The old man shook his head, eyes closed. "We've done everything we can." The vice president grimaced. "Our advance team is rushing to deliver the command medallion before the barrier fully activates. All we can do now is hope they succeed." Elsewhere, the path was covered in spiderwebs. Ethan, rubbing his chin, frowned. "This really is a huge crisis." Blair, irritated, smacked him hard on the head. "Ow, what was that for?" Ethan snapped, face turning red in pain. "The place is crawling with webs. You're not afraid of spiders?" Blair ignored him completely. A small golden spider descended silently on a strand of silk. Feeling something on his neck, Ethan brushed at it, and when he saw the spider in his hand, he screamed. "Ah!" He bolted off down the tunnel, leaving Blair and Isabella blinking in confusion. "Are all city guards like that?" Blair asked. Isabella hesitated. Probably just that guy." Suddenly, Ethan's foot stomped loudly on the ground, triggering a hidden mechanism. Blair grabbed his collar and yanked him back just in time. An arrow shot past them, missing by inches. Ethan gawked at the hole in the wall. "Damn, that trap was well hidden," he mumbled. Thanks." Blair scanned the tunnel and warned. "This place is filled with traps. Be careful. Also, does anyone else feel like we're heading in the wrong direction? Are you sure this tunnel leads to the main pillar?" Wiping sweat from his brow, Ethan nodded. "I'm sure. I memorized the layout. We're about to enter a secret passage that no one else knows about." The others echoed in surprise. "A secret passage?" Ethan continued. "The central chamber with the main pillar has many connecting tunnels, but they all require passing through the large main door. Based on my analysis of the layout and Letold's likely location, confronting him head-on would be suicide. That's why I'm taking us through a secret route. It leads directly to the pillar without going through the front." He laid out the plan, envisioning their sneaky approach. "If we're lucky, we can slip in while Letold is distracted and use the medallion to shut down the magic circle." The girls stared at him, surprised. Blair rested his chin on his hand. "I have a question. How do you even know about this secret passage?" Ethan winked and pointed to himself proudly. "I majored in history. I can read ancient scripts. When I joined the city guard, I read through all the old records in the city lord's mansion. One of them included a map of the magic formation. That's why I was chosen for this mission." Blair raised an eyebrow. "You studied history, and ended up in the city guard?" Ethan scratched his cheek, embarrassed. "Yeah, well, history grads don't have many job options. My uncle had a small position in the guard, so he pulled some strings. This is actually my first mission outside." Blair stared, speechless. Job hunting really is hell, no matter the world. Suddenly, Ethan stopped and touched the stone wall. "Found it, it's here." He pressed a square panel, opening a hidden passage. Frowning with concern, he added, "From here, it's a straight shot to the central chamber." Elsewhere, magical circles pulsed in the air. A subordinate reported, Lord Letold, the external barrier is stable. All magical energy is being funneled into the core orb. So far, no breaches. Letold looked up calmly. This barrier system, it's flawless. I wonder how the ancients made it. He narrowed his eyes. Where's Stockholm? The subordinate replied. He went west to patrol and hasn't returned yet. Letold muttered. The west, looks like we've still got a few rats sneaking around. Meanwhile, Blair led the way with the lantern, Ethan clinging nervously to his arm. The two girls followed close behind. Blair peeked cautiously through the opening. He lifted the stone tile. No one outside. Looks like Letold really is at the main gate. He pushed the tile aside, and the group climbed out one by one. The two girls gasped in awe. This place is huge, Alice muttered. Kneeling on the floor, Ethan clenched his teeth and whispered. Ah, finally, we're out. In the center of the room floated a glowing orb of electricity, radiating mana. Isabella looked around, puzzled. This room's massive, but where's the central pillar? There's only that lightning orb. There used to be a pillar, Ethan replied, but I guess when the magic array started charging up, it retracted it. He stepped closer, spotting lines of ancient script etched into the floor. Just as I thought. Here's the mechanism to raise the pillar. To their surprise, Ethan began reciting the incantation with practiced fluency. Light swirled around his hand, igniting the spell. The pillar responded with a violet glow. Rising slowly from the floor, Ethan dropped into a crouch and glanced at the others. It'll take a few more minutes to fully emerge. We'll have to wait. Alice let out a relieved breath. Everything's gone smoother than expected. Good thing you led us through the secret passage, Ethan. She smiled warmly, then asked curiously, but Ethan, you're so timid. Why are you so determined to see this mission through instead of just running away on your own? Ethan scratched his cheek, looking a little awkward, but his voice carried pride. Who's timid? I'm Ethan, proud defender of Aba City. From beginning to end, I've always put the safety of our people first. Of course I had to see the mission through. Blair scowled and smacked him on the head. Speak human, damn it. Rubbing his head sadly, Ethan admitted. Fine, it's actually because of my uncle. As the lightning orb grew more intense, Ethan continued. My parents died when I was little. It was my second uncle who raised me, sent me to school, looked after me. He was like a father to me. His expression darkened. Out there, Letold killed him, along with the others in the vanguard. Before he died, Uncle gave me this insignia and told me to finish the mission. His gaze turned distant as he added, Uncle's only daughter is still inside Aba City. Now that he's gone, I have to protect her. Even if he hadn't said anything, I couldn't let this magic array fully activate. Blair caught onto the key point and smirked teasingly. I'm starting to think you might be in love with your cousin? Ethan's face flushed bright red. No way. I'm not worthy of her. Suddenly, two hands grabbed him, one tugging on his ear, the other pressing on his bandaged wound. It was the girls. Isabella yelled. Blair, you act like an idiot most of the time. But how come you're so sharp at moments like this? Alice smiled slyly. Blair, don't tell me you've been pretending to be dumb all along? Blair yelped in pain as Ethan squirmed. Ow, I am not pretending to be dumb. Then Blair noticed something in Ethan's hand. Wait, what's this? That caught the girls' attention. They leaned in to see a sketch of a girl, violet hair, gentle smile, wearing a light orange dress. Ethan rubbed his head shyly. Yeah, that's her. Her name's Lena. She's my uncle's daughter. After this mission, she's beautiful, Isabella remarked. Did you draw this yourself? Before Ethan could reply, Blair suddenly grabbed both of his wrists, startling him. Blair's expression turned deadly serious as he growled. Don't say it. Don't you dare say it. You're about to step over the line. Ethan blinked, baffled. Blair? With one hand behind his back, Blair solemnly declared. There's a saying in my homeland, don't speak of dreams before the battle is over. So don't go saying stuff like, when this is over, I'll go home and confess. Or, when this is over, I'll get married. And never, ever, show anyone a picture of the one you're thinking about before the mission ends. Got it? Ethan's eyes widened in confusion. Get married? Confess. Drawings? I think I understand? Maybe? Alice leaned toward Isabella and whispered. Have you ever heard that saying before? Isabella giggled. Nope, just ignore him. He does this sometimes, says weird stuff out of nowhere. The magic pillar surged upward, blazing with energy. Ethan turned and shouted in delight. Yes, it's done. He grabbed the insignia and assumed a serious expression. Time to lift the seal. You guys, get ready. Blair raised an eyebrow. Seal? Ethan channeled mana into the insignia. His eyes focused. To avoid detection by Letold, The insignia was sealed before we entered the mountain. It's a basic sealing spell, just needs a bit of spiritual energy to lift it. But once the seal's broken, the array will react. Letold will probably sense it too. So once I activate it, we had to move fast. The insignia glowed brightly. The electric orb above spat out arcs of blue-violet lightning. Ethan pressed the insignia onto the pillar. Almost there. We need to fall back quickly. But something felt off. His pupils shrank. A fire vortex erupted from thin air, engulfing Ethan in flames before the others could react. The fire vanished. Ethan collapsed, unconscious, the insignia dropping beside him. A flickering flame hovered at the fingertips of a figure stepping into the light of the magical array. It was Letold. He stared at the group with cold contempt, his voice low and mocking. Well, looks like the rats have finally come out to play. Ethan clutched the bleeding wound on his abdomen, gritting his teeth as he struggled to stay upright. Letold. The three behind him were stunned. The two girls exchanged glances, gave a silent nod, and moved in sync. Both raised their hands behind their backs, gathering mana as they began chanting, "O fire element that fills the world, heed my call and descend upon this place." They shouted in unison, "Fireball!" 2 fireballs shot straight toward Letold, but before they could reach him, they were swiftly neutralized and faded into nothing. Alice's eyes widened, her mouth agape as she analyzed the situation. His spiritual power far surpasses ours. The moment our magic gets close, he instantly seizes control. Isabella was equally shocked. They vanished just like that? Suddenly, Letold's eyes narrowed. He sensed something was off. A fiery spell surged at him. He raised a hand to block. Seeing this, Blair, who was casting a spell himself, observed seriously. He blocked it. This Letold reacts fast. A blonde subordinate called out fearfully, "Lord Letold." He frowned but replied calmly, "I'm fine." Yet as he looked at his scorched sleeve, doubt crept into his mind. I didn't see any chant or hand signs. Where did that spell come from? And his spiritual energy, it's strange. Clearly not strong. Yet I can't seize control of his magic. With a determined expression, Blair raised his voice. "Isabella, Alice, take the emblem and go. I'll stay behind to hold Letold off, hurry." The two girls tightened their grip on the emblem and nodded. "Got it." Blazing streaks of fire magic flew toward Letold and his men. He frowned, his sharp gaze quickly catching on. No chance, no gestures. As unbelievable as it is, could this kid? The fire streaks converged into one massive fireball hurtling toward him. Letold cast a defensive spell, a barrier springing up in front of him. Flame shield, he incanted. He thought to himself, casting magic without chants or gestures. Meanwhile, Letold's subordinates had pinned the two girls to the ground. Alice winced and snapped at her captor. "Hey, easy with the hands, will you?" Isabella gritted her teeth, eyes fixed forward. "Damn it, we were so close." Her trembling hand reached out toward the emblem. Blair made a bold decision, to combine fire and water magic at once. "Looks like I have no choice but to defeat you first." Letold's expression briefly showed surprise. "This is a fireball spell. But why is there water magic?" 2 streams of magic flew toward him, merging in a violent explosion that filled the air with thick smoke. A masked man gasped, "That power, is that really just fireball?" Everyone stood in stunned silence. Blair, equally shocked, muttered, "It worked." But in the next instant, a fist tore through his spell. Letold leapt into the air and slammed a punch into Blair's face. "Stop flattering yourself," he barked. Blair couldn't dodge in time. The blow left him bruised. Letold followed with a punch to the gut, causing Blair to cough up blood. Face pale, Letold growled, "Your spellcasting speed is impressive, but the gap between spells is too long. You got no follow-up moves to expose your opponent's weakness." He struck one final time, his knee slamming into Blair's face. "And your stance, unstable. Your footwork, unprepared. You're completely open to a close-range assault." Blair stumbled and collapsed. Letold looked down at him with contempt. Such a waste of talent. All that natural aptitude, but no real combat awareness. On the battlefield, you'd already be dead. Across the room, Ethan, bloody and battered, forced himself to his feet. Trembling, "The one lacking awareness, is you." Letold turned, annoyed. Ethan glared back, chest heaving, his face full of fury. He clenched the emblem tightly in his blood-soaked hand, raising his shaking arm. Then he turned and charged toward the central pillar. Letold's eyes widened in rage. "Oslo," a brown-haired young man with a spear responded. "Yes." Blair, bruised and beaten, forced one eye open and shouted, "Ethan, get out of the way. Ethan." But Ethan didn't respond. A voice was calling out to him. Faint. From within. Ethan. Ethan. A childhood memory surfaced, of a young boy holding the hands of two smaller children. Standing before a grave. Little Ethan, with wide, innocent eyes, asked, "Uncle, was Uncle Jason called a hero because he was really strong?" The older boy beside him, face sorrowful, shook his head. "No, Jason wasn't strong. He never even passed the physical test. The captain yelled at him all the time. He was a coward, too. Sometimes he'd wet his pants if we scared him." Young Ethan looked back at the gravestone, still curious. Then why do people call him a hero? The older boy placed a hand on his head and smiled softly. Because, when darkness fell, he stood up to protect everyone. Back in the present, blood sprayed through the air. Letold's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ethan," the two girls screamed in unison. Blair, too injured to stand, clenched his teeth in anger. Ethan threw the emblem toward the pillar, but a spear pierced through him. His eyes opened wide as tears rolled down his cheeks. "Uncle Jason," he whispered, "even if I have only a mortal body, I can still do something extraordinary." He looked at the emblem now glowing on the central pillar, protected by a layer of magic. And then, he said it, his voice full of pain, pride, and defiance. "I did it, hero." The emblem was used to merge magic with the central pillar. Everyone watched as the ball of electricity gradually shrank. The henchmen holding the two girls exchanged terrified looks. The magic formation has stopped. Tears streaming down their faces. The two girls looked up and shouted, "Ethan!" The brown-haired youth frowned in surprise at Ethan's actions. "This guy isn't even dodging my spear's tip." Letold reached out to check Ethan's breath but felt nothing. Calmly, he said, "He's dead." The orange-haired man holding Blair barked, "Don't move." Blair kept struggling, his face darkening as he yelled, "Letold!" One worried subordinate asked, "Lord Letold, the magic formation seems to have stopped. What do we do now?" Letold's face darkened. He clenched the blood-stained portrait in his trembling hands. Silent as he gazed at the bloodied woman in the painting, the orange-haired man panicked, calling out, "Lord Letold!" Letold muttered blankly, "We've lost." He stared at the weak magic currents swirling around the pillar. Dazed, this young fortress guard knew very well that if he didn't avoid the spear's tip, he'd die. Yet he sacrificed his life to activate the device in the magic formation. We seriously underestimated his willpower. Letold closed his eyes and sighed. "This time, we've truly lost." The curly-haired man frowned anxiously. "Lord Letold, don't we still have that last option?" Letold turned to analyze the pros and cons clearly. "I know what you mean. But as I've said before, our knowledge of that method is very limited. There's a high chance it will cost lives without any gain." The group simultaneously knelt. "Lord Letold," he suddenly spoke, "you all." They cut him off loudly. "If we didn't have that determination, we wouldn't have followed you this far. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we're willing to try once more." 3 others nodded firmly in unison. "After everything we've faced, even the smallest hope for revenge is worth trying." The 2 men dragged the bound Blair over to the 2 girls and threw him down. Alice anxiously asked, "Blair, are you all right?" Isabella called out, shocked. "Blair." He looked up, his face flushed, and said, "I'm fine." Once settled, the group gathered, and the curly-haired man respectfully bowed. "Lord Letold, we're ready. Please give the command." Letold's face darkened as he spoke. "Everyone." He struck his chest forcefully and said firmly, "Help me one last time. I'm counting on all of you." Everyone responded solemnly in unison. "Yes." Approaching the pillar, the group formed a circle. The pillar emitted crackling electric sparks. They clasped their hands together, channeling magic. Their combined magic condensed into a glowing sphere. Blair looked on, bewildered. "What are they doing?" Alice followed their movements and explained, "It seems to be an ancient sacrificial magic. Long lost. They're sacrificing their own spiritual energy to recharge the magic formation and restart it. But sacrificial magic usually cannot be reversed. So ultimately, all of them will dissipate like smoke." She finished speaking as their spiritual energy formed a magic circle. Then, everyone transferred their full magical power into the central pillar. Meanwhile, outside, the bald man looked up, alarmed. "Why is it restoring?" The elderly man with glasses looked at the leader ahead. "The city lord. The barrier suddenly weakened earlier. So we increased our attacks. We were close to breaking it. But now, somehow, the barrier has been restored." The city lord looked confused and glanced at the shield. "What on earth is happening?" Letold, seeing the electric sphere gradually return to its original state, spoke happily. "It's restarting. We've succeeded." The bodies of those who sacrificed themselves began to fade away. The curly-haired man looked at Letold calmly and said farewell. Farewell, Lord Letold. Letold gripped his staff tightly and replied, farewell, rest assured, I promise you all the city of Abba will be destroyed. The curly-haired man smiled peacefully and closed his eyes. Thank you, Lord. Alice shouted in astonishment. The magic formation has restarted. Isabella clenched her teeth angrily. Letold opened his eyes wide. Shocked, she glared at him and shouted, Why do you have to go this far? What do you think you're doing? You want to destroy the city of Abba, with its hundreds of thousands of residents? You want them all to die? Do you think what you're doing is glorious? A single tear slid down Letold's cheek. Coldly, he said, You're right, I've never thought what we're doing is right. We're just fools consumed by anger and blinded by reason. Isabella choked and frowned, asking, Then why are you doing this? He sighed heavily, turned his back, and said, In half an hour, you, I, and the entire city of Abba will vanish from this world forever. So before that happens, I'll tell you my story. He thought silently. It's a long story. Where should I even begin? A fortress not far from here, engulfed in the smoke and flames of war. Thick dust billowed into the air. The empire's flag hung tattered and torn. On top of the city walls, a group of soldiers, filthy from battle, sat down. The curly-haired man frowned and spoke to Letold. Captain, we've run out of arrows, and the food will only last us half a day more. Letold sat silently, a weary line of blood trickling down his face. He spoke tiredly. It seems the only way out is to break through the siege. We cannot die here. We must bring back the enemy's intelligence at all costs. The curly-haired man lowered his head, saddened. But Captain, can we really believe what they say? The kingdom already treats us like traitors. Besides, doesn't it seem strange? We've been fighting for 10 days straight, yet we haven't seen a single reinforcement. He looked at his injured comrades. Some had lost an eye. Others had died. He continued, Rumors have been spreading among the troops that the nobles up top are jealous of our reputation and intend to let us die here. Letold slammed his staff on the ground decisively. Shut your mouth, Oslo. You know that's enemy propaganda, right? Curly-haired Oslo stammered. But, enough. Letold interrupted angrily, placing his hand on his chest with a heroic tone. We have always fought for the safety of our kingdom. I am sure the kingdom would never betray us. If any of you want to surrender to the enemy, I would understand. Stay here if you want. I won't blame you. But those who trust me, prepare to break through this siege. The white-haired man clenched his fists with resolve. I believe in you, Captain. Let's break out. The curly-haired man nodded in agreement. I trust you too, Captain. The others around showed determined faces, cheering. Captain, we all believe in you. Please lead us to break the siege. Letold's eyes burned with determination as he smiled. Thank you all. Don't worry. The kingdom will not abandon us. Together, they followed him, breaking through the siege. Beyond the city walls, gray smoke rose as everyone shouted. Understood. 3 days later, outside the city of Abba, the city guards watched from afar as a group approached. Letold collapsed on the ground, smiling weakly. Finally, we've returned. He then fainted. The guards atop the walls reported. It's our people. Look carefully. Time passed. Letold was locked in a prison cell. He gripped the bars angrily and shouted, Hey, I am Letold, captain of the 9th Regiment of the Kingdom's army. Let me out. I have important intelligence to report. A nobleman swaggered forward. Soldier Letold, you are now a traitor to the kingdom. Understood? Your wife has been dealt with according to the kingdom's laws. Tomorrow, you will join them. This is the fate of all traitors. Letold was stunned. Wait, Lisa, how could this happen? He grabbed the nobleman's collar and shouted in fury. I am not a traitor. Let me out. Release Lisa and Gwen. I am not a traitor. The nobleman recoiled in fear, then sneered, adjusting his clothes. So you say you're not a traitor? Well, there are those above who want you dead. So you will die, and your whole family will perish in disgrace. He turned and left, adding, Well, I've said what needed to be said. See you tomorrow at the execution grounds. Captain. Letold screamed in despair. Come back. I am not a traitor. Come back. He collapsed, broken. The jailer was startled by the noise, only to suddenly cough blood from his throat. Horrified, he cried out. Suddenly, keys jingled at the lock. Soldiers following Letold hurriedly spoke. Captain, we've come to rescue you. We just escaped from the adjacent cell. Those brats have turned us all into traitors. Letold curled up in the corner, muttering to himself. No, I am not. The white-haired man called out. Captain. A voice echoed outside. They're here. Search the place quickly. The white-haired man gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, they're chasing us. The curly-haired man looked worried and said to him, Captain, the city gates must be open by now. Let's get out of here, this place is no longer safe. The white-haired man helped Letold up. Go ahead, don't worry, we will make sure the captain escapes safely. The young man anxiously glanced back, then followed the others out. Weapons ready. Not long after, in a place within the city, 3 people had their heads covered with sacks and ropes tightened around their necks. Surrounded by a crowd of citizens, a clear voice announced, Letold was once a heroic warrior, the pride of the kingdom of Nolan, but he betrayed the trust of the people, conspiring with the enemy and selling out our army's secrets, causing countless loyal soldiers to die needlessly. Holding up a charge sheet, the speaker read, yesterday, the traitor Letold and his accomplices infiltrated Aba city to cause chaos. Fortunately, our brave city guards detected and captured them in time. He continued, looking at the 3 captives. However, last night while imprisoned, Letold and his followers killed the guards and escaped. Though 3 were recaptured, the leader Letold fled. By the kingdom's law, these 3 criminals will be executed immediately. With a signal, the ropes were pulled tight, suspending the 3 in midair. Their necks tightened until they died. The white-haired man in a cloak glared furiously. Damn those fools who still praise them. They know nothing. The curly-haired man turned to him, whispering, Captain Letold, the city gates should be open now. Let's get out before this place becomes unsafe. He spoke faintly. You all go ahead. 2 companions came suddenly. Captain, you've recovered. Letold replied wearily. You go first. I need a moment alone. Under the pouring rain, he stood before a grave, speaking softly. Lisa, Gwen, I'm sorry. A soldier, looking haggard, asked, Captain, what do we do now? Letold did not turn, answering quietly, don't call me captain anymore. I'm no longer your leader. Everyone frowned. Captain, thunder roared as Letold gripped his staff firmly. This country has betrayed us. It is now our enemy. All the pain we've suffered must be repaid in kind. Do you still trust me? Under the rain, a flower bloomed freely. Back to the present, the 2 girls, tied to chairs, opened their eyes. Blair, however, kept his eyes shut tightly while sitting on the ground. Alice suddenly snapped awake and asked, was that just a hallucination? Letold, sitting cross-legged opposite them, replied, no, what you just saw was a memory of mine. I used synchronization magic with you all, so I could share part of my own memory. Hearing this, she was surprised. Synchronization magic? And you can use that ancient magic you only heard of before? Seeing Blair's face contort in discomfort, Isabella shouted, Blair, are you okay? Wake up quickly. Alice looked worriedly over. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in horror and shouted, don't. Seeing this, she was stunned and called out, Blair. Isabella's emotions gradually calmed. Blair, you're awake. You scared me to death just now. Tears streamed down his face. Slightly surprised, he let out a soft sound. Letold looked at him and said, it seems you are the one who sank deepest into my memory. Have you ever entered someone else's memory before? He averted his gaze, remaining silent to avoid Letold's eyes. Letold stood up, leaning on his staff. Well, I don't want to pry into your secrets. Anyway, all this will end soon. Taking advantage of Letold's moment of inattention, he cut the ropes and went to untie her. Letold walked to a pillar beside a glowing orb and began to explain. Before joining the kingdom's army, I served in the military department in the city of Aba for a while. It was during that time I learned about this magic formation. So after deciding to take revenge on the kingdom, I brought my comrades here. Recalling the past, Letold opened the dusty door of a room. Everyone read through piles of papers. Frustrated and overwhelmed, we found a large number of ancient texts in a secret underground chamber and spent a great deal of time studying them. Thanks to those texts, we learned about some ancient magic arrays and how to control this magic formation. Even its history. He found a book recording various ancient magics. In the age of the ancient civilization, a great war broke out. The residents of Aba city were about to be defeated, so they built this massive self-destruct magic formation, turning their homes into traps designed to take the enemy down with them. Now, looking at the orb emitting powerful bolts of electricity, Letold said, what happened to them in the end, victory or destruction, is not recorded. The only thing we can be sure of is that since its creation until now, this formation has never been activated. He stood there, flushed, revealing his intention. Once activated, in an instant, this formation will generate an enormous amount of magical energy, destroying all life within Aba city. Letold gripped his staff so tightly he was trembling. There will be no suffering, just one moment, and all will be released. Alice spoke doubtfully. Wait, though I can understand the pain you've endured, You can't take revenge by dragging innocent civilians in Aba into this. He turned around, sneering. What kind of joke is that? Sometimes even I don't understand myself. It's useless. Blair shouted out before the two girls. Puzzled. He wants revenge not only on the kingdom and the nobles but also on the ignorant masses who cheered when his comrades were executed. To him, no one is innocent. Letold confirmed. Looks like you really immersed yourself deep in there. Then he placed his hand on the pillar, passing through the illusions to enter inside. At that moment, the magical orb outside radiated an immense power. The earth trembled with shockwaves. An old man wearing glasses panicked and said, "It's broken. I'm afraid the magic formation has been activated." Elsewhere, Brittany was sitting in her study, writing notes. Hearing some cracking sounds, she looked up in confusion, seeing cracks appearing on the glass window. She said, "An earthquake?" Feeling something unusual, she frowned. "No, it's magical fluctuations, and very intense ones at that." On this side, the magic array had already been activated. The three looked up. Isabella lowered her head sadly. "As expected, I still couldn't do it in the end. Sorry for dragging everyone here." She turned to him with a gentle smile and said, "That's right, Blair, actually, you and I." But Blair coldly cut her off. "Stop talking, Isabella." His face serious, he finished his calculations and said, "Wait for me to deal with him first. Then you can talk to me." She blinked, surprised. Huh? Letold ignored the magic breakers. Stein, Oslo, and Hal watched him and said, "Look, our anger has finally shaken the kingdom." Then he frowned, glaring fiercely, shouting, "Magic formation, activate." As soon as he finished, Blair punched him straight in the face, knocking him to the ground. The two girls gasped loudly. "Blair!" He clenched his fists, looking at him and said, "Sorry, I still had to stop you." Suddenly, the magical barrier stopped. Because of the recent earthquake, many people collapsed to the ground. The bald old man looked at it in disbelief and asked, "It stopped?" A soldier adjusted his helmet and sighed in relief to his comrade. Who was holding his arm? "I thought we were dead for sure this time." The city lord frowned in confusion, remaining silent, sensing someone approaching. The old man with glasses turned and recognized her. "You're here, Brittany?" She stepped forward, surrounded by streams of magic, her face full of worry. "There's a very strong magical fluctuation from the back mountain. My students are still in there. How are they?" Understanding his concern, the old man with glasses reassured her. "All the students have been evacuated home already. You're not part of the Magic Association, and this place is very dangerous now. You shouldn't have come." Brittany anxiously rubbed her face and said, "They've been evacuated home, but Blair and Isabella haven't come back yet." Suddenly realizing something, she shouted, "That's not right. At least 2 students haven't come out yet. Blair and Isabella are still inside." The old man with glasses looked confused and asked, "Isabella, the city lord's daughter?" The city lord heard this and thought silently. Isabella is still inside. He recalled years ago, the beloved little daughter smiling brightly in his arms. "Father, when I grow up, I want to join the military department." He smiled and asked, "Why is that?" A sparkle appeared in her eyes as she clasped her hands eagerly. "Because I'm from the Kravis family. One day, I'll protect you in Aba City." He happily hugged his daughter and laughed aloud. "Protecting even your father, huh?" The city lord frowned, a look of determination appearing in his eyes, thinking, "Isabella is in there, fighting for Aba City." Meanwhile, Letold sat up abruptly, confused, and asked, "How did you get free of the ropes?" He glared and clenched his teeth in rage, thinking, "I only knew the magic formation had started, I didn't notice him approaching. I was too careless." Blair looked him straight in the eye and answered frankly, "Then you should go ask the soldier from the military department you killed earlier." Taking advantage of the previous moment, he handed over a string of throwing knives and asked, "What's this?" Ethan put them into his hand and explained, "Take them. This is a proud tradition of our military department. We hide a throwing knife in our clothes to handle sudden emergencies anytime." Watching him turn and walk forward, Blair asked, "If I'm taking this knife, what about you?" Ethan pointed to himself confidently, smiling brightly. "Don't worry, if trouble comes, I run fast. It'll work better for you to use it." Letold looked at him and understood. He showed a disdainful smile and sneered, "I forgot the military department's tradition again. He really is a remarkable junior." Then facing Blair, he said, "Although you've entered my memories, you still choose to stop me, right?" Blair clenched his fists in a fighting stance and replied, "Yes." Letold raised his staff angrily, glaring fiercely, "Looks like we both have our own beliefs. I take back what I said before, you truly have the fighting spirit." Enough talk, let's have a decisive battle. Letold raised his staff higher. Summoning power. A fireball condensed with incantations. O fire element throughout the world, heed my call, descend upon this place. Seeing this, the two girls were shocked. Alice warned, Blair, be careful, he's casting large area magic. Blair wiped the dirt off his face and spoke calmly. Don't worry, I've thought of a way to deal with this. Then he swung his magic staff and cast forward. Firestorm. Streams of blazing fire shot straight toward him. Blair created a magic shield. The flames hit the barrier, penetrating inside but quickly fading. Seeing this, the two girls were amazed. They imagined a person standing inside a protective dome with no air. Thinking, I was right, even magical fire needs oxygen to keep burning. If I remove all the air around the head, I can neutralize fire magic when it gets close. Letold's eyes widened in disbelief and anger. My magic just vanished instantly? Could the elemental control rights have been taken by him? That can't be. His spiritual power isn't that strong. What on earth happened? Glancing to the side, in the moment Letold was unprepared. A fire blast shot straight at him. He grit his teeth, horrified, and dodged. In his heart, he confirmed his previous thought. This time, I definitely wasn't mistaken. He can use magic without incantations or preparation. Then Blair clenched his fists tightly and rushed forward. To Letold's terrified expression, looks like he wasn't ready when I closed in on him. Blair landed a punch directly on his face, causing him to cough up blood. Letold fell backward, and his staff slipped right out of his hand. Blair saw it flying through the air. He widened his eyes, determination flashing in them as he thought, I absolutely can't give him a chance to react. He leapt up and grabbed the staff, but when he noticed the crystal on the staff had disappeared, suspicion crept in. How could the staff lose its crystal? There must be some lingering magic here. Letold slowly stood up, holding a dagger, and said, Your thinking is always so simple. From the start, my dagger has been hidden inside the staff. Didn't expect you'd push me this far. He raised the dagger and charged at Blair, slashing across the wound Blair was bandaging. Blair didn't have time to react. Horrified by the attack, gripping the bleeding wound, his face contorted in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Without a trace of mercy, Letold stomped on Blair's injured side, arrogantly lecturing him. Young one, you've truly surprised me, not just with your power but with how fast you learn. Yet you still lack the decisiveness you had the chance to gain. Letold raised the dagger triumphantly and said, Remember, on the battlefield, killing your opponent is the greatest respect you can show. Blood dripped from the dagger's blade onto Blair's face. Gritting his teeth, Blair whispered, Is this the end? Suddenly, two streams of magical fire shot toward Letold. His eyes widened as he realized what was happening, but it was already too late. The flames struck him, causing a huge explosion. It was Isabella and Alice attacking. Blair said seriously, A Kravis will never flee the battlefield. Watching Letold desperately try to resist the magic, Blair thought, Well done, Isabella and Alice, risking everything this once. They drained the air around Letold. Horrified, Letold looked at the magic being sucked into Blair's bloodied palms. He couldn't believe it. Then he loosened his grip on the dagger, which dropped to the ground, clutching his throat, his face turning purple, eyes bulging, struggling to breathe. He panicked. I can't speak or breathe, what has he done? Unable to breathe, Letold began coughing violently. Blair stepped forward, magic swirling in his hand, and said plainly, Sorry, Letold, you're right, killing your enemy is the greatest respect. Letold was sweating profusely, clutching his cloak with trembling hands. I've failed again. He crawled forward, raising a hand weakly, then collapsed, motionless. The two girls rushed over. Isabella worriedly asked about Blair's injury. He replied, I'm fine, luckily, you two were here just now. The electric magic orb slowly shrank, becoming the size of a ping-pong ball before dissipating. Everyone looked up at the pillar as Alice analyzed. It seems after accumulating enough energy, if the magic formation doesn't receive a command to activate, it automatically shuts down. Isabella smiled brightly and said, That means we succeeded. She happily grabbed Blair's arm, swaying it gently. Best of all, we succeeded, we've protected Aba City. Blair groaned in pain from her movement. Don't shake it, don't shake it. Suddenly, the space around them trembled, and chunks of earth began falling. Alice looked up and said, I forgot. Many magic formations self-destruct after deactivating to prevent enemies from exploiting them. Isabella blinked in confusion. Self-destruct means, Alice answered, alarmed, most likely the magic formation and the tunnel itself will self-destruct together. A huge stone fell, Blair startled and, along with the two girls, turned pale and fled. Run! Seeing Alice still standing confused, Blair snapped, "What are you waiting for? This is no time for research, run!" The pillar lost its magical energy. Its glowing light vanished, and it cracked in half. Blair grit his teeth in frustration. He glanced at Ethan's body and said sadly, "Goodbye, Ethan, goodbye, Letold." Outside, the barrier gradually dissolved. Everyone was filled with joy. The old man with glasses cheerfully exclaimed, "The barrier's gone." Brittany dashed forward like an arrow, leaving everyone bewildered. Magic surrounded her as she shot off, becoming a bright star in the sky. The old man smiled and remarked, "Brittany is really too impatient." The city lord turned and issued an order. "The barrier is lifted. Everyone, prepare to enter the academy's back mountain to hunt down the enemy and rescue the students and civilians." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." The city lord's eyes shone with determination as he thought, Isabella must be safe. Inside the cave, rocks were continuously raining down like heavy rain. The three of them ran with all their might. Seeing the shaky frame above their heads, Isabella shouted in panic, "This isn't good. It's about to collapse. Move back quickly." The frame fell, sending up a thick cloud of dust and debris. The two girls coughed harshly. Out of the dust appeared a figure. It was Blair. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hand firmly against the wound in his abdomen as he took a step forward. Someone called out, "Blair." She placed a hand on his shoulder, worry clear in her voice. "You've been hit, haven't you?" He tried to endure the pain and answered, "It's more than just a sore shoulder." Alice looked at the pile of rubble blocking their path and spoke with despair. "This place is collapsing too. We can't get out this way." The two girls sat down beside him. Looking at the rubble, Blair suddenly had an idea. There were fewer collapses here than in other parts of the cave. Maybe they could use explosion magic to blow the rocks apart and find a way out. As if reading his thoughts, Isabella sighed in frustration. "It's useless. How many fireballs would it take? We don't have nearly enough mana for that." Large and small boulders piled on top of each other blocked their way. Blair stood up to encourage the two. "I have a plan. I'm sure you both have learned fire shield magic, right? We'll have to put everything into it soon." Isabella and Alice said in unison, "All right." Blair formed his hands, gathering air into a sphere. A calculating look appeared in his eyes as he smirked slightly. Draw in the air. He focused his mind and thought. Oxygen concentration in air is between 4 and 70%. When combined with fire, it will. Then he released a stream of violet fire magic, striking directly into the rubble, causing a massive explosion. The three of them combined their magic, supporting each other. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing light ahead. "It worked," Blair said. Isabella looked amazed. "How did you do that? Has Tran Lak already reached the rank of Grand Mage?" Morning sunlight began to peek over the sky. A hand reached up from the cave entrance. They had finally crawled out. The first to climb up was Alice, looking exhausted. Right after came Isabella. By this point, Blair was nearly drained of energy and breathed out wearily. The two girls reached out to help him up. Seeing his state, Isabella asked with concern, "Blair, are you okay?" He held his wound and raised a hand, his voice weak but reassuring. "Don't worry, I'm fine." When he let go of the wound, blood began to seep through. He gritted his teeth and forced himself on, thinking, "Still not at my limit yet." He planted his feet on the rock wall and began to climb. Unfortunately, he slipped and fell into a deep pit. Isabella screamed, "Blair!" Despair washed over him as he thought, could this be the end? Suddenly, someone caught his arm. His vision blurred, but he still recognized who it was, Brittany. Time passed. In a hospital room, three people gathered around a bed, waiting. Blair slowly opened his eyes and groaned softly. He moved up a little, trembling, his injured arm in a cast. He frowned and gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he wondered, "Where am I? This hurts so much." Isabella woke up, rubbing her eyes and said, "Blair, just lie still." Then she happily grabbed his arm and exclaimed, "Blair, you're awake." The other two were equally overjoyed. She shook him vigorously with a loud laugh. "Finally, you're awake. That's great." He couldn't resist, groaning weakly. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop shaking me or I might really die." Brittany sat beside the bed, speaking gently. "Luckily, your injury wasn't fatal. You just lost a lot of blood at the time. For the next few days, just rest assured and recover. I'll ask for leave on your behalf at the academy." He frowned and hesitated. "Brittany, about Letold, actually." She understood without words, closing her eyes in helplessness. "I've heard Isabella and Alice's account already. But these things might involve the upper classes of the kingdom. It's not something we can decide. If you mention this outside, it might. Blair quickly added, that's true. There are many things in this world that just can't be changed. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Everyone turned curiously toward the sound. The person who entered was the city lord, who smiled and introduced himself. Blair, sorry to disturb your rest. I'm Austin, Isabella's father. She gasped. Father, you came here? He looked at Blair with a questioning expression and said, City Lord, may I ask why you've come to see me? The Lord placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. You saved Isabella and Aba City. I came to express my sincere gratitude, thank you. Blair was startled but rubbed his hands politely. City Lord, there's no need for thanks. He didn't look up and added, also, I have a somewhat bold request. I'd like to invite you to the Kravis family banquet tomorrow evening. Blair's eyes widened in surprise. What? In Isabella's mind, a few words already stood out. Attend the banquet. Meet the parents, family. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she thought. Family. Then she exclaimed, what? The next afternoon, Blair loosened his collar and said, Isabella, although I agreed to attend the banquet. Looking at his elegant, formal outfit, she couldn't help but frown and complain. But this suit just feels off. She wore a beautiful dress and replied, that's because you usually dress so casually. Besides, tonight's not just my parents attending, officials and noble families from the city will be there too. Blair was startled. I thought it was just a family banquet. Why are so many people coming? She sighed. My family's banquet is always like this. Understanding the situation, he frowned slightly but accepted it. That makes sense. After all, the position of Aba City Lord has been passed down through the Kravis family for generations. It's no surprise the banquet is a high society event. His face suddenly flushed red as he rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, wait, Isabella is the only child of the city lord. Unless something unexpected happens, she's the next city lord. If I marry Isabella, then I could basically do whatever I want in Aba. He pictured a happy future, embracing his wife Isabella and their child. And my child would be the next in line to rule Aba. He paused, considering, but to inherit the city lord title, the child must carry the Kravis name. I'm not exactly traditional. I could accept the child taking the mother's surname, but Kravis is still better. Unless I have twins, one with the Kravis name, one with the Tran name. Perfect. Suddenly, a hand pinched his ear, cutting off his thoughts. Hey, why are you pinching my ear? Blair yelped in pain. Isabella gave him an annoyed but knowing look. You're definitely thinking about something silly again. What were you just thinking about? Blair panicked. Don't bother me. I was just thinking, if there were 2 kids. His face flushed bright red as he quickly scrambled for an excuse. No, I have a friend. Really just a friend. His wife is about to have twins. And he asked me to help think of baby names. Isabella looked down shyly. Oh, okay. I thought, no, never mind. So, have you thought of names yet? Haven't you helped your friend yet? Blair scratched his head and forced a smile. Not yet. They want one child to carry the father's name and the other the mother's. They're still deciding. Hearing that, she studied him carefully. Right, Blair, could you accept your child taking the mother's surname? He answered. If there were 2 kids, I think I could. The sun was setting, painting the sky with a breathtaking sunset as the two walked toward the castle. She waved her hand and clasped it behind her back to hide her excitement. Okay, then, good luck thinking of names for your friends' babies. Walking side by side like a destined couple, she looked ahead cheerfully and called out, Mother. A woman with blonde hair in a magnificent dress turned around and said, Saw, and this must be Blair, right? Everyone behind them looked on in amazement. He bowed respectfully. Good evening, Lady Kravis. She stepped forward, delighted and warm. Thank you for saving Saw. She's talked about you to me many times. Isabella snapped angrily. Mom, don't say nonsense. Then a group of girls surrounded him. A white-haired girl asked, You're the one who saved Saw and the Herman family's young lady, right? A purple-haired girl covered her mouth in admiration. He's so handsome. A girl with braided hair nodded approvingly. Brave and capable young men like you are rare these days. A tall girl laughed teasingly. Saw really has an eye for talent. A pink-haired girl added. Saw's never brought a boy home before. Surrounded by many, Blair felt awkward and flustered. About that, seeing this, Isabella grabbed his wrist. Mom, come meet Blair's father first. The purple-haired girl continued teasing. Saw, what are you afraid of? No one's going to snatch him away. Isabella tugged him away. Come on. Hey, slow down, Blair protested, but she only wanted to cover his mouth. Stop talking so much. Hurry up. Meanwhile, In a nearby office illuminated by an ornate chandelier, someone asked, "So you think Walter is scheming something?" A white-haired young man sitting across replied, "Yes, that's why I came to inform you." The city lord pondered seriously. Aba City is the Kravis family's stronghold, passed down for centuries. You don't really think a mere finance minister like Walter could shake us? The young man looked him straight in the eyes and explained the current situation. That used to be true. But in recent years, the capital has been trying to reclaim the power of the city lords. Now, all cities outside the capital, including Aba, no longer control their finances or military. These are managed by officials sent directly from the capital. He continued in a low voice about complicated relations. Marquis Walter isn't just the city's finance minister, he's also the brother of the current queen. He explained why this was dangerous. As you know, every year the capital sends tax inspectors to audit cities. They have great power, and if they find any tax issues, even the city lord can be arrested on the spot. He went on, "Reliable sources tell me that Marquis Walter and the tax officials have held secret talks here for several days. They're likely plotting something against you." The lord closed his eyes, tired but steadying himself. "I understand, thank you for the warning. Abel Edward, I will be careful." The young man smiled and stood up. "I won't keep you any longer. I'll take my leave." Suddenly the lord stopped him. "Wait, why did you choose to tell me all this?" The young man paused, then replied, "For the peace of the Edward family and your lordship. We need time. If Aba City faces turmoil now, it will be very difficult for us." The lord frowned but said nothing more. As the young man stepped outside, a servant helped him put on his coat. At that moment, Isabella and Blair arrived at the door. "Father, I brought Blair here." Hearing the name Abel Edward, the young man's eyes sharpened. He put on his hat with a smirk, thinking, "Blair always shows up wherever trouble happens. Good luck to you." Inside the room, Austin looked sternly at the two people before him. Seeing his father staring silently, Isabella finally broke the quiet atmosphere. "Father, why aren't you saying anything?" He frowned and spoke to her. Saw, you go outside for a moment. I have a few things to discuss privately with Blair." "All right, I'll step outside then." She smiled cheerfully at Blair. Blair followed her and said, "I'll come find you when I'm done." The father sat down, watching them talk. Isabella waved sweetly. "I'll be waiting for you outside." Blair replied, "Got it." Austin's face darkened as he put on a serious expression and said, "First, I want to thank you for protecting Isabella. Without you, I might have lost her." Blair replied calmly, "A real man wouldn't just run off and leave a woman behind." The city lord stood in the shadows, drawing his sword. Saw said you care a lot about her at school. Blair looked puzzled, seeing the sword drawn partway. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he nervously answered, "We're all students of Miss Brittany. We're supposed to help each other." Austin raised the sword, pressing him to be honest. "So, you're saying everything Saw said is true?" Blair regained his composure and answered, "That's just what anyone should do." Without another word, Austin unsheathed the sword fully. His whole body burned with anger as he asked sharply, Saw said you kissed her, hugged her, and even bullied her, is that true?" Blair was bewildered. "When did I kiss her?" Austin scowled and shouted, "So you did hug and bully her? Then," Blair boldly questioned, "did you call me here just to talk about this?" Austin was stunned, then put away his sword and returned to a calm demeanor. "You're the first young man to speak to me like that." He joked, Saw is my only daughter. I hope you, Blair, won't take it too seriously." He extended his hand to make peace. "From now on, Saw will need your care and help." Blair agreed and shook his hand. Austin then leaned in to whisper, "Yes, this is our private conversation." Understanding his meaning, Blair nodded easily. "I understand, and I promise Isabella won't find out." Later, in the front yard of the mansion, an outdoor banquet was fully prepared, and everyone gathered happily. Isabella turned to ask, "Blair, what did my father say to you earlier?" He picked up his knife and fork, looking thoughtful. "That's a secret between men." She rolled her eyes and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "You." She unleashed her childish anger on him. Blair raised his hands defensively, shouting, "Don't hit me." Austin closed his eyes, pretending not to see this. A white-haired young man approached and quietly said to Austin, "City Lord, the finance minister and the tax inspectors have arrived looking for you." A stout man adorned with jeweled rings and dressed in noble attire, though his beer belly was obvious, spoke loudly and arrogantly, "Lord Austin, you're hosting such a grand banquet, why wasn't I invited?" Austin stood, irritated, and replied, "Apologies, finance minister, this is just a private family banquet." I didn't want to trouble you or the tax inspectors with old business." The city lord's wife looked over. The fat man's face twisted with malicious intent as he sneered. "It's not about old business. The tax inspectors just wanted to discuss your issues." A blond man behind spoke coldly. "That's right. Marquis Walter and I have discussed Lord Austin in detail. I now suspect you of illegal activities concerning taxes, and I'm here to conduct an investigation." Austin frowned darkly and requested, "Tax inspectors, please allow me to finish this family banquet first." The man smiled slyly, his tone threatening. "Lord Austin, I hope I don't have to say this again. Remember, I represent the capital." The guests at the banquet looked around anxiously. A brown-haired girl asked, "What's going on?" The white-haired man explained, "The tax inspectors are sent from the capital." Blair looked surprised as he noticed Isabella's hand trembling on his leg. She was visibly scared, her whole body shaking. Everyone at the banquet table was buzzing with whispers. The fat man raised his head arrogantly and spoke up. "Lord Austin, since we once worked together, I advise you not to embarrass yourself in front of everyone like this. You should cooperate with the investigation quietly." Austin snapped angrily. "You?" The city lord's wife turned to smoothly handle the guests. "Sorry everyone, tonight's banquet ends here. Austin has urgent matters to attend to. We'll meet again another time." Seeing Isabella still trying to hold back her emotions, Blair stood up worriedly and said, "Isabella, let's leave here first." Looking up, he noticed two people standing at a distance and thought to himself, "Calvin, Brady, why are they here too?" The sky gradually shifted color as the last rays of sunlight spilled over the hallway. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. Noticing her troubled mood, Blair asked with concern, "Isabella, are you okay? That's the tax officer from the capital. This time, the city lord is in serious trouble." A voice rang out, "If he's not careful, he'll be dismissed, investigated, and thrown in jail." Isabella's steps slowed as she listened to the crowd's murmurs. "This Walter guy, since he's the queen's younger brother, has been running rampant, causing chaos with the tax affairs in Aba City." The girl in the brown dress spoke angrily. "The city lord has confronted him many times, and now he even dares to humiliate him here." "Yes, everyone in Aba knows Walter never obeys the city lord when it comes to taxes." The girl in blue added with frustration. "Clearly, the tax officers have been bribed and want to frame the city lord." The short-haired girl sighed. No one expected the Kravis family, so mighty in Aba for years, would decline this way. The red-haired girl frowned worriedly. Feeling her hand grip tighten, Blair looked at her in confusion and called, "Isabella." Then his eyes widened in shock. A tear fell. Her face flushed red as she bit her lip, tears brimming with anguish. Seeing this, Blair panicked and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Isabella?" She rushed forward, hugging him tightly, words caught in her throat. Clinging to his arm, she sobbed, "Blair, my father, what should I do?" He frowned and comforted her. "Don't worry, Isabella." Watching the crystal-clear tear fall to the ground, he vowed silently, "I won't let your father come to harm." Meanwhile, two men were talking nearby. Blair ran over and called out, "Guild leader Calvin, Guild leader Brady." The man in white said, "Blair, what are you doing here?" He exhaled wearily. "The city lord is my friend's father. It's been a while." Calvin helped him up. "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Miss Isabella is your friend." The man in green smiled warmly. "So you're the Blair who saved Aba City. We're honored to meet you." Blair calmly asked about the recent events. "Guild leader Calvin, Guild leader Brady, why are you here? And why are you with that tax officer?" Calvin laughed and raised his hand to explain. "This tax officer is actually a vice guild leader in the Central Mathematical Association. Our branches everywhere must cooperate with them to complete tasks. As for guild leader Brady, the safety of tax officers is always the responsibility of the Magic Association. So of course, he had to come too." Blair asked suspiciously, "If it's a tax issue, shouldn't you go to the Minister of Finance? Why investigate the city lord?" Calvin answered seriously, "The Minister of Finance manages the budget but is still subordinate to the city lord. All official orders concerning tax in Aba are issued by City Lord Austin." "So naturally," Blair nodded, having understood, but looked straight at him and challenged, "Guild leader Calvin, do you believe what you just said?" Calvin scratched his face nervously and glanced away, trying to avoid eye contact. "Blair, we're just scholars, not tax officers. It's not appropriate for us to meddle in the kingdom's affairs." Blair stared at the two men and said, "I can understand your worries. That's right, some time ago, a man named Tran Lak solved all the Mathematical Association's questions and even registered a new type of magic with the Magic Association. Do you remember? Calvin exclaimed in surprise. Of course, we remember. Tran Lak is now recognized as the god of mathematics across the continent. Blair, you've heard the legend about him, haven't you? Brady suddenly interrupted, alarmed. Wait a minute. He clenched his fist and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The new magic that Tran Lak proved hasn't even been revealed to the public yet. How do you know about it? Blair replied calmly. I am Tran Lak. Those words shocked the two men, their eyes widened. Jaws dropped, their faces turned pale, sweat pouring down. Calvin stammered fearfully. Blair, this joke is a bit? Blair smiled warmly and explained. At that time, I solved a total of 23 problems with a total prize of 535 gold coins. But since it was just our first cooperation, I left the last few coins and only took 530 gold. As for that mixed magic, it's a simple fusion of water sphere and fire sphere magic. If you want, I can demonstrate it right here. Calvin was startled, suddenly dropped to his knees in awe, and shouted, Great God Lak, I was blind to doubt your identity before. Please forgive me. Brady rubbed his head, blushing with embarrassment. So it's really you. No wonder you could defeat Letold. It wasn't a coincidence after all. Calvin's nose turned red as he said, Great God Lak, please tell us what you need. Even my life is at your disposal. Blair helped him up, smiling. My life isn't necessary. It's just that the tax officers and the Minister of Finance have made me very unhappy. I hope I never had to see them in Aba again. The two men gestured confidently. Don't worry. Tonight, those two will completely disappear. Brady added, though the Magic Association is responsible for protection, we also sometimes make mistakes. Like tonight, this whole situation made Blair feel helpless. The two men looked at him with great admiration, seeing them wag their tails like dogs. Blair felt helpless. Normally, these two appeared dignified and respectable. How had they suddenly turned into street thugs? Calvin and Brady imagined him as a god descended to earth, bringing extraordinary things, and knelt down. Tran Lak, god of Lorraine, our revered god of mathematics. They pictured the math tower in their minds. Deep inside, they silently confirmed, Tran Lak is Lorraine's luck. Its dazzling light, its hope. For Great God Lak, Walter and Cesar can only go to hell today. Blair put his hand on their shoulders, frowned, and spoke directly. The important thing is Walter. He's the root of the tax problem. You two understand, right? Both of them scowled, put on fierce looks, and answered in unison. We understand. Kill his whole family. This left Blair stunned and confused. Not understanding, he sighed and explained his intention. I don't want to take his life. I just want him gone from Aba City, out of sight. Realizing they misunderstood, they awkwardly said, so that's what Great God Lak meant. Got it. Blair turned and walked away, then stopped and reminded them. Oh, right, don't tell anyone about my identity. I want to keep my life normal. After that, Calvin and Brady quickly approached the crowd. With a grim face and serious tone, Calvin said, Vice Guild Leader Cesar, please come with me. I have something important to discuss with you. He raised his hand to remind. City Lord Austin, please stay here. I have some matters to settle first. After walking a bit, Calvin frowned and suggested, Vice Guild Leader Cesar, Walter is no longer suitable for the position of Minister of Finance in Aba. Cesar frowned angrily and rejected. Calvin, this isn't your decision to make. He sneered mockingly and taunted loudly. What's the matter? Is the rumor true? Then, he fell into confusion, struggling to understand. A hand rested on his shoulder. It was Brady, who looked at him and teased. So you like types like Walter? Huh? Don't you find him annoying? After hearing this, Cesar was shaken and stunned. He shoved Brady angrily and shouted, Are you crazy? I'm just doing my duty. I'm not. Brady cut in with a serious expression. I'm afraid this isn't your decision. Someone higher up wants Walter out of Aba. If you don't agree, I won't be able to guarantee your safety anymore. Calvin added, Also, don't forget you're a former vice guild leader of the Mathematical Association first. Then a tax officer of the kingdom. That person affects the survival and development of the guild. I advise you to decide wisely and not drag the guild into this. Hearing this, Caesar's face turned pale, and he lowered his head. In silent anger, he clenched his fists tightly. Then he turned to look at the crowd and glared before snapping his fingers downwards. Seize Minister of Finance Walter and take him away. As two subordinates grabbed him, he roared in anger. Cesar, are you crazy? Don't arrest Austin, arrest me instead. He growled. Shut his mouth for me. When it was done, Cesar bowed slightly, placed his hand on his chest, and carefully said, City Lord Austin, we have evidence that Walter embezzled the kingdom's tax money. Sorry for troubling everyone. We'll take our leave." The city lord looked puzzled at the scene. The city lord's wife was quite surprised by what she saw. She clearly noticed his figure turning back. "We have to hurry home. Isabella will pinch my ear again." Seeing his wife giggle while covering her mouth, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" She raised 2 glasses of wine and handed one to him. "Don't you get it yet?" They clinked glasses, and she sighed. "Blair is a good child." Under the bright moonlight, the two stood happily facing each other. Meanwhile, Isabella sat alone on the long chair. Blair. Gentle petals floated softly in the breeze. A hand tenderly brushed through her hair. Blair looked at her with warmth. Isabella lifted her gaze, cheeks tinged with pink, and the atmosphere grew harmonious. She wiped away a tear and shyly asked, "Blair, why did you come here? How are my parents doing?" He stroked his own hair, glanced away, avoiding her eyes. "It's all settled. I asked a friend to help. Walter was taken away by the tax officials." Isabella blinked in surprise. "What?" He looked at her and said, "It seems it's time for Aba City's Minister of Finance to be replaced." Her face showed disbelief. "How is that possible? Aren't the tax officials in the same faction as Walter?" Blair smiled and waved his hand. "Maybe my friend is just a bit more skilled than the tax officials." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, her expression full of intrigue. "Who is this friend you mentioned?" He leaned in and put a finger near her lips. "You're asking too many questions." Suddenly, Isabella pressed a quick kiss on his cheek. Blair jumped, cheeks burning red, heart pounding wildly. Then she stood up quickly and ran off. "Come on, the banquet isn't over yet." She didn't notice his ears reddening and his speechless state. At the party, a few were still chatting. After a bet, 2 young men grabbed each other by the hair. Arguing loudly, the man in green shouted, "City Lord Austin won, so take the silver coins." The man in orange refused to let go, yelling, "Did you know beforehand? I spit on that." His purse was ripped open, coins scattering on the ground, each silver coin rolling away. Seeing her run toward the crowd, Blair followed anxiously. "Isabella, wait." But bad luck struck. She stepped on a silver coin, slipped, and fell backward. Blair panicked and rushed forward, reaching out. "Isabella." She was startled and pale. He hurried to catch her but only managed to grab a piece of her sleeve. Seeing her, Blair's eyes widened in fear as the fabric slipped through his fingers. "Sorry." Her parents looked surprised. She sat on the ground, clutching her dress, 2 tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Feeling embarrassed, she called out loudly, "Blair." Isabella sobbed, frustrated, tears streaming like a waterfall. Blair awkwardly stammered, I didn't mean to." She didn't want to hear any scolding. "You're not even human," her parents exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. She covered her chest, her face as red as a tomato, angrily shaking her fist in the air. "You did it on purpose. You jerk." Blair grabbed her wrist, confused and flustered. "I really didn't. I was just trying to catch you. Who knew you'd trip yourself?" Isabella's eyes widened in annoyance. Suddenly, she began chanting a spell, her whole body surrounded by magical flames. "O fire elementals scattered across the world, hear my summoning, descend upon this place." The city lord's wife called out a few words. Interrupting, Blair turned, startled, as the flames around Isabella gradually faded. Isabella, embarrassed but furious, gritted her teeth. "Blair, you." He turned back and forth nervously, explaining to the 3 adults, "I swear, I didn't see anything, I didn't see a thing." This only made her angrier, pointing a finger to scold. You." Blair dodged, pretending not to hear, looking away and whistling. The city lord's wife smiled happily. "You're young." He walked away but glanced back quietly and silently. Austin frowned, annoyed, and said, "Blair, we still have some things to discuss. Please come with me for a moment." He followed Austin. The city lord's wife teased her daughter. "This time Blair really helped your father with a big matter. Looks like our Saw has quite the charm." Isabella, irritated, put her hands on her hips and walked away. Who cares about him? In a lavish room, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses sat on the table. Austin said, "I truly didn't expect tonight's events. Blair, you really are something else." Blair replied, "It seems the city lord already figured it out. But it's not as complicated as you think. It's just that the 2 guild leaders, Calvin and Brady, owed me a favor, and this time, they paid it back." Blair rubbed his head awkwardly. Austin stared at him, doubtful, and spoke, "To get Cesar to cross Walter is no small matter." He lifted a glass of wine toward Blair, who caught it and explained, "Protecting my senior Isabella is an honor. As for the Minister of Finance, 3 months ago, he caused chaos with tax policies in Aba City, making pork prices quadruple. Truly detestable." Austin asked suspiciously. Is that the only reason? Blair sat opposite him and answered. City Lord, when pork prices skyrocket, you can imagine how much everything else rises in Aba. Tax collection affects the lives of the people. Letting the minister collect taxes arbitrarily only makes life harder. He asked confidently. When the people of this city can't even afford to eat, what hope does this city have? Austin candidly accepted the blame. You're right, I share some responsibility for this. Blair said. It's good you understand, no need to blame yourself. Behind the door, two people peeked inside, whispering. What exactly are they talking about? So secretive. They raised their glasses. Austin laughed cheerfully. Thanks for the reminder, Blair. I'll definitely keep a closer eye on the new Minister of Finance. Blair replied. Then I'm at ease, City Lord. Suddenly, a hand pushed Isabella's back. She froze, startled. Without thinking, she moved straight toward Blair. Blair's eyes widened in surprise as her head bumped his shoulder, causing the glass in her hand to slip. Wine spilled, staining both their clothes. Just then, the city lord's wife entered cheerfully and gently scolded. Saw, how careless. Quickly take Blair to change clothes. Seeing their soaked outfits and red faces, she added. Saw, take Blair to change, and arrange a room for him while you're at it. She smiled warmly and said. Let's decide that. Blair felt awkward. Madam Kravis. Isabella, embarrassed, asked. Mom, what? Then the lady pushed her husband forward, waving. Blair, thank you for today. Sleep well and have sweet dreams. A little later, in a room where they had changed clothes, Blair scratched his face awkwardly. Senior, so about tonight? Isabella strode toward the door. What do you mean, about tonight? I'm leaving. He looked confused but followed her. The door to the next room opened, and two people watched their footsteps disappear. Back in the room, the city lord's wife looked at Austin, who was deep in thought, and asked, What's wrong? He wore a serious expression and said. The tax official changed his mind, it really was because of Blair. But Blair said it's because Calvin owed him a favor. Still, I feel there's more to this than meets the eye. The city lord's wife smiled warmly, holding her cheek. Everyone has their secrets, as long as he treats Saw well. That's all that matters. Austin looked puzzled. How do you know Saw likes him? She squinted happily. Do I even need to say? She used to say she wanted to go to the capital city. But this year she didn't apply to any of the big academies there. Isn't it obvious she's waiting a year just to go with Blair? Austin crossed his arms and made up an excuse. That's because she doesn't want to be far from us. She saw his expression and laughed behind her hand. Then she clung to his arm. Beaming, Austin sighed. All right, stop worrying about Saw. She's so innocent. Going to the capital, I worry she'll get bullied. He wasn't done sulking yet, closing his eyes with a sigh. In a room, Blair lay on the bed, holding a silver coin up and falling into thought. Originally, he used the identity of Tren Lak to avoid trouble, but now it seemed that identity had another use. Recalling the disdainful looks from that man, he thought silently. Walter is the younger brother of the queen before Austin. He can break the rules and crush everything. He remembered how the two men were stunned and knelt when they learned his identity. Blair thought. Tren Lak is the god of the Math Guild. Calvin reveres him like a true deity. Gods don't care about morals. When Calvin gave a cold glance at the silenced count who was dragged away, Blair mused. A single word from the god could make Walter vanish from the world. Changing the rules. A large hand reached out to grab a terrified Walter who was running away, deciding the fate of others. Then the man was caught and collapsed, lifeless. In Blair's mind appeared a figure, Isabella, protecting oneself and those important. His eyes focused on his hand. Blair thought, to live well in this world, one needs high status and strength enough to wipe out everything. The silver coin was engraved with a lion wearing a crown, surrounded by leaves. Suddenly, a noise from the window broke his thoughts. Blair went over and opened it. Before him was Isabella, looking as beautiful as a blooming rose. She jumped inside and climbed onto the bed. He awkwardly asked, Why didn't you come through the front door? She opened her eyes wide, scolding, Are you stupid? Coming through the front door means everyone would see. He looked puzzled, a bit surprised, and said, I'm not doing anything shady. Jumping through the window only makes people misunderstand more. Isabella sat on the bed, acting adorable, her whole being radiant, and said, So, Blair, is this your first time seeing such a big bed? Excited and can't sleep? He casually pointed to her dress. Exactly, senior, if you took this off, I'd be even more excited. She blushed, covering her chest, annoyed. You pervert, I came to ask you something. Hearing this, he sat beside her, Isabella asked something she'd always been curious about. Tell me, what did my father say to you today? Blair crossed his arms, blushing, looking away. Really want to know? She was eager. Come on, just tell me. He glanced down at her chest and cleared his throat. He said you're still young. The city lord wants me to watch over you more closely. She looked confused. I'm young? Where? Following his gaze, she suddenly understood, her face turning bright red. Isabella stood up abruptly, furious, shouting, All right, Blair. He was shocked and quickly tried to explain. Wait, let me explain. She embarrassedly kicked him under the table, yelling, I don't want to hear anything from you. You pervert. He was stepped on, blushing and stunned. Frustrated, she huffed and stormed straight to the window. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. It only ruined my mood. Blair stepped forward and grabbed her hand, trying to explain. Isabella, listen, Isabella unhappily pushed his hand away. But Blair tried to hold on. I actually know why you came here. Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Her eyes brimmed with tears and her lips were tightly pressed. She turned away and raised her hand to signal him to stop. It's not that I don't have that intention. The truth is, I came here to say. Blair calmly began, but she cut him off. Don't say it, I understand. Her words startled him, and tears welled at the corners of her eyes as she waved her hand and snapped. I said that's not what I meant. Then she sighed. Isabella spoke candidly. I came to thank you. And, I trust you, Blair. With that, she stepped onto the windowsill and climbed out. Blair stared after her back in doubt. Believe in me. Neither of them noticed Austin silently observing from behind the door. Before long, dawn broke. Sunlight spread across the land, bathing the castle in a warm glow. At the castle entrance, the lady of the house cheerfully greeted him. Blair, did you sleep well last night? Was breakfast to your liking? He smiled and replied, I slept very well, and breakfast was delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Lady Kravis, I'll be taking my leave now. The lady dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief and said sadly. Leaving so early? Blair, not staying for lunch with Sasa? Did I fail to treat you properly somehow? Blair waved his hands in flustered denial. No, please don't misunderstand, my lady. Austin frowned in annoyance, staring straight at him before speaking to the lady. That's enough. Anna, if he doesn't want to, let him go. Still worried, she asked, but Blair, did you not see anyone last night? Blair awkwardly scratched his head and laughed, pretending to be clueless. I'm sorry, Lady Kravis, I don't understand what you're talking about. I didn't see anyone. I should go now. Goodbye. And with that, Blair took off running. So scary. I need to get out of here, fast. Anna watched him flee and murmured, What an adorable boy. Austin replied grumpily, Not so sure about that. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, an old man reviewing some documents called out, Come in. Calvin and Cesar entered. Calvin spoke politely. Forgive the intrusion, Lord Austin. With an apologetic expression, he continued, Everything that happened yesterday was due to our failure to investigate properly. We sincerely apologize for the trouble we caused you. Austin smiled, eyes narrowed, and waved it off. There's no trouble at all. I'm the Lord of Aba City. Tax issues in Aba are my responsibility too. But inside, he thought, this guy was yelling and threatening yesterday. And now he's acting like a different person. What did Blair do to him? Once the discussion ended, the two men left the mansion. Birds chirped merrily on the branches outside. Elsewhere, in a sunlit room, Abel stood by the window reading a letter. His face darkened as he clenched it tightly in his hand. Cesar is helping Austin again. Blair, you're truly something else. With a sinister smile, he used magic to burn the letter to ash. Things are getting more and more interesting. In Abel's eyes, a fire blazed, the same fire as his deep-seated fury. Beneath a clear blue sky, in a small town, a pair of siblings walked hand in hand down the street. The girl looked ahead with admiration. Look, that's the headquarters of the Mathematics Association. Inside are the kingdom's finest mathematicians. The boy frowned in disapproval. What's so great about mathematicians? Mages are way cooler. He clenched his fists and declared, One day, I'll enroll in one of the 5 grand magic academies in the capital and use magic to defeat mathematics. From a nearby balcony, Calvin watched them and spoke with a teaching tone. You've got quite a loud mouth for your age. Do you know that mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines, alchemy, divination, scientific research? All are rooted in math? The siblings turned around in surprise. Calvin stepped forward, sternly asking, You really think magic can defeat mathematics? The boy scowled and took a defensive stance. His sister, alarmed, bowed and pleaded, Please forgive him, sir. He's just a child and doesn't know what he's saying. But the boy, not understanding the situation, shouted back, "Why not? There will always be powerful mages who can do it." Seeing the boy's determination, Calvin smiled warmly and patted his head. "You're right, young man, there will always be greater talents in the world. But mathematics will never be defeated, it will only continue to evolve and reach further heights." The boy stared up at him in a daze as Calvin walked into the association headquarters. The girl pulled her brother close. Astonished, "Who was that man?" The boy stuck out his tongue in defiance. The guards at the entrance respectfully saluted. "Sub-branch Chief Calvin, the Capital Mathematics Association welcomes you." Two people followed Calvin inside. One, with light blonde hair, reported, "The demonic number you introduced a few days ago has thrown the association into chaos. The scholars are on the verge of collapse." The other disagreed. "It's not a demonic number, it's a meaningless number. Sub-Chief Calvin, please don't fall for his sensationalism." Thanks to reassurances from the three senior scholars, most have come to accept the truth. Only the number faction remains silent. Calvin examined the document carefully. The discovery of a meaningless number represents a breakthrough in mathematics, a divine blessing upon the Nolan Kingdom and the mainland of Holy Grace. We mathematicians should pursue the truth and abandon the outdated dogma of the number faction. Should we not? With the meaningless number brought forth by Blair, there's no need to fight over this year's Edwin Prize anymore. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, two people were arguing so fiercely they came to blows. A red-haired man punched the other in the face and shouted, "Why should your branch's thesis be eligible for the Edwin Prize over ours?" The brown-haired man, enraged, yelled back, "Try my fist first before you talk." The others watched silently as the top three leaders showed no response. Then Calvin sat down. When he looked up, he saw a hand reaching toward him, offering 2 badge tokens. A man in a blue coat said, "Sub-Chief Calvin, I'm here to cast my vote." The others gathered around him, each holding out their badge. "Yes, this is my vote as well." Someone congratulated him. Calvin looked around in surprise. Everyone, an old man with curly hair beamed. "Looks like this year won't have any surprises." The other two leaders nodded. Indeed, the curly-haired elder raised his voice. "In that case, on behalf of the Mathematics Association of the Nolan Kingdom, I hereby officially announce, this year's Edwin Prize is awarded to Professor Brittany and her student Blair from Aba City." Hearing that, Calvin trembled with emotion. Tears of joy streamed down his face. The elder then announced, "Now, please welcome Sub-Branch Vice Chief Calvin of Aba City to the stage to receive the award on their behalf." The crowd parted to let Calvin through. The bald elder lifted the trophy with both hands, holding the pile of brooches as he proudly stepped forward. With a bright smile, the bald elder said warmly, "Congratulations." Calvin reached out and accepted it. Finally, he raised the trophy high above his head, a proud smile spreading across his face as he thought, "By the grace of the lost god, the Math Association of Aba City has finally lived to see this day." Seeing him wipe away tears, the white-haired man beside him remarked emotionally, "This year, Blair not only discovered meaningless numbers but also solved 23 difficult math problems. What a remarkable year. It's just a pity that the identity of the lost god remains a mystery." Another person beside him couldn't hide their admiration. Indeed, if the lost god had appeared in person, the Edwin Prize this year would no doubt have gone to him. Calvin smiled, thinking to himself, "I don't know if the lost god will show up next time. But this moment alone is enough for me." Meanwhile, outside the Mage Association headquarters, a crowd had gathered in protest. Furious, who would have thought the Mage Association would stoop so low? 100 gold coins isn't the issue. It's that you tricked us with fake magic. A young boy squeezed into the crowd. Puzzled, "What's going on here?" A brown-haired man, clearly agitated, snapped, "People think we're fools just because we're not angry." Someone else shouted furiously, "Does the Mage Association think it's above the law of the kingdom? They lied to us and had the audacity to say we lack talent," another yelled. The boy tried to squeeze through, muttering, "So many people." Eventually, he dropped to the ground and crawled forward between legs, whispering to himself, "Something feels off. Am I crawling the wrong way?" Suddenly, a guard grabbed the back of his shirt and scolded, "Hey, you little brat. What do you think you're doing?" Startled, the boy struggled as a young man with purple hair pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, someone's coming." The door creaked open, and a sharply dressed man stepped out. The guards turned to look, and the boy flailed, yelling, "Let me go." Seeing who it was, a guard nervously asked, "Why is it you? Where's Lord Angus, the only one who's verified this magic?" The young man answered calmly, "Lord Angus is currently in a meeting with high-level mages upstairs." so I was sent to calm things down." Then he turned to address the crowd. "Everyone, please remain calm. This must be a misunderstanding." The Mage Association. "Misunderstanding my foot," the brown-haired man interrupted angrily. "Your so-called method to enhance water magic is just a scam." The boy chimed in. "My mom says scammers should go to jail." The guard shoved the boy aside and barked. "What do you know, kid? Stay out of grown-up matters." Then he turned with a friendly face to the brown-haired man. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. All our enhanced magic has been thoroughly tested. It's not fake. It simply requires a certain level of innate talent." Those words only fanned the flames. The man grabbed the guard's collar and yelled, "So you're saying I have no talent? That we're all garbage?" The guard faltered. No, that's not what we meant." The man shouted louder. "Then give us our gold coins back." The young representative tried to calm the situation. "I understand your frustration, but the magic has been verified. There are people who have successfully cast it." The brown-haired man pointed in his face. "Fine, if you can find just one person who can cast this so-called enhanced magic. I'll admit I'm a talentless loser. But if you can't, then refund our gold and apologize." Suddenly, a new voice rang out. "What's going on here?" Everyone turned. Seeing who it was, they stepped aside respectfully and bowed. "Your Highness," they chorused. The princess's expression was stern. "Why are you all gathered here like this?" Seizing the moment, the brown-haired man stepped forward and complained. "Your Highness, you've come just in time. The Mage Association sold us ineffective magic at high prices. They won't refund our gold or even apologize. Please, get justice for us." The princess turned calmly. "I find it hard to believe the Mage Association would behave that way. Surely there's some misunderstanding?" The young representative forced a stiff smile. "Your Highness, this spell does require exceptional talent. Not every mage can cast it." The crowd exploded again. "Lies. That's just an excuse to scam people. And that bastard Tran Lak must be in on it too. He and the association are working together to trick everyone." The young man grew flustered and fell silent. The princess spoke again. "We'll prove it on the spot. If it turns out the spell is truly faulty, I'll make sure the Mage Association apologizes and returns all your money. Is that fair?" The representative quickly offered her the scroll. "Of course, Your Highness. This is the enhancement spell. Please verify it. It requires simultaneous casting of both water and fire magic." The princess raised her hand to sense the spell. Eyebrows furrowed. "Does the Mage Association really have someone who can cast dual-element magic?" He nodded confidently. "Yes, Your Highness. Aside from Mr. Tran Lak, who developed the spell, Grand Mage Angus himself has verified it." The brown-haired man barked. "Don't listen to their lies. Your Highness, they're just." Just then, the scroll activated. A stunning display of fire and water magic burst forth simultaneously. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. The brown-haired man's face darkened. Drenched in cold sweat, the crowd stirred in shock. A blond man whispered to the person next to him, "Am I seeing this right? Someone can actually summon two elements at the same time?" Her Highness smiled as she observed the water spell hovering above her palm. "So there really are mages who can cast dual-element magic simultaneously. If water and fire can be combined, then perhaps water and wind. Or water and earth are also possible." The young man beside her nodded, smiling so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. "Your Highness is as insightful as ever. What you've just described is precisely what Mr. Tran Lak proposed, a new type of magic called composite magic. The spell that caused all the misunderstanding today is just one example from that line of research." Her Highness widened her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, "Tran Lak? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Just then, the little boy pointed at the brown-haired man and shouted, "You said you'd admit you were wrong if someone could use the spell. That lady just did it. Why haven't you apologized?" The man froze in panic. "You brat." He raised his hand to strike, anger flaring. "You little punk, you've got a death wish." Terrified, the boy threw up his arms to shield himself. But before the blow could land, a swirling torrent of fire and water magic lifted the man high into the air. He screamed in terror, "Please, Your Highness, have mercy. I was wrong, I admit it." As the magic dissipated, he fell to his knees, trembling all over. "I'm sorry, I'm just a talentless fool, please forgive me." Her Highness looked down at him sternly and said, "Go home and reflect on your behavior. Don't go around blaming others just because you failed. This is your final warning." The man flushed with shame. "Why yes, Your Highness." Suddenly, a hand yanked the boy by the ear. His mother scolded angrily, "What are you doing here? I was just out buying groceries for a moment, and you ran off again. One of these days, you're going to be the death of me." The boy yelped in pain but quickly tried to explain. Mom, I saw dual-element magic. And I even heard the name of the Grand Mage from Abba. But she dragged him away, cutting him off. Didn't I tell you not to run off like that? Ow, okay, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, Blair suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose. Who's talking behind my back? Brittany looked over, concerned. Are you all right, Blair? She smiled brightly. So, did you have something to tell me? Blair clenched his fists, hesitating for a moment. Then he took a deep breath. Miss Brittany, there's something very important I need to talk to you about. Nearby, Isabella stiffened, her eyes shimmered, and a strange panic rose in her heart. Something important? Could Blair be confessing to Brittany? She couldn't hear their conversation clearly but became lost in her own thoughts. Should I ask what's going on? But that would be too direct. What do I do now? Later, on the rooftop, Brittany stood with arms crossed. What's this big secret that you had to bring me up here for? Are you ready to tell me now? Blair answered. It's not something I can explain all at once. But first, could you cast a basic fireball spell? Though confused, she nodded and conjured a flame in her hand. Within seconds, the fire sputtered out. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She stared at her hand. Blair, was that you? He nodded. Yes, Miss Brittany. Do you remember when I told you about impurity elements? He pointed to a chart. I accidentally discovered that fire magic depends on a particular mixed element I call oxygen. Without it, the fire goes out, and so does the magic. It's why I could snuff out your spell. Brittany listened closely, raising her hand. You mean, you just manipulated this oxygen element to extinguish my spell? Blair recalled the moment he defeated Letold, who had suffocated from a lack of air. Exactly. Without oxygen, not only can fire spells not exist, but people can't survive either. That's how I defeated Letold. Brittany gasped, touching her own face. Blair can control impurity elements directly. She thought back to her childhood, when she first learned to use fire magic. Elemental magic always requires incantations or gestures to control. That's what sets it apart from impurity elements. Even advanced water mages can't directly control these elements. Now she looked at her palm and thought. But Blair just broke that rule. She remembered the image of Blair bound to the stake, awaiting execution by fire, and whispered to herself, if only one person in the world can do something, then they're not just a genius, they're an anomaly. And humanity has always treated anomalies cruelly. Brittany's face turned grim. She grabbed Blair by the shoulders. Blair, does anyone else know you can control impurity elements? He blinked. No, I only told you. Miss Brittany. She spoke firmly. Promise me, never tell anyone else. Not even Isabella or Alice. Unless one day they become your wives. On the rooftop, Blair's face flushed red in embarrassment as he raised his hand to stop her. Wife? What are you talking about? Don't worry. Aside from you, Miss Brittany, I won't tell anyone. Internally, he was shouting. No, I didn't. I really didn't. Brittany didn't believe him. Her expression turned stern. I want you to swear. Blair blinked, surprised, then slowly raised his hand. All right, I swear. Their fingertips touched, intertwining into a solemn vow. Afterward, Brittany gently brushed her hair behind her ear and warned. Blair, remember what I said. You must never reveal this. It concerns your life. Honestly, you shouldn't have even told me. I'd trust you, Miss Brittany. Blair replied. She tilted her head slightly, puzzled. But why? Why do you trust me so much? He answered without hesitation. Because my instincts tell me, you'd never hurt me. Isn't that right? She stood frozen, her expression unreadable. Miss Brittany? He called out nervously. Did I say something wrong? Without warning, her arms wrapped around him in a tight embrace. Blair, thank you. Then he added, actually, Miss Brittany, there's something else. I already handed over the theory of combination magic to the Mage Association. In exchange, I received quite a few variant spells to strengthen my mental energy. Brittany's face instantly turned tense. You should have discussed this with me first. The Mage Association, you're still too inexperienced. Dealing with them now might only bring unnecessary trouble. But Blair grinned, so proud he nearly strutted. Don't worry, I used the alias Tran Lack. They don't know it's me. She let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's good then. Phew, glad I didn't mention that name earlier. But something still feels off. Suddenly, Brittany's eyes widened in horror. Wait a minute. Her shout startled the birds into flight. She slammed Blair against the wall and demanded, Tran Lack? Blair, you're Tran Lack? The one who solved all 23 of Nolan Kingdom's unsolved math problems. Blair calmly nodded. Yes, that's me. The variant spells from the association are way too expensive. And I didn't have any other way to earn money. Brittany looked like she was about to lose it. You solved 23 legendary math problems just because you needed cash? You even came up with 11 new theorems. The mysterious scholar the world calls God Lack turns out to be my student." She looked shaken to her core. Blair saw her expression grow intense and was startled. "Miss Brittany, are you okay?" Tears welled up in her eyes. "Blair, whether it's magic or math, I'm no longer qualified to be your teacher." She looked truly heartbroken. "My math professor, though one of the kingdom's greatest scholars, probably couldn't teach you a thing anymore." But then her eyes lit up, full of admiration. "But when it comes to magic, I know someone who definitely can. She's not only a renowned scholar but also a grand archmage. I'll ask her to take you in as her apprentice." Blair blushed, clearly overwhelmed. "Why, yes, ma'am." Brittany clapped her hands with joy. Seeing her so happy, Blair could only think, "Wait, if I study under Miss Brittany's teacher, doesn't that make her my senior?" And not only that, her teacher was on par with the Mage Association's president. With newfound enthusiasm, Blair clenched his fists. "Miss Brittany, if you're already the student of a grand archmage, why are you attending St. Danya's Academy?" She placed a gentle hand on his head. "You'll understand one day. I'll tell you everything, when the time is right." Later, as Blair was walking back to his room, sunlight bathed the hallways, but something felt off. A hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. It was Isabella, her face bright red as she dragged him away. Hey, Isabella," he yelped, but the moment she let go, she glared at him. "Blair, what were you talking about with Miss Brittany just now?" He rubbed his wrist, hesitating. His eyes drifted to the closed door behind him. He recalled Brittany's words, "Tell no one, unless she becomes your future wife." "I didn't say anything," he muttered, avoiding eye contact. Her eyes instantly turned glassy with rage. "You're lying to me. I've never seen Miss Brittany leave looking that reluctant." "Blair, did you confess to her?" "Shush," he whispered, covering her mouth. "MMPH." Isabella flailed in surprise, her cheeks burning red. "Lower your voice," he said quietly. "What are you up to?" she whispered, still suspicious. He looked around carefully. No movement from the nearby room. Only then did he release her hand. "Do you really want to know what Miss Brittany and I talked about?" "All right," he thought. "Guess I'll use this trick." Isabella crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks. "Fine, let's hear it. Then, let's see how you wriggle out of this one." Blair began, tone solemn. "She asked me, who I liked more. You, Isabella, or Alice." Huh? She blurted out, eyes wide. Her heart skipped a beat. What kind of nonsense is that? Is he messing with me again? In the room, the two stood face to face. Isabella toyed with a strand of her hair and asked suspiciously, "So, do you actually like anyone?" "What did you say?" Blair answered frankly. "I told Miss Brittany I'm dedicating myself completely to magic." She tilted her head and smiled sweetly, eyes narrowing. "Oh really?" Suddenly, her hand pinched his cheek hard. "Quit fooling around. Can you take this seriously for once? Still trying to lie to me?" "Ow, I admit it, okay? Take it easy. I was just joking, Blair cried out in pain. Isabella's face darkened. She conjured a fireball, her whole body surrounded by a red aura. "Blair, I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me the truth. Properly." Seeing her like that, Blair was alarmed. Okay, don't get worked up. I'll talk. What's with the overreaction? Can't we talk like normal people?" He grumbled inwardly. He put on his most innocent look, even forming a heart with his fingers. "I'm telling the truth. Trust me." He finally confessed. "I told Miss Brittany that to me. Alice is just a senior, but Isabella is the friend I like most. Better start with flattery first and see how it goes." He thought anxiously. Isabella stared at him like he was an idiot. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she muttered, "Alice is a senior. I'm a friend. Then that means the one Blair likes is." Her expression suddenly soured, smoke practically puffing from her head as she stormed off. Blair stood there, baffled. Meanwhile, Isabella shut her eyes and bit her lip. Figures, he likes Miss Brittany more. Blair scratched his head, puzzled. Why is she mad when I just praised her? Oh well, at least I survived that round. Out in the academy hallway, someone pointed through a window and exclaimed, "Hey, that's Blair." A brunette girl chimed in. In the last practical class, he saved both Alice and Isabella from a high-level mage. Inside the classroom, students were buzzing. "Yeah, that's Blair. Did you hear about what happened during the exam? His fireball spell, before that. People said he couldn't even cast properly." Surrounded by stares, Blair sighed and muttered, "I'm not some zoo animal. What's so interesting about me?" Just then, a girl stepped out from the crowd, notebook in hand. It was Alice. She smiled as she entered the classroom, thinking, Blair really is well liked by everyone. The room fell silent. Blair turned around, Confused. Why did it suddenly get so quiet? Did they leave? He stood up, only to bump into something soft. Wait a minute. This feeling, he froze as his face turned crimson all the way to his ears. Alice grinned teasingly. Blair, are you always this enthusiastic with everyone? I didn't mean to. It was an accident, he stammered. Flustered. She leaned in close, her tone playful. You hurt me and still say it was an accident? He clasped his hands together, bowing his head. I'm sorry I hurt you. Please forgive me. Alice laughed behind her hand and sat down. I'm just teasing, but I do have something I need help with. She slid her notebook over to him. It's these 2 math problems. Sorry to trouble you again. Blair. Blair opened the notebook and gave a sheepish smile. No trouble at all? This is nothing, he thought. Outside the classroom. Did you see that? Alice and Blair were practically glued together. A brown-haired boy nodded. Yeah, Blair's like the senior slayer. Girls just can't resist him. Another with blonde hair added. He's got both of the top beauties in the school wrapped around his finger. Just then, Isabella appeared. What are you guys talking about? The boys were stunned into silence at her presence. Someone finally asked, Isabella, are you here to see Blair? She turned and raised an eyebrow. What, asking something you already know? She caught sight of Alice and asked, You too? Alice smiled, eyes gleaming. Don't tell me you like Blair? You're delusional. Isabella snapped. Who likes Blair? Alice leaned in curiously. Steam practically hissed out of Isabella's ears. Why you like Blair? Since when? You hid it way too well. Alice folded her arms and confidently admitted. You're right, I like Blair. So what? She added calmly. If you don't like him, then you won't mind if I go for him, right? Isabella lowered her gaze, lips tight. Even if I don't, you won't stand a chance. Blair already likes someone else. Alice shrugged. So what? I'll just compete fair and square. You're wasting your time, Isabella muttered. You won't win. Don't bother. Unbothered. Alice smirked. Even if you want to compete, childish tricks won't work on me. I'm not giving up. Isabella turned on her heel and snapped. Who said I want to compete with you? Like him all you want. What's it got to do with me? She stomped into the room and sat next to Blair, fuming. What do you mean you won't give up? And what's with that smug confidence? Alice? She thought angrily. Blair looked over, puzzled. Did I do something to annoy her again? She slapped a hand on the desk with determination. Blair, answer me. If you had to choose between me and Alice, who would you pick? Blair paled. Oh no, not this question again. Isabella glared. Well, don't even think about dodging it. Blair looked confused and held out his hands. Why do I have to choose between the two of you? Isabella slammed her hand on the table. Furious. Because I said so. Just choose already. What's with all the questions? He slumped face down on the desk. Defeated. Then I choose. Magic. She raised her voice, clearly annoyed. That's not an option. You must choose, either me or Alice. Blair turned to her with a bright smile. Can I add one more choice? Isabella glared at him. What, you want to add Brittany too? Should I put her on the list for you? He rubbed his head sheepishly. That wouldn't be very respectful to Miss Brittany. Now would it? Then hurry up and answer. Still grinning with his eyes squinted, Blair offered. Can I choose, both of you? Absolutely not, she roared. He clasped his hands together and gave her a fawning smile. Okay, then if I choose you, will you lend me some gold coins? Her eyes lit up with literal flames, and her fist clenched tight. Blair, can you please be serious for once? Seeing the danger, he quickly said, Wait, you're asking who I'd choose as a wife between you and Alice, right? She pouted and crossed her arms. Think whatever you want. Blair pointed directly at her. Then I choose you. Her face flushed red. Why? He sighed and explained. Do I really need a reason? I mean, sure, Alice is more mature than you, gentler than you, and yeah, her chest is bigger. But other than that, what does she have that you don't? Mature than me, bigger chest, gentler than me. Each phrase landed on Isabella like a blow to the head. Finally, she snapped and slapped him across the face, hard. Blair blinked, stunned, the red imprint of her fingers visible on his cheek. What did I say wrong? He sighed, defeated, and flipped open his notebook, when suddenly a voice called out. Blair, there you are. He turned around to see a chubby boy waving enthusiastically. Hey Blair, I heard you saved both Senior Alice and Isabella from Letold. Is it true? Blair rested his chin in his hand. Bored, kind of. The boy flailed his arms. Kind of? He was a high-level mage. Come on, how did you beat him? Blair rubbed his eyes. Honestly, I don't remember. The boy, Toby, collapsed in shock. Come on, Blair, think hard. Letold is crazy strong. He could kill someone with just a flick of his finger. That was such a legendary moment. You have to remember something. Blair stroked his chin. Alright, let me think. He began to recall. I remember Letold casting a fireball spell at us. And in that moment, I had an idea. Toby imagined the scene. Letold casting spells. Alice and Isabella watching in terror. Blair continued. I thought, what if I just absorb all his mana and magic? So I poured every ounce of strength and willpower I had into sucking it all in. Toby pictured Blair activating some secret technique, draining Letold of all his magic, leaving him a husk while Blair collapsed from exhaustion. And then, Letold's magic disappeared, and I blacked out. Toby grabbed Blair's hands, stars in his eyes. Amazing. Blair, you're incredible. What's that spell called? Can you teach me? Blair scratched his head, then suddenly grinned. Unfortunately, I can't use it anymore after that day. So I can't teach you. But I named it, the Grand Absorption Technique. Then he leaned in and whispered, I'll walk you through the steps. Go home and train. You might just master it one day. Toby looked down, unsure. But Blair, I'm not as brave as you. Even if I learned that spell, I'd still freeze if someone like Letold came after me. Blair patted his shoulder and slung an arm around him. Remember this, Toby, no matter how strong your enemy is, if your heart is full of resolve, even death won't stop you. Toby laughed nervously. Thanks, Blair, I'll do my best with the Grand Absorption Technique. He sat down beside him. By the way, after the incident with Letold during practice, the school sealed off that wall I mentioned before. Said it was for student safety. Blair's expression changed. Something clicked in his mind. He suddenly stood up. Toby blinked. Wait, where are you going? Blair answered, flustered. I'm going to the Mage Association. Not to get food. Toby frowned, confused. He's rushing like that just to buy food? Meanwhile, a door clicked shut behind him. Blair had changed into different clothes and wore a mask as he approached a blonde-haired girl. I'm here to see Officer Lilith. She glanced at his honorary badge and smiled politely. Please, follow me. I'll escort you to Officer Lilith's office. She thought to herself, an honorary badge from the Mage Association. This guy must have made some major contributions. No mistakes allowed this time. She led him to a room and bowed respectfully. This is Officer Lilith's office. Sir Mage, I'll take my leave now. Blair nodded. All right, you're dismissed. He pushed open the door, only to find Lilith collapsed on the floor. Papers scattered everywhere. The two stared blankly at each other. Blair, still using the identity of Tranlac, dropped to one knee and offered a hand. Get up. Lilith was helped up, surprised. Mr. Tranlac, what brings you here? I came to see you. He replied, that outfit suits you. Congratulations on the promotion, Deputy Lilith. She rubbed her hands shyly. Thank you. It's just the new heels, I'm still not used to them. Suddenly, he took her hand, noticing a bruise. You tripped because of the shoes? He asked with concern. Lilith quickly pulled her hand back. Flustered. It's nothing, I just misstepped. Heels are supposed to make you look more reliable. Mr. Tranlac, you don't need to worry. He gave a confident smile and praised her. You've worked hard, no doubt about it. You're the kind of woman I believe in. Deputy Lilith. Her cheeks flushed pink as she turned her gaze away. It's not that big a deal. He stepped closer, voice curious. By the way, may I ask, my modest and trustworthy coffin of wealth, how much profit did we make from that improved water-type spell last time? Lilith handed him a document. This is the profit chart from your modified water spell. Just arrived from the capital. Total revenue, 800 gold coins. Tranlac accepted it with both hands. As he examined the numbers, his eyes lit up. I didn't expect a water-based spell improvement to sell this well. Then his expression darkened. Shame this kind of money's one time only. Once people realize that without innate talent they can't use composite spells, they'll stop buying. Rolling up the paper, he asked, so, where's the gold? I'd like to collect all of it today. Lilith replied, it's stored right here in the office. I'll activate the spell array for you. She did, and suddenly, gold coins poured down like a waterfall, piling into a glittering mountain. He stood there, mouth agape. This much? If I bring this home, Isabella will definitely find out. How am I supposed to explain it then? Seeing his silence, Lilith asked, is something wrong with the gold? Tranlac cleared his throat. No, it's just, there's too much. I don't even have a place to store all this. She offered, if you don't mind, I can keep it here for you. Any expenses at the Mage Association will be deducted directly. Eyes narrowing in delight, he said, that works. I'll be spending most of it here anyway. You keep it for me. She reached out formally. Understood, Mr. Tranlac. He walked her to the door and gestured. That's all for now. I'll be on my way. She flustered. Wait, I'll walk you downstairs. He turned and smiled. No need, we'll be seeing each other again soon. After all, this place still holds the two things I'm most attached to. He thought gleefully. This mage association still has what I love most, spells and gold. I'll fatten it up, then come back again. Lilith stood dazed. Things he's most attached to. What's he talking about? Later, Blair lay shirtless in bed, tossing and turning. Seems like I can't earn much more from composite spells. He buried his face in the blanket. Already claimed the reward for solving the 23 arcane puzzles. How else can I make money? Too stressed to sleep, he yawned and drifted off. In his dream, the grand hall appeared. He slammed the table and shouted proudly. It was me who defeated Letold. Where's my reward? The blonde woman clenched her fists seriously. There's a lot of rewards. Are you sure you want to take all of it? Blair laughed, tossing money into the air. All of it, no gold coin shall escape me. Suddenly, gold coins rained down from the sky. He gasped, gold coins from the heavens. But then, a layer of frost crept over the coins. Lying atop the frozen mountain, Blair shivered. Too cold, I need Isabella's help. He grabbed a coin. Unfreeze. A pair of hands touched his face. Blair groggily opened his eyes. So cold. The owner of the hands, Isabella. He suddenly sat up, face pale, yelling, my gold. She screamed in surprise. He collapsed, defeated. So much gold, all gone. She looked at him, confused. He rubbed his eyes and asked, Isabella, why are you here? She frowned with concern. Obviously to wake you. There's someone waiting for you outside. He yawned. This early? Who could it be? But as he got out of bed, still only in his underwear, Isabella shrieked, You, why aren't you wearing anything? He replied casually, then go out, I'll change. Eyes tightly shut, but fingers slightly parted. She protested, no, hurry and get dressed. I'm staying here to make sure you do. Someone's waiting outside. Peeking through her hands, she caught sight of his defined abs. When did Blair get this fit? His muscles are. He interrupted her thoughts. Why are you still standing there staring? Out. Later, in the sitting room, Brittany sat facing them. As Blair emerged, everyone turned to look. Calvin cleared his throat. Mr. Trail, Blair. Everyone sat around the table, sipping tea. Calvin beamed with joy, eyes narrowing as he spoke. I'm here to personally congratulate Lord Blair and Lady Brittany. The two of you are this year's Edwin Prize winners. He enthusiastically shook their hands and continued. I've been on the Edwin Prize judging panel for years, and this is the first time I've seen the judges so unanimously in agreement. There was barely any debate. Audrey chimed in with a radiant smile. That's right, Lord Blair's accomplishments were simply extraordinary. Even the Grand President couldn't stop praising you. Blair glanced sideways with a smug grin when he saw Isabella smiling gently. He thought to himself, no prize money, huh? Should have brought Isabella along. If I cheer her up, maybe she'll treat me to a better meal later. Calvin turned to him again. By the way, I heard Lady Brittany recently solved 2 of the posted problems. The approach you used seemed quite familiar to me. Brittany placed a hand on Blair's shoulder and smiled. President Calvin, you're as sharp as ever. Honestly, I was inspired by Blair's solution to the 7 bridges problem in the royal capital. Calvin blinked in realization. So that's why. Lord Blair's mathematical talent is astounding. We all saw how he solved the 7 bridges problem. But to apply that kind of thinking to other challenges, like you did, was beyond us. Blushing at the praise, Brittany gave a bright smile. Oh no, I'm just fumbling along. Really, lately, I've just been buried in research. Calvin's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Don't tell me, you're the one who proposed that new field, topological geometry? Brittany gestured toward Blair. Actually, the foundation came from Blair. He's the original mind behind this sacred branch of mathematics. Calvin clasped his hands together with admiration. I see. With Lord Blair's brilliance and Lady Brittany's enthusiasm, I have no doubt that topological geometry will become a formal discipline. Blair took a sip of water. Thoughts drifting. Topology is a cornerstone of modern math. No way the two of us can finish developing it on our own. Audrey leaned in, eyes gleaming. If Lord Tranlac could join the research as well, it'd be perfect. Blair choked and spat out his drink in surprise. Unbothered, Calvin added, he's the legendary Lac god. After all, the one who solved all 23 great problems. Calvin gave a reassuring nod. Don't worry, we've been blessed by the god of math himself. Everything happening now is part of a greater design. Isabella, still in the dark, murmured, no matter how great the Lac god is, we still don't know where he is. So Blair and Brittany are the most reliable for now. Hearing that, Blair coughed violently, face buried in the table. Isabella patted his back and whispered, are you okay? Blair set his cup down and said tactfully, "President Calvin, President Audrey, thank you both for your time. I'm sure you're very busy, so I won't take up any more of it." Calvin got the hint and laughed. No, not at all, but we have indeed overstayed our welcome. We'll take our leave now." Later, a plate of steaming food sat on the table with a cup of water beside it. Isabella took the cup and downed it in one go. Brittany looked confused. "Isabella, are you okay?" Isabella stuck out her tongue, fanning herself. "Blair, what did you put in this dish?" She was internally screaming. "It's so spicy, so spicy." Blair nonchalantly popped a piece of meat in his mouth. "I just added a spicy plant-based seasoning." Still fanning herself, Isabella shut her eyes. "What kind of plant seasoning?" He pointed to a small potted plant on the table. "This one, I think it tastes great." Isabella stared at the plant in disbelief. "Isn't that a 5-colored decorative flower? It's ornamental. How did you know it was spicy? Are you kidding me?" Brittany smiled and added warmly, "Blair, if you're ever short on money, you must tell me." Luckily, this time it was an edible plant. "Who knows what'll happen next time? You're always so reckless." Blair awkwardly smiled and filled her bowl. "It's not what you think. Lady Brittany, I already knew it was edible. Eat up, it's really fine." Isabella, slightly jealous, pointed to her own bowl. "I want some too." Her eyes clearly said, "Put some in mine." "Now." Blair calmly pointed to her glass. "You should drink more water. If you can't handle spicy food, don't force it. Drink something warm, helps your digestion." Isabella huffed. "I paid for your meals. You should listen to me." Brittany poured her another glass of water. Giggling, saw, "Just listen to Blair, see? You're sweating already." Isabella ate another bite, sulking. "Seriously, even the teacher's siding with him." But she murmured a bit sheepishly, "Still, the spiciness is kinda nice." Brittany smiled gently and winked. After all, that rabbit meat dish was specially prepared by Isabella to celebrate our Edwin Prize win. Let her enjoy it. Blushing, Isabella stared longingly at the food. "Lady Brittany is the best." Blair picked up his cup again, his voice calm. "I never said she couldn't eat it." Isabella's eyes lit up. She pushed her cup forward. "Lady Brittany, I want mine with ice too." Blair flatly replied, No ice for her." Isabella shouted in protest, "You're drinking it, so why can't I?" Blair sighed, turning away, "Because you don't take care of your health." Later that night, Isabella lay curled up in bed under a blanket, shivering. "Why is my stomach hurting now?" Suddenly, a steaming cup of red sugar water was placed on the table. Blair carefully set it down. Isabella, cheeks flushed, eyed the unfamiliar liquid. "What's this?" He pointed to it. "Brown sugar water I made. Drink it and the pain will go away." She held the cup, skeptical. It looks like blood. Gross." Blair frowned. "You care about the color now? Fine, don't drink it, I'll take it away." She clutched the cup protectively. "Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't drink it." "So petty," she muttered internally. She took a sip. "Whoa, it's sweet." Then she downed it in one go, and slowly felt the pain subside. "It really works. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore." Blair scratched his cheek awkwardly. "No one in particular, I just mean you should take care of your health. You haven't quite been yourself lately. Anyway, I've got things to do, so let's not chat anymore." Just as he turned to leave, Isabella panicked and quickly called out, "Wait, don't go. I have something to ask you." She looked puzzled, lost in thought. "It's true I haven't been myself lately, but how would Blair know?" "No, wait, why did I even call him back? How could I shamelessly ask something like this?" Blair turned to look at her. Seeing that, she blushed and asked seriously, I want to ask, if you become a junior mage, which element will you specialize in?" The moment she said it, she felt horribly embarrassed and quickly covered her face. "Oh no, didn't Blair already tell me this before?" After thinking for a moment, Blair answered honestly, "Oh, that? I'm planning to specialize in water magic." Isabella looked up, surprised. "But didn't you say before that you wanted to become a fire mage?" Blair frowned. "I changed my mind. Fire magic has strong offensive power. Sure, but its defense is lacking. Water magic is better balanced in the long run, both offensively and defensively. It suits me more." He began imagining himself clad in a water mage's robe, surrounded by waves, muttering incantations for aquasphere, then suddenly launching a sneak attack. Water mages aren't as flashy, which makes it easier to blend in. I could pretend I'm just casting a support spell. Then bam, a surprise attack with a blue water hound. That's the true path to victory. He mentally pictured the whole combo for defeating an opponent. But Isabella, dissatisfied, clenched her fists and declared, "Then I'll choose fire magic." Blair blinked in surprise. Didn't you always want to specialize in wind magic for its mobility and control? Why the sudden change? Sitting up straight on the bed, she explained seriously. Because fire magic has stronger offensive power in the early stages. This way, I can protect you before you reach the level of a senior mage. Blair laughed. Protect me? Choosing your main element affects your whole future. You shouldn't make that decision lightly. But she firmly replied, I've made up my mind. Blair stared wide-eyed. Isabella? She furrowed her brow with determined eyes. But when he didn't say anything encouraging, her expression dimmed. Blair, you don't believe in me, do you? Blair stepped forward, placed a hand on her head, and gently said, you should focus on protecting yourself first. Time passed. Brittany pushed a stack of math problems toward him. Blair, take a look at these. I've been stuck on them for days. He happily reached for them. Sure, I'll give them a try. Seeing this peaceful scene, Isabella quietly turned away. I'll go practice my magic then. Brittany looked after her, confused. That's odd. Saw hasn't been glued to you lately. She rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. Back then, she would have insisted on staying to work on the problems with us. Now she's going off to train on her own? Blair smiled faintly. That's because she's serious now. These days, she's putting her whole heart into her magic training. Behind the door, Isabella peeked in quietly. I have to get stronger. That's the only way I can stand beside Blair. I'm still too weak right now. Later, in the practice room, she conjured a fireball spell. Suddenly, Alice stepped in, smiling brightly. Is Blair here? Isabella quickly dismissed her spell. Frowning in focus, seeing she was alone, Alice crossed her arms. Why are you here alone? Where's Blair? Isabella's tone was a little downcast. He's in Miss Brittany's office. They're working on some math problems. If you want to join them, go ahead. Alice paused, caught off guard, then cleared her throat. Oh, in that case, I won't bother them. I did have some good news to share with Blair, but I guess I'll tell you instead. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance. What's with Isabella lately? I dropped Blair's name on purpose, but she didn't even get jealous. Alice pulled out a certificate with a smug grin. Look, I'm the first student in Stana's academy to get certified as a junior mage. How about you? Got yours yet? Isabella reached out to take a look, then changed the subject. Perfect timing. Let me test out the power of my fireball spell. Alice's face twisted as she immediately pulled her hand back. Isabella, you're so hopeless. Practicing fireball all day. Is your heart as burned out as your spells now? Isabella glanced out the window. Junior mage. Time slipped by. Winter had arrived. Isabella sat by the window in a sweater, watching snowflakes drift past the glass with a tired expression. The first day of winter break, and it's snowing. Then, she clenched her fists and made up her mind. Snow or not, I'm going. Hearing movement. Blair, already dressed with a scarf and his hands in his pockets, turned toward the sound. He saw her stepping out the door and began walking too. I knew she'd go. All right, let's go together. But she quickly stopped him. No need, it's freezing out. Blair, you stay inside, I can go alone. He looked at her and said, it's fine, I was heading out anyway, to apply for junior mage certification. Let's go together. She gasped in surprise. Wait, Blair, your man is strong enough to cast basic spells now? He calmly released a stream of water magic to show her. Yeah, a few days ago, I finished learning beginner spells for all 4 elements. She exhaled in amazement. Meanwhile, Blair thought silently. Honestly, the certificate isn't very useful, but at least it proves my identity and lets me wear a water mage's cloak. She walked beside him, only a few steps away. Suddenly, Isabella called out, Blair. He turned his head. What is it? She looked him dead in the eye. I have something I want to ask you. Blair blinked blankly. Here we go again. The two of them stood on the street, facing each other. Isabella tilted her head and asked what had been bothering her. Blair, why has your spiritual power grown so quickly? She thought to herself. When we first met, Blair couldn't even summon a fireball. It's only been 1 semester. Tension built in her chest. He's not only eligible for the novice mage certification but has also mastered beginner spells of 4 elements. She clenched her fists. If this keeps up, the gap between us will only grow wider once he officially becomes a novice mage. Seeing her distressed, Blair smiled reassuringly. Everyone improves at their own pace when learning magic. Don't overthink it. He gently patted her head and said with a grin, just wait, when I become a senior mage, I'll protect you. Her face flushed red. Embarrassed, she swatted his hand away. Who needs your protection? I might become a senior mage before you. Walking side by side, Blair chuckled. Not likely. I'll definitely get there first. Then we'll see, she challenged. Later, they arrived at a building. Isabella climbed the stairs and waved back. Fire element mages go to the second floor for certification. I'll finish mine first, then come find you. Blair smiled and encouraged her. Good luck. Inside, a cheerful blonde girl greeted him. Lord Brady is away for a few days, so the water element mage certification will be handled by Lord Wills instead. He's known to be a bit strict, so please be mentally prepared. Blair scratched his head awkwardly. Got it, thanks. She knocked on a white door and announced, Lord Wills, a candidate has come for water element novice mage certification. A voice responded, let him in. Inside the water magic certification room, Blair entered. Wills didn't even look up. Still engrossed in his book. Cast a water element beginner spell as fast as you can. I'm done, Blair replied after flipping one page. The older man looked up in surprise. So fast? Blair conjured a water construct shaped like a superhero's head. How's this? Wills was stunned, sweat beading on his brow. He can shape water into such a precise form? That's not easy, but this shape. Wills clapped slowly. Impressive. Your spellcasting speed is excellent. And your spiritual energy is well focused. Blair smiled. Thank you. It's clear you've been training your spiritual strength diligently even before becoming a certified apprentice. Wills said. He narrowed his eyes, rubbing his chin. Have we met before? Blair froze and laughed nervously. No way. Today's my first time at the Magic Association for a certification. Wills suddenly shouted. What? First time? Damn it, Blair thought. He must have seen Chen Lack before. The man stood up, suspicious. You've never even been certified as a magic apprentice. And now you're asking for novice certification? Why are you skipping ranks? Blair panicked. Crap, when I got certified as a fire element apprentice, I used the name Chen Lack. Blair's identity still has no records. How do I explain this? He tried to look clueless. I've been so busy training that I forgot to get the apprentice certification. Wills frowned, clearly not buying it. In the Nolan Kingdom, every child is tested and registered as an apprentice at age 8. He recalled the countless children he'd certified over the years. For you not to be certified, it must mean you had no talent for magic back then. He thought of all the struggling students he'd seen. No talent means a long, slow grind, so how can he already qualify for novice certification before age 20? That's impossible without forbidden methods. He imagined Blair using underhanded means. I get it now. His face darkened, and he pointed angrily. You either took banned magical stimulants or studied forbidden grimoires. Blair paled and shouted. What? No, Wills cut him off, voice rising in fury. Save your excuses for the tribunal. He cast a spell at Blair. Let's shut that lying mouth first. Blair, furious, retorted. I didn't even get to explain. Calming himself, he muttered. Fine, I'll just have to calm him down before explaining. He summoned a wave of water shaped like a dragon. Wills shouted in disbelief. That's water dragon art. Furious, Wills formed a massive water orb. That's a spell every intermediate level water mage must master. He summoned it easily, clearly not ordinary. He hurled the water orb straight at Blair. I'll need to use advanced water magic, water burial art, to deal with this. The spells collided. Blair's dragon shattered Wills' water orb, soaking the old man completely and knocking his glasses askew. Seeing the mess, Blair sheepishly said, Well, looks like you've calmed down. Can I explain now? Wills glared and took off his glasses. Blair took a breath and calmly began. When I was younger, I was obsessed with becoming a fire mage, but I wasn't attuned to fire, so I made no progress. He closed his eyes, recalling the sensation of water magic flowing within him. Later, I accidentally discovered my affinity with water and started over. Which is why I missed the apprentice certification. He created a small fountain of water. Also, I'm not as amazing as you think. I still can't maintain the water dragon for long, it dissipates quickly. Will's eyes narrowed dangerously. You think you can fool me with that sob story? Blair folded his arms and replied confidently. I forgot to mention, I'm a student at Stana's Academy. My instructor is Professor Brittany. I'm sure the Magic Association can verify that. If you want, I can go with you to check my file. Wills turned his back, still fuming. I was planning to look up your records anyway. You and that damn water dragon spell made me forget. He grumbled. I'll contact Stana's right away. You stay right here. If he's from Stana's, he must be either filthy rich or a real genius. Maybe I was wrong. Wills thought. Still, better safe than sorry. He slammed the door shut. Blair shook his head and sighed. So this Wills guy has a bit of a fragile ego. Wait, why'd I say, too? Just then, someone knocked on the door. Blair, surprised, turned the knob. A girl named Lilith entered, carrying a stack of papers. Not looking up as she spoke, Lord Wills, here's the certification list for yesterday's successful water mages. Blair answered awkwardly. Lord Wills just stepped out. He should be back soon. Lilith's cheeks reddened. That voice, it's Mr. Chen Lak. She looked up and beamed. Mr. Chen Lak, is that you? Blair panicked. Wait, I'm not. She gasped, dropping the papers. Upon seeing his face clearly, she cried out, Blair? Staring at him wide-eyed. She thought, that voice, it was Chen Lak. I didn't imagine it. She leaned in, suspicious. Blair, are you Mr. Chen Lak? He broke into a cold sweat and leaned away. You got the wrong guy. I'm not Blair, and definitely not Chen Lak. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. What are you two doing? Isabella had appeared, her expression dark and unreadable. Both of them turned around. Startled, Blair looked surprised and said, Isabella, what are you doing here? Seeing Lilith holding onto his wrist, she clenched her fists in anger. What do you mean, what am I doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? Lilith snapped back, glaring menacingly. I'll let you off the hook for now. But next time we meet, you'd better tell me the truth yourself. Blair, flustered, stammered, but seeing Lilith still hadn't let go, Isabella pointed furiously and scolded. And why are the two of you hugging? Are you hiding something from me? The two looked at each other and blurted out in unison. Isabella exploded with magic, shouting, Blair, her face flushed with rage, one hand conjuring a fireball, the other activating a spell array. You got some nerve, flirting with a Magician Association officer behind my back. Blair panicked, glancing at Lilith. Stop holding onto me, at least explain for me. Isabella's eyes glowed red with fury, grinding her teeth. Lilith, let go of him. If you keep holding on, I'm going to roast Blair like a bandit. Blair flushed with frustration and yelled, Come on, say something already. Lilith finally let go, revealing her curvy chest as she calmly introduced herself. Wait a moment, Lady Isabella. Sir Blair did not flirt with me. I was merely assigned to monitor him. I deeply apologize for the misunderstanding. Isabella blinked in surprise, helping Lilith pick up her scattered documents. But why are you monitoring Blair? Lilith replied calmly, I'm just following orders. I don't know the details. You should ask Sir Blair instead. Clutching the papers to her chest, she added, I have to deliver these documents. Please excuse me, Blair called after her weakly. Wait. As she disappeared, Isabella spoke thoughtfully. I think I've seen her before. Haven't we met at the academy? She called out. Hey, don't leave just like that. Come back. Turning to Blair, she raised an eyebrow and asked, So, what's going on? Weren't you here to get your basic mage certification? Why did someone have to monitor you? And that officer, she seems oddly familiar. Blair gave a strained smile. It's a long story. Listen, let me explain. Isabella grinned, her eyes crescent moons. Using forbidden potions to train in taboo spells? Seriously? You actually thought that would work? He sighed. That's why he was scared I'd run off and sent that officer to watch me. You get it now? She replied cheerfully. Yeah, I get it. Just then, the door creaked open. Blair greeted the man entering. Sir Wills, what did your investigation find? Wills adjusted his glasses and replied sincerely. Sir Blair, I truly apologize. I misunderstood your background. There are no issues. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Also, our guild master wishes to speak with you. He gestured to a young man with white hair behind him. Sir Blair, this is our guild master, Lord Angus. The man smiled. Greetings, everyone. Angus spoke warmly. Hello, Sir Blair, you've certainly got talent. Wills himself was shocked by the misunderstanding. Clearly, you're not just a gifted mage, but also a brilliant mathematician. Blair, taken aback, shook his hand. I'm flattered. Guild Master Angus, I'm just an ordinary person. Isabella covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Angus looked over. Lady Isabella, what brings you here? She posed confidently. Guild Master Angus, did you forget I'm also a student at St. Donya's Academy? You even invited me to join the Mage Association earlier. Terrible memory, huh? He smiled, eyes narrowed playfully. Perish the thought. Lady Isabella, I was only wondering why you were here. Don't tell me, you and Blair are in that kind of relationship? Blair gawked. You joined the Mage Association? Isabella beamed. Of course. Guild Master Angus said I have exceptional magical talent, destined to become a holy mage. Even, feeling threatened yet? Angus coughed to interrupt and added. Ah, so you two know each other. That explains it. Anyone worthy of befriending Lady Isabella surely isn't ordinary. Sir Blair, I'd like to formally invite you to join our Mage Association. What do you say? Blair smiled brightly. Thank you for the offer, I'd be honored. So, does that mean I passed the basic mage certification? Will stepped forward with a set of robes. My apologies for the delay. Here's your official basic water mage robe and honorary membership badge. It suits you quite well. You're now a certified basic level water mage. Blair unfolded the cloak, his thoughts drifting. Touching this robe, it feels so real. Like I truly live in this world now. As the two walked away, Angus whispered, "Doesn't Sir Blair seem a bit familiar to you?" Wills nodded. "Guild Master. I've been thinking the same. I just can't quite place where I've seen him before." Later, walking in the snow, Blair mused, "Basic mages are only slightly stronger than apprentices. But their spells cost way more. I'll probably need all my prize money from the Edwin contest just to make it to intermediate level." He looked up, calculating, if basic spells are this pricey, intermediate and advanced spells, or heaven forbid, legendary magic, those costs would be astronomical. He sighed seriously. Learning magic really is burning money. I need a backup plan. Suddenly, a snowball hit his head. The culprit? Isabella, giggling mischievously. "Who told you to zone out? Got hit, didn't you, dummy?" Blair puffed up his cheeks in annoyance and summoned water magic to pack a giant snowball. "You're gonna regret messing with a water mage." Isabella conjured her own spell and hurled another snowball. "Bring it on, I'm a fire mage, remember?" Blair licked his lips with anticipation. "You said it, no backing out now." Later, at the bathhouse, Blair slumped in the water, sighing in defeat, totally scorched. Isabella didn't hold back at all. After bathing, he towel-dried his hair and stepped out. "Miss Brittany, where's Isabella?" "Sitting on a chair reading." She looked up. "The school's on break, so she went home." She smiled sweetly. "Speaking of which, Blair, when are you going home?" Facing her, he answered honestly, "Ever since Dad passed, Mom's been depressed. Whenever she sees me, she cries non-stop." She said softly, "You don't want to make her sadder? So, can I stay here longer?" He fell silent, thinking, even though I still have a mother in this world, I'm not the real Blair. Going home might expose me, and it'd be so awkward. Suddenly, Brittany hugged him, pressing his face to her chest. "Of course you can stay. Poor Blair, don't worry, I won't kick you out. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the market." Blair's face turned red as he pulled back. "Wait, since when did I agree to go grocery shopping tomorrow?" Brittany scowled and gave him a sharp look. "School's closed. That means no cafeteria food. So you are responsible for cooking 3 meals a day for me." At the market she hooked his arm and instructed, "Blair, I've got to drop off my thesis. Wait here, I'll be right back." "Sure, go ahead." Sitting on the steps, Blair grumbled, annoying." Nearby, he overheard a conversation. "Ever since that then guy solved the last problem and got the reward. I've been waiting forever for a new question. But someone else already solved it." Blair perked up. "Yeah," the other grumbled. "This one had a 100 gold reward. I even figured out the solution yesterday, just hadn't submitted the proof yet." Blair shot to his feet, eyes gleaming. "Looks like I found a way to make money." His outburst caused the 2 people nearby to glance over. Realizing his enthusiasm had drawn attention, he scratched his head sheepishly. "Maybe I got a bit too hyped." At that moment, Brittany walked over, picking up a tomato with a confused look. "Why are the vegetables scattered all over? I almost stepped on them just now." Seeing the produce lying on the ground, Blair panicked. "Sorry, I just dropped them by accident," he said while quickly taking the tomato from her. Brittany bent down to help gather the fallen vegetables. "Come on, pick them up before someone tramples them." Blair, instead, leisurely tossed the tomato into the air and caught it. "Don't worry, I'll clean them up right away." But Brittany turned to him with an annoyed glare. Blair, startled by her tone, Blair accidentally squashed the tomato in his hand, the juice splattering everywhere. "Aye," he stammered, horrified. "Oh no, that was her favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomato." Brittany, face dark with fury, crushed a chili pepper in her palm and smiled coldly. "It's fine, come here, I'm not mad at all." Blair froze in fear. Survival first, money later. After dinner, Brittany relaxed on the couch, praising him. "Blair, you're amazing," wiping his sweat with the hem of his shirt, revealing toned abs. Blair smiled. "Really? As long as you're satisfied." Miss Brittany, she licked her finger and, eyes dreamy, asked, "The taste was just heavenly. Mind if I have another bite?" "No way," Blair shouted in horror, then held up his fingers to count. "For lunch, you had 3 servings of roast chicken with potatoes. And tonight you've had stir-fried shredded potatoes with 2 bowls of rice and egg soup. That's enough." Brittany turned and walked off. "Fine then, go do the dishes. I need to start checking my math assignments." Blair stood there, confused. Wait, what just happened? Did I upset her again? Maybe she's still hungry. I'll just cook more tomorrow. While he was washing the dishes, Brittany cheerfully handed him a bulging pouch. "Here, keep this to buy ingredients for tomorrow." Blair grinned as he accepted it. "Perfect, I'll make 5 servings of roast chicken and potatoes tomorrow." He thought to himself, "I've got a way to make money now." Blair poured the contents of the pouch out. Gleaming gold coins tumbled onto the table. His eyes sparkled. Talk about opportunity knocking. I already had a brilliant idea back at the math association, and now I've got the capital to launch it. He picked up a coin and calculated with glee. "I'll put up a challenging math problem with a 1 gold coin bounty. As long as no one solves it, more people will add to the prize pool. Once it hits 10 gold coins, I'll solve it myself and claim the reward, 9 gold coins in profit." He shook his head. No, not just 10 coins. Think big. The more people chase the answer, the more I'll earn. Slamming his hand on the table, he declared, "Let's do it now." He grabbed a pen and thought hard. Which math problem will attract the most bounty? Suddenly, an idea struck. "I've got it. I'm a genius." He drew a geometric figure and began writing. There's no better problem than the butterfly theorem. Scholars here love math problems with poetic names like that. A few days later, outside the math association, Blair shouted in disbelief, "What do you mean you won't take my money?" A gray-haired clerk smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir. Our rules state that the minimum bounty for a difficult math problem is 10 gold coins. You should hold on to your money." Grumbling, Blair pulled out more from his pouch. "Fine, 10 gold coins it is. Here, take it." The clerk tried to accept it, but Blair didn't let go. Sir, please let go of the pouch." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "What are you two doing?" It was Brittany. Blair immediately let go, startling the clerk, who fell over with a yelp. Grabbing the grocery basket, Blair quickly nudged her along. Nothing. Let's go home and cook. Didn't you want roast chicken with potatoes?" Brittany squinted at him suspiciously. "What were you doing back there?" Blair glanced at the 2 chicken legs and potatoes in the basket and thought grimly. "Guess I'll have to make a budget version of roast chicken tonight." At the market, he paused by a stall. "Miss Brittany, how about scrambled eggs with tomatoes today?" He thought to himself, "Just handed 10 gold coins to the math association the other day. Now I've only got 1 silver coin left. Gotta hold her off with this for now." Smiling, he said, "After that, I'll sneak off to the association, solve the problem, and collect the prize money to buy chicken." But in the blink of an eye, Brittany was gone. "She was just picking vegetables with me. Where'd she go?" Blair looked around, confused. "Miss Brittany?" Sensing the opportunity, he turned and dashed off. "Thank the heavens, while she's gone, I'll head straight to the association." But then a voice called out, "Blair." It was Brittany. She cheerfully waved as she returned. "I stopped by the math association just now and saw a new bounty posted. It looked fun, so I solved it." Then she held up a bulging pouch. "Here's 10 gold coins. Take it. Use it for groceries." "Isn't that great?" Blair turned pale, eyes wide in horror, and screamed, "Why, you did what?" Blair froze, his face turning pale as he stammered, You already solved it?" Brittany looked surprised as she placed the pouch of coins into his hand. "Yes, but why do you look so down?" Blair's face darkened with regret. "My money." Tears welled up in his eyes as he forced a strained smile. "No, I'm just so happy I could cry." He screamed inwardly, of all things to guard against. "I didn't guard against someone in my own house." Brittany cheerfully linked arms with him. "Well then, let's go. Chicken and potatoes. Here we come. It's been so long since I had roasted chicken with potatoes." Blair responded, "Sure," while thinking to himself, "Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on Brittany if I want my money-making plans to succeed." He opened the curtains and saw a clear blue sky. "Today, I'll head out before 2 p.m. Blair crept around cautiously, murmuring, "If I leave early and come back right after, Brittany should still be sleeping. This time, she won't have a reason to follow me." He closed the door with satisfaction. Perfect. Half the plan is already a success. The problem he planned to post this time was far harder than the previous butterfly theorem one. It had multiple layers, each requiring additional proofs, and involved a mixture of broad, complex concepts, with one hand holding the problem set and the other gripping a heavy coin pouch. Blair smiled with determination. This time, there's no way Brittany can solve it. Later, he opened the pouch. "Here's 50 gold coins. Take them." His face was stiff, eyes burning with resolve. "This is everything I've saved, scraped together from every corner. If this gamble doesn't pay off, I'm done." The silver-haired clerk looked at him suspiciously. "You're sure? You really want to offer a 50 gold reward for this problem?" Blair shoved the pouch into his hands. "Of course. Take it already. I've got to go buy groceries." Then he turned and walked off. humming to himself. "Ah, we commoners, today's a fine day." The clerk weighed the pouch, frowning. "Weird, I hope he didn't steal this." 3 days later, the skies turned dark. Blair held the printed problem in his hands, smiling confidently. "My efforts paid off. The bounty has already reached 200 gold coins. Today's the day I reel it all in." He tiptoed toward the door. Outside, thunder rumbled. From within the house, Brittany called out, "Blair? Where are you going so early?" Startled, he blurted out the first excuse that came to mind: to buy food. "If I don't go early, all the fresh stuff will be gone." He rushed out and shut the door behind him. Brittany narrowed her eyes. Suspicious. Strange. Going grocery shopping but didn't take the basket? And why so sneaky? Meanwhile, Blair dashed toward the math association. 200 gold coins. "I'm coming for you." But when he arrived, the posted problem was gone. Blair panicked. "Where's my problem?" The silver-haired clerk waved at him with a smile. "Congrats, Blair. Your problem was solved yesterday at noon. Want to see the solution process?" Blair's face turned stormy as he growled. "Who solved it?" "Mr. Abel," the clerk answered casually. Blair turned and walked into the rain, thoughts swirling. "I never expected a problem involving irrational numbers would draw out even the Edward family. Because of Abel, I've lost everything, every last coin I had." He stood there in the pouring rain. "At the Divine Grace Academy, we don't even have access to modern mathematics. Yet Abel solved a complex proof using only ancient knowledge. He's a genius." "No doubt about it," the clerk called out. "Hey Blair, it's pouring. Come inside and wait out the rain." But Blair kept walking, shoulders slumped. "I admit it. I was trying to cheat the system. But who could have known I'd lose the bet? Everything I saved up is gone. I can't even buy food now. What am I supposed to tell Brittany?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Blair?" Alice appeared, holding an umbrella over him. "Did you forget to bring one?" "I was just heading to the math association to submit a paper for my mentor." "Come in and wait out the rain with me." Blair looked at her and replied, "All right," thinking, when one door closes, at least a window opens. Heaven hasn't completely abandoned me. Inside, Alice closed her umbrella and asked, "Blair, why have you been so quiet? Is there something you want to tell me?" Blair blushed, grinning awkwardly. "All right, I'll just say it. Please don't get mad, even if you don't agree. I hope we can still be friends." Startled but excited, Alice quickly nodded. "Go on, I won't get mad." Could it be? She thought, feeling triumphant. "Blair, you finally realized I'm the one who really matters to you, didn't you?" Blair said. "Senior Alice, would you be willing?" Before he could finish, Alice interrupted with a flustered, "I do." Blair beamed. "Great, I knew you were generous. So, can I borrow 20 gold coins?" Alice's expression froze. "Wait, you just want to borrow money?" Blair nodded earnestly. "Exactly, but if that's too much, 6 gold coins would be fine too." Alice shoved his hand away and stormed off. Blair looked at the coins in his hand and sighed. "So it's true, money really does ruin relationships. I only asked for 6 gold coins. And she's already upset." Then someone pointed at him. "That's Blair." Calvin introduced him to a crowd. "That's right. This is the winner of this year's Edwin Prize. The one who discovered the irrational number, Mr. Blair." A blonde man sneered. "The winner of the Edwin Prize for the Kingdom of Nolan, yet still borrowing money to get by? What a joke." Calvin panicked, trying to defend him. "No, that's just." But Blair interrupted, frowning in annoyance. "Who even are you?" The man turned away, waving to his group. "Let's go. Let's see if the prize board at the Aba City Math Association has anything worth our time." In unison, the group responded. Asterisk asterisk, yes. "Captain." Blair clenched his fists and shouted. "Hey, don't you people know basic manners?" He thought bitterly. Is this my unlucky day or what? Even passers-by are stepping on me now? Suddenly, Calvin grabbed his arm urgently. "Blair, you have to listen. Only you can help me now. No, only you can save the Kingdom of Nolan." Blair lowered his head in frustration and sighed. "Lord Calvin, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Don't talk about saving the Kingdom of Nolan. Right now I can barely take care of myself." Calvin clenched his fists, his expression earnest. "No, I'm not joking. If you don't step up, the honor of the entire Kingdom of Nolan will be lost, and I'll become a traitor to the nation." Blair looked confused. "A traitor? What happened?" In a panic, Calvin grabbed his hand and suddenly knelt down. "Lack than, I beg you, please save me." Blair was shocked and shouted. "Don't be ridiculous, stand up." Calvin looked pitiful, his eyes shining with tears. "I'll only get up if you agree to help me." Blair was speechless, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Since when did you learn to force deals like this?" "Fine, stand up and tell me the whole story first. Then I'll know how to help." At that moment, Brittany walked in and was startled. Blair? And Calvin? What are you two doing? Both men froze in guilt-stricken silence. Calvin stood up awkwardly and pointed at Blair to explain. Ah, Miss Brittany, just now I almost slipped. Luckily, Mr. Blair happened to be passing by and caught me. Otherwise, who knows how badly I would have fallen. Blair scratched his head and added awkwardly. Yes, that's right, I was just going out to buy groceries. But suddenly it started pouring. So I ran to the Mathematics Association to take shelter from the rain. Then I saw President Calvin slip and helped him. Brittany gave a strained smile. Oh, I see. Never mind then. I actually came to the Mathematics Association for an important conference. Blair, come with me. In a private room, she said with a thoughtful frown. How could this happen? Scholar Gia visited before. Her level is very high, but she never solved all the bounty problems from across the kingdom. Calvin added, that's because the kingdom of Nolan accumulated 23 of the most difficult and profound problems over many years. But Lackden has solved them all. He then continued with a troubled tone. Although other cities have begun putting up their own bounty problems, none of them come close in difficulty to those 23. That's why Scholar Gia has swept through our country's problems without a challenge. The room buzzed with discussion. What should we do now? The Apo City Mathematics Branch is their final stop. If we can't produce a problem to challenge them, the reputation of Nolan's mathematical community will be in ruins. This isn't just a contest of math, it's a battle between empires. After all, the Os Empire and the Far Empire have always been rivals. Nolan is a vassal of Os. If we lose to Gia, who represents Far, the consequences will be unthinkable. Calvin turned to the others in desperation. Is there really nothing we can do? Blair, meanwhile, was glaring at Abel, muttering bitterly in his mind, he's here. My 50 gold coins must be on him. Suddenly, someone called out, Blair. It was Brittany. She looked at him and asked, do you have any ideas? Then, as if thinking of something, she stood up and smiled awkwardly. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Blair asked in confusion, Miss Brittany, what did you want to say? She frowned and walked off, replying, nothing, let's just go home and cook. I'm starving. Everyone left the room, discouraged. What should we do now? It's over. Calvin also stood up, slamming his hand on the table and sighing. Such a shame, even with the 5.000 gold coin reward posted by His Majesty. No one can stop Scholar Gia? The mention of 5.000 gold coins struck Blair like lightning. His eyes turned into golden coins. Calvin, dejected, asked, is giving up really our only option? Then Blair suddenly said, no, we still have a chance. Brittany and Abel both turned to him in surprise. Calvin eagerly grabbed his hand. I knew it, you must have a way. Lord Blair. Blair straightened up, regaining his composure after being flattered. Of course, earlier you said that if I can stop those Gia scholars, the king will award 5.000 gold coins. Right? He grinned. Of course, money doesn't matter. What's important is restoring Nolan's glory. A noble cause no one could refuse. Calvin nodded. Yes, His Majesty is very invested in the Apo branch's outcome. If the Gia scholars leave unchallenged, Nolan will become the laughingstock of the mathematical world. Lord Blair, if we are to win, we must win with dignity. We can't resort to dirty tricks. Do you really have a perfect solution? Blair placed a reassuring hand on Calvin's shoulder. Don't worry, making those proud Gia scholars stumble here is no problem. I even have confidence they'll never leave Apo again. Calvin beamed with joy. Wonderful. Quickly, tell us your plan. Blair raised a finger. Not so fast, I have one condition. Abel asked in confusion. Lord Blair, please speak. Blair pointed at him. I want him, Abel, to give me 50 gold coins. Abel replied dryly. Truly worthy of the nickname, Demonic Blair. Always acting unexpectedly. Fine, if you can really save the honor of Nolan's mathematics, I'll even give you 200 extra gold coins. Blair stepped forward and shook his hand. Declining, thank you, but I only need 50. Abel reluctantly agreed. All right, I accept. Blair thought to himself, I just want back the 50 coins that rightfully belong to me. Then I can let this go. He smiled and said, all right, let's get some paper. After some diligent writing, Blair completed 3 problem sheets. Calvin picked them up and looked skeptical. Lord Blair, are you serious? These 3 geometry problems look far too simple. Brittany quickly snatched them from his hands. Let me see. She read aloud. Divide any given angle into 3 equal parts. Given the area of a circle, construct a cube with equal volume. Given the volume of one cube, construct another whose volume is exactly double. Hearing the questions, a few people commented, "These are basic geometry problems. Simple ones like this can't possibly stump the GNA scholars." Brittany looked at Blair with concern. "Blair, they're not wrong. These problems really do seem too simple. Do you want to reconsider and choose harder ones?" Blair calmly lifted his pen and said, "Miss Brittany, everyone, please don't dismiss them so quickly. Pick up your pens and try them yourselves." The sheets contained diagrams of classic geometry. Blair thought to himself, angled trisection, squaring the circle, and doubling the cube. These are the infamous ancient Greek problems. They may look simple, but once someone actually attempts them, the horror begins. For 2,000 years, countless mathematicians had tried to solve them with only a compass and straightedge. But it was eventually proven, they are impossible to solve with classical tools alone. Blair looked at the sheets and smiled confidently. Outside, night fell. A bright moon hung in the sky. Inside, Brittany was tugging at her hair in frustration. "What the heck? The calculations are right, so why doesn't it work?" Blair called out gently, "Miss Brittany." He walked up behind her, draped a coat over her shoulders, and said, "It's getting late, let's rest for tonight. The GNA scholars will still be here for a few more days. We can deal with it tomorrow." Brittany looked at him softly. "All right, I'll listen to you this time." The two of them had only taken a few steps when Abel's voice stopped them. "Lord Blair, please wait a moment." Inside the brightly lit room, Abel sat with a grim expression, gripping the sheet of paper in his hand. "Sir Blair, these three problems, they look simple. But, are they unsolvable?" Blair simply smiled and replied calmly, "Think it over a little more." Abel's face darkened, his eyes gleamed maliciously as he crumpled the paper. "Blair, just what kind of person are you?" On a long street, Brittany walked beside him, still unsure. "Blair, are those three problems truly unsolvable?" "Yep," he said nonchalantly, "with only a straightedge and compass. It's impossible to solve them. Whether it's Abel or those GNA scholars, if they want answers, they'll need another 2,000 years. 2,000 years? She muttered, dazed. The night passed. Morning came. Brittany took a sip from her cup, then leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "I'm full. Blair, your cooking really is amazing." He pouted while cleaning up. "So now I'm just the house chef." Huh. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Sir Blair." Blair turned toward the sound. Brittany got up, recognizing the voice. "Looks like Chairman Calvin couldn't wait. I'll go get the door." After inviting him in and pouring a cup of hot tea, Blair said, "Take your time, warm up with some tea first." But Calvin clutched Blair's arm tightly. Frowning, "Sir Blair, tell me honestly, those three problems?" Blair understood and spoke reassuringly. "I know what you're worried about. But trust me." Then he stated clearly, "Those three problems are unsolvable." Calvin relaxed and sighed in relief. "Good, just as I hoped. Now I can rest easy." He bowed respectfully. "Sir Blair, you are truly a savior of Nolan. Once this is over, I'll personally report your service to His Majesty." Blair responded modestly, "No need, as long as the king keeps his word. That's enough. Do as you see fit." "Rest assured." Calvin smiled. "His Majesty will never go back on his word. I'll be on my way to check on the GNA scholars now. Farewell." "All right, take care," Blair replied. As Calvin left and walked down the road, a disheveled youth ran toward him. "Chairman Calvin, are we really going through with those questions? What if the GNA scholars actually solve them? What then?" Calvin looked at him and placed a steady hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry. These three problems, there's no what if. Have you forgotten why Blair is known as a math demon?" He clenched his fist. Let those arrogant bastards feel just how terrifying Blair the demon really is. At the Mathematics Guild, snow blanketed the rooftops. Calvin pushed open the door. "Friends from GNA, where are you heading?" The team leader stood, replying, "We've been guests long enough. Since we've solved all the difficult problems from the Apo Guild, there's no reason to stay." A scholar with glasses added smugly, "We'll be heading home today." Calvin forced a smile and offered a handshake. "Oh, how could you say that? You've solved so many problems for Nolan. We're grateful to have had you here." The scholar replied arrogantly, "We were just earning some travel money. No big deal." After the handshake, Calvin said, "Well, as it happens, the Apo branch has just posted a few new reward problems. The prize isn't bad. Surely the GNA team wouldn't mind earning a bit more travel money?" "Of course," the scholar said confidently. "That'd be great." Calvin handed over the paper. "Here you are." The problems read, Asterisk divide an arbitrary angle into 3 equal parts. Asterisk given the area of a circle. Construct a cube with the same surface area. Asterisk given the volume of a cube. Construct another cube with exactly double the volume. After reading them, Duong'an looked confused. Chairman Calvin, are you serious? Just these 3? Calvin gestured to someone bringing paper and pencils. Yes, the materials are ready. Please, go ahead. Duong'an smiled slyly. Of course, but before we begin, I have a small request. A personal wish. He thought, these kinds of problems? Looks like the Apo scholars have given up. But whatever, there's nothing left here worth staying for anyway. Calvin nodded. Alright, what is it? Duong'an's thoughts drifted to the mysterious figure who once solved problems so brilliantly that he made others fall to their knees, Tran Lac. A mathematical genius who didn't rely on existing theorems, but created new ones just to solve the problem in front of him. In one challenge, he simultaneously proved 3 brand new theorems, and these theorems worked universally. He clenched the paper, thinking, 3 new theorems, applicable in any condition. Sir Duong'an? Calvin called again. Seeing his dazed expression, Duong'an jolted back to reality and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, what I meant to say is, I would like to meet this Mr. Tran Lac. Could the guild introduce me? Calvin hesitated, then answered reluctantly, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. He shrugged helplessly. It's not that we don't want to. It's just, Master Tran Lac is incredibly elusive. No one has ever seen his real face, not even us. All we know is that he's from Nolan. But who he is or where he's from, no idea. Duong'an sighed. Well, that's a pity. Later, as they began attempting the problems, a young man approached with arms crossed. Well, any progress? A brown-haired youth replied. Just give us a little more time. Captain, we're close. Duong'an smiled and said smoothly. Then hurry up, don't delay our departure. Calvin, watching, smiled and asked, Sir Duong'an, are you really leaving today? Duong'an placed a bundle of keys on the table. Once these 3 problems are solved, we'll be on our way. These are the hotel keys. Please return them for us. Certainly, Calvin said, handing them to an aide. Then, turning to a guild member, he whispered, extend their stay by another month. Time passed. The chandelier glowed overhead. Suddenly, Duong'an's face twisted in disbelief. He grabbed his hair and shouted, what the hell? What are these problems? He slammed the table and stood up. Furious, Chairman Calvin, where is he? Audrey handed over a bag and said, Sir Duong'an, Vice Chairman Calvin had to leave for some business. Before he left, he told me to give this bag to you. Duong'an looked irritated. Who are you? With a calm demeanor, the man introduced himself. I forgot to mention, I'm Audrey, also a vice chairman of the mathematics division in Apo City. If you need anything, feel free to speak to me. Duong'an took the bag and said, then I'll trouble you for something. Audrey asked politely, and what might that be? Sir Duong'an? But Duong'an's expression turned dark. He opened the bag, and after checking inside, clenched it tightly and gritted his teeth. Nothing. What's the point of saying anything? As Duong'an stormed off, Audrey waved cheerfully and reminded, Sir Duong'an, it's late, don't forget to get some rest. Watching the team still struggling with the problems, Duong'an furiously slammed the bag down. Pens, paper, and a set of keys spilled out. Do you even understand what it means to trisect an angle? You're treating this like dividing it 1,000,000 times. Do you know how hard it is to trisect a single damn angle? You all seriously disappoint me, he roared. The team flinched and trembled in fear. A panicked voice spoke up. Captain, just give us a bit more time. Enough, Duong'an barked. He snatched a pen and growled. Give me that, I'll do it myself. But a moment later, damn it, why won't it work? Duong'an flipped the papers into the air, his eyes wide with madness, screaming like a man possessed. The others were stunned, trying to calm him down. These 3 problems, they're not easy. Let's try stepping away from conventional methods. But Duong'an shook his head violently. No, if we give up here, everything we've worked for will have been in vain. Meanwhile, Audrey was in his office, organizing papers. He stared at a particular sheet of paper. Deep in thought, the 3 great problems of Blair. The demon of Nolan, he muttered. Calvin walked in and saw him so focused. Audrey, what's got you so absorbed? Audrey looked up with a smile. Just thinking. The Gia scholars have been stuck in Apo for 3 months now. Even the newspapers are talking about it. As far as I know, they've made 0 progress. He chuckled. Looks like we've finally defended the honor of Nolan's Mathematics Society. Calvin sighed, exhausted. Even you think that way now? How did things come to this? Audrey replied, isn't it true? Calvin held up a crumpled piece of paper. Right now, all we've done is barely maintain our dignity. But the truth is, ever since the Gia Academy steamrolled through Nolan's mathematics circles, our honor was already lost. He crushed the paper and tossed it into the trash. Audrey spoke up. Gia level has always been above ours. If not for Lord Blair, Nolan would have been utterly humiliated. I think this outcome is already the best we could hope for. Then Audrey slammed the table excitedly. Wait, why did I forget about Lord Tranlac? If Lord Tranlac is willing, Nolan could immediately replace Jianna as the new mathematics capital of the continent. Calvin took a sip of tea, chuckling. With ambition that big, you better start saving money. Who knows, maybe once you've saved up $1 million, Lord Lack will suddenly appear. Later, in the guest room, Calvin sat across from Blair and respectfully bowed. Sir Blair, on behalf of the mathematics scholars of Nolan, and the people of Nolan, I thank you for your great contributions. Blair waved his hand quickly. No, please, I'm also a citizen of Nolan, this was something I should have done. Oh right, has the 5.000 arrived yet? Calvin sat down, smiling. Don't worry, the king has already sent the reward. As soon as the Jianna scholars leave Apo, we'll deliver it to you. Blair leaned on his hand, deep in thought. What if those stubborn Jianna scholars keep hammering away at the problems and refuse to leave for 8 or 10 years? That 5.000 might never mean anything to me at this rate. I need to figure out a way to make them leave sooner. Calvin, imagining the situation, began to grin smugly. Truthfully, even in this clash with Jianna, we still lost, but if we could stir up trouble in their mathematics associations, or shake the very foundation of their academic theories, if we manage even one of those, we could turn this defeat into a victory. Blair sighed and smiled. Why didn't you say so earlier? That's not a problem at all. Shaking the foundations of a mathematical school? Now that's my specialty. Calvin was stunned, then burst up in excitement. What, did I hear that right? You're serious? Blair nodded calmly. Yes, undermining the Jianna school's foundation is no big deal. It's just, Calvin leaned forward. Just what? Say it. Blair held up his fingers and smiled. It'll cost extra. Calvin blinked, stunned. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Then he burst out laughing, extended his hand, and said, all right, Sir Blair, for saving Apo in Nolan's honor. On behalf of the Nolan Mathematics Association, I'll add 2.000 more. How's that? Blair shook his hand. Deal. Calvin looked out into the dark night and whispered in awe. Terrifying? The moon hung high in the sky. Calvin could feel time and history flowing around him as he stood frozen, lost in thought. The problems that Lord Tranlac proposed, they're no longer just mathematical problems. They touch on philosophy, science, even the very nature of time and space. If they ever get published, it won't just shake Jianna, it will shake the entire mathematical world like never before. He stared down at his hand. Deal. As he closed the window, Audrey suddenly burst in, pale and breathless, holding a letter. This is terrifying. Audrey slammed the letter onto the table. His face was red with rage as he shouted. This is a letter from the royal capital. It says the kingdom of Jianna is publicly commending their scholars for their interviews in major newspapers, bragging about how they've taken the mathematical world of Nolan by storm. Now no one even mentions their setbacks during the Apo visit. Calvin picked up the letter and read aloud. Jianna triumphs. Nolan falls. Audrey clenched his fists in frustration. We've still lost, he muttered bitterly. If only we had released those 3 difficult problems right when their delegation entered Nolan, stopped them in their tracks, then it would be us on top. Jianna would be the one who lost. Calvin's expression turned grim. Who said we've lost? Audrey looked surprised. What? Calvin raised his sharp eyes and frowned, his voice steady and forceful. The competition isn't over yet. How can we admit defeat so easily? If Jianna made the first move, then don't blame me for not being polite. They're headed for hell. With that, he turned and walked away. Sometime later, a crumpled sheet of paper hit the head of a brown-haired young man. He groaned in frustration. This is driving me crazy, it's still wrong. A square glasses-wearing student approached and advised. Still trying? You're just wasting time. Why not go take a shower and sleep? But the one in round glasses burst out angrily, waving his arms. What do you know? I'm this close, just a little more. The square glasses student sighed. You said the same thing yesterday. The round glasses student ruffled his hair in despair. Why can't I solve such a simple problem? What's wrong with me? I'm really going crazy. Duanan waved over and said, all right, Ben Sam, take him out for a walk. If this goes on, no one will be able to focus on solving the other problems. Ben Sam frowned and forcibly dragged the young man away. Let's go. I can still solve it, the student cried, gripping his pen as he was dragged off. Don't take me away. As they passed a bulletin board with reward problems, the student suddenly noticed something. Wait, Ben Sam, stop, look, there's a new problem posted. They both stopped and stared at it closely. The student read aloud. If a turtle gets a head start on Achilles, how long will it take Achilles to catch up? He scoffed. Why is such a simple problem even on the reward board? As long as it gives the turtle speed, Achilles' speed, and their distance, even my 8-year-old nephew could solve this in minutes. This is way too basic. But Van Sam studied it with a serious face. The name listed here is Blair from Apo. That means it's definitely not a simple question. Look closely. The student frowned. What trick could there be in such a simple setup? A gust of wind blew, revealing a paper beneath the problem. The student blinked in surprise. Oh, there is a trick. Van Sam flipped the paper and read. Sir Blair claims that no matter how fast Achilles is, he can never catch the turtle. The student couldn't help himself. He laughed out loud. Ridiculous. Forget the great wind mage Achilles of Jianna. Even my 8-year-old nephew could catch a turtle. Slap. Van Sam smacked him hard. You idiot, if even your nephew knows that, don't you think the demon Blair does too? The student rubbed his head in frustration. You're right, but that still doesn't solve anything. Just then, someone holding a small turtle walked over. My friends from Jianna, Calvin said cheerfully. Did you run into some trouble? Van Sam quickly replied. Chairman Calvin, we truly can't understand Sir Blair's solution to the turtle problem. Please enlighten us. Calvin smiled slyly. So that's it, as far as I know. The idea that time and space can be infinitely divided is a core tenet of the Jianna school of thought. Right? But have you ever considered whether that theorem is actually true? The student angrily stepped forward to argue. What are you saying? The notion that time and space can be infinitely divided isn't just our school's idea. It's widely accepted in mathematics, science, and even across the entire Divine Grace continent. Van Sam held him back. Chairman Calvin, what does that have to do with Blair's turtle problem? Please, don't go in circles, just say it clearly. Calvin calmly set the turtle down. My friends from Jianna, you're mistaken. This isn't a question to be answered. Let me explain. When I chase the turtle, it also moves forward. By the time I reach where the turtle started, it's already moved ahead. Then, by the time I reach that next point, it's again moved forward slightly. So the distance keeps getting smaller, but it never becomes zero. Therefore, if we divide the process into infinite small steps, then logically, I can never catch it. Isn't that right? After speaking, Calvin smiled smugly. The student scratched his head in a panic, face flushed, stammering, but time and space can be infinitely divided. But if that's true, then, Achilles really can't catch the turtle? That doesn't make sense. Van Sam looked gloomy. He tried to deny it. Blair's obviously spouting nonsense. Of course Achilles can catch a turtle. But, if that's true, then the foundation of our Jianna school, our entire belief system, is wrong. The student tore the paper down from the board, crumpling it in his fist and shouting. No, I don't believe it. This has to be wrong. I'll go talk to Captain Duangen. He'll definitely know where the flaw is. Calm down, Len, Van Sam called after him. As the two chased each other off, Calvin sighed. At this point, it's not just the Jianna scholars going insane, I might go crazy too. Inside a building, someone was shouting. He's a demon. He's truly a demon. Duangen slammed his desk, roaring in anger. If time and space can be infinitely divided, then how do we explain the process of catching up? He looked nearly mad as he raged. On the other hand, if time and space can't be infinitely divided, then are you saying there's some smallest possible unit of time and distance in this world? That makes no sense either. Nearby, the little turtle nervously raised its head. Calvin rested his chin on his hand, staring at the turtle, thinking to himself, how the hell do you use math to explain how Achilles catches the turtle? Suddenly, Audrey burst in, flustered. You're still here playing with a turtle? The Jianna scholars are all about to flee, don't you realize that? Calvin replied nonchalantly. They're stuck. They can't solve the problem or explain the turtle paradox. If it were me, I'd run too. He fell into deep thought. Since the turtle question was posted, the Jianna school has been backed into a corner. The longer they stay, the more questions they'll face. But we're no better, we still can't answer it ourselves. Except, that one person. Audrey slammed the table in frustration. What's with your attitude? The capital has already sent 3 letters asking about this turtle problem. And now you're just going to let Jianna run away? Who's going to explain it to the king then? Calvin suddenly stood up, startling Audrey. He placed a hand on Audrey's shoulder and said confidently, if you want an explanation, prepare 7.000 gold. Right now, come with me. Soon, night fell. At Third Brother's house, 3 treasure chests filled with gold were opened. Upon seeing them, his eyes sparkled as he drooled in awe. Money? So much money? I'm rich. A voice called out. Sir Blair? Sir Blair. Blair snapped out of his trance, rubbing his head and replying sheepishly. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Calvin looked at him seriously. Sir Blair, I want to know, that turtle question. What is it really about? Blair sat in his chair, deep in thought. Zeno's paradox, the conundrum of the tortoise, wasn't merely a mathematical question. Remembering the paradox and the tortoise, he told himself, even if I can present a mathematical answer, I still can't explain the true nature of the problem. After all, it involves the concept of limits. He imagined the young man endlessly chasing the tortoise. From a physics perspective, I'd have to bring in quantum mechanics. But here on the divine grace continent, even classical mechanics hasn't been established yet. If I try to introduce too advanced a concept, it might just drive people insane. Blair sighed, picturing quantum particles orbiting around a central nucleus. If I reverse the roles and try to impose future knowledge here too recklessly, it could cause a disaster. He spoke up frankly. To be honest, I really don't know. But internally, he added, even if I gave you an answer, you wouldn't understand it. Worse, it might drive you mad. Better to just say I don't know. Calvin exclaimed in disbelief. You must be joking, Lord of Inspiration. How could someone capable of raising such a problem not be able to solve it? Hearing the title slip from Calvin's mouth, Blair's face flushed, and he shouted, what did you just call me? Blair pressed a finger to his lips. Watch your words, Calvin. Realizing his mistake, Calvin quickly covered his mouth and gestured apologetically. Understood. Then, rubbing his fingers together, Calvin pleaded, Sir Blair, we're willing to pay more. Please consider it again. Blair was momentarily dazzled by the motion. His mind wavering, he coughed and forced himself to stay composed. Don't drag me into this, I really don't know. This isn't a money issue. Don't drag me into this, I really don't know. This isn't a money issue. Calvin sighed and stood up. Very well, I'll take my leave. As he turned to go, he thought to himself, even offering more money couldn't move the Lord of Inspiration. Seems I won't get the answer I sought. How am I going to explain this back in the capital? Blair walked him to the door and waved. Take care, Chairman Calvin. As Calvin made a final offer, Sir Blair, how about 5,000 more? Blair ignored him and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, Blair let out a long sigh. That was close. I almost gave in. Some money just isn't worth earning. He thought to himself, if I disregard the current level of understanding on this continent and force advanced concepts onto people, it'll only end in disaster. His brow furrowed with frustration. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Blair, come quickly. He opened the door. What is it? Brittany turned and beamed at him. I have an idea about the tortoise problem. If the number of divisions approaches infinity, wouldn't the last step be so small it could be considered zero? Seeing her joyfully explain her idea, Blair watched her seriously. From the moment I released Zeno's tortoise into the world, some things began moving beyond my control. Even if I do nothing, someone else will pick up the thread, just like Brittany is doing now. She's already begun to approach the idea of limits. He watched as a blue butterfly fluttered past. Even without me, the scholars of this world will, sooner or later, establish these theories and find their own path into the sanctuary of modern science. While he stood lost in thought, Brittany pouted. Blair, I've been talking all this time, were you even listening? Snapping out of it, he stammered. Why yeah, I was listening. She leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Then tell me, what does this final step mean? He looked like a clueless kitten. Just then, Isabella's voice called out cheerfully. Blair, Brittany, are you two home? Blair rushed out, flustered. Yes, we're here. Isabella. Brittany sighed, disappointed. He really wasn't listening. Isabella blushed slightly. Did he think what I said was too simple? Well, he is smart. Maybe he's already thought of everything I said. What was he thinking about just now? Was he thinking about me? When she looked up and saw 3 gold-filled trunks stacked like mountains, she gasped. Where did all this come from? Blair, don't tell me you robbed the treasury in Apo City? He walked over and scratched his head sheepishly. That's my reward from the spring festival break. Anyway, why are you back already? Brittany stepped up, holding some papers. Isabella, you're back? I think I found a new set of numbers. Blair coughed pointedly to interrupt. He turned to them with a forced smile. If school starts tomorrow, then let's not stay cooped up today. Let's go for a stroll. Today's shopping spree is on me. Isabella beamed and dragged Brittany out the door. Let's go. Brittany, he's offering to spend money on us. That never happens. Hurry before he changes his mind. Brittany sighed. Wait, I haven't even finished calculating. Blair's eyes sparkled with tears. Wait for me. A few days later, in the classroom, Isabella sat reading a document. Blair walked over, Looking for me? Another tough problem you can't solve? She propped her chin on her hand, sighed, and handed him a form. It's not a problem, just the preference form for choosing our advanced training institute after graduation. I don't know which one to pick among the 5 major academies in the capital. He glanced at it and replied casually. What's there to hesitate about? Just pick the one you like best. With your ability, you'll get into any of them. Annoyed, she yanked the form back. You don't get it at all. Never mind, I'm not asking you anymore. Blair stayed calm. You called me over just to ask this? I can't choose your future for you. Frustrated, she asked, then tell me, what academy are you applying to after graduation? He looked awkward. I already told you, I'm not going anywhere. I plan to stay here. She turned away, face flushing red, muttering angrily. Forget it, clearly, all you care about is Brittany. Go away, I need to be alone. As Blair walked down the hallway, he was confused. What's going on with her? Could it be that time of the month? Suddenly, someone called out, Junior Blair. He turned and saw Alice blushing. She nervously held out a letter. Blair, I wanted to tell you something. She lowered her eyes. I've applied to an academy in the royal capital. We might not see each other for a long time, but I'll be waiting for you there. When the time comes. He gently stopped her with a hand. Wait, I'm not going to the capital. After graduation, I'll be staying in Apo City. I already told Headmaster Angus that I'll work here as a teaching assistant. Alice stood frozen, the letter slipping from her hand. What did you say? She suddenly grabbed his shoulders, trying to persuade him. With your talent, you could go anywhere in the capital. If you choose the Capital Science Academy, you could become a great scholar. If you go to the Royal Magic Institute, you're sure to become a renowned mage. Blair looked at her, startled. Senior Alice, he gently declined. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I prefer Apo City. And I've thought long and hard before making this decision. The truth is, he thought, more than Apo City, I prefer being with Brittany. If she went to the capital, I'd follow her in a heartbeat. Alice looked down, hurt. I see, don't mind me, I was just asking. I suddenly remembered something, I'll be going now. As she turned to leave, he instinctively grabbed her hand. Senior Alice, please wait. The two stood in the hallway, being held by the hand. Alice blushed furiously and thought to herself, could it be, he's finally come around? Hope lit up in her eyes. If Blair says he's willing to go with me to the capital, I'll confess right away and make our relationship official. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, putting on her most charming smile. Junior Blair. Blair cut in frankly. You dropped something. He cheerfully handed Alice a piece of paper and reminded her. This is important, don't lose it next time. Alice froze, stunned. Then, unable to hold back, she slapped him. She stormed off in a huff, practically steaming with frustration. Blair touched the handprint on his cheek. Puzzled, was that not it? Even Alice, who's always been graceful and composed, ended up like this? Later, in the classroom, a few students were scattered around. Isabella sat quietly, looking over her school preference form. Suddenly, the paper was snatched from her hands. She turned around in shock to see Alice. Then snapped. Alice, what are you doing? Give that back. Alice replied nonchalantly. What's the rush? I'm just taking a look. I'll return it. Then, noticing something, she asked in surprise. It's blank? You haven't picked a single school? Didn't you say you wanted to apply to the Royal Magic Academy? Isabella turned her face away and huffed. Mind your own business. I don't want to go to the capital anymore. Okay? Alice stared at the paper, a trace of sadness in her voice. I didn't expect you'd go this far for Blair. Fine, this time I admit defeat. Her cheeks flushed pink as she mumbled. On the street. Ow. Isabella, what are you doing? Blair cried out, wincing as she twisted his ear. Completely unfazed, Isabella interrogated him. Alice has been gone for more than 2 weeks now. And you're still not back to your senses? Blair scrunched up in fear. I was just spacing out. What's that got to do with Senior Alice anyway? She didn't let go. Oh really? At that donation banquet, Alice hugged you for nearly a full minute. She only hugged one male student. You're still hung up on her, aren't you? Blair panicked. No. Really? It's not like that. Ow, let go. That really hurts. Finally releasing him, Isabella crossed her arms and muttered. Hypocrite. Tears of pain welled up in Blair's eyes as he rubbed his ear. Dejected. You're misunderstanding again. Senior Alice was just saying a polite goodbye. I was just thinking, how can I make more money? Trying to change the mood. Blair pointed toward a street stall with a grin. Hey, look, any books catch your eye? I'll get you one. Still fuming, Isabella replied coolly. Whatever. Blair picked up a book and asked the vendor. How much for this one? The vendor rubbed his hands together. You've got a good eye. That's our current bestseller. With that fancy cover, it'd be a perfect gift for the lovely lady with you. Just 20 gold coins. Isabella smiled proudly. You know, I think this book's not bad at all. Blair. What? Blair shouted, stunned. His face darkened as he glared at the vendor. 20 gold coins for this? Why don't you just rob people? The vendor clenched his fists and growled. Go ask around. 20 is already the lowest price you'll find. If you can get it cheaper, I'll eat the book. And what I'm selling isn't just paper, it's knowledge. Knowledge is priceless. Blair fell silent, lowering his head. Knowledge is priceless. Sensing things getting tense, Isabella gently tugged his arm. Let it go. Blair, I'll pay for it. Blair stood still, then suddenly grabbed her hand. Come with me. She blinked. Huh? Where to? Seeing them walk away, the vendor quickly shouted. Wait, fine. 10 gold. 5. Just 5 coins, we'll be friends. Then he crossed his arms and sighed. Kids these days, no respect for the rules. Think you can haggle me down that easily? TCH. They arrived at a clothing shop. Blair eagerly pointed at a pink hat. This one. Isabella put it on, smiling shyly. How'd I look? You look beautiful, he said with a radiant smile. I'll take it. After paying, the shopkeeper waved them off. Thank you for shopping. Isabella looked back at him, confused. Wait, Blair, this hat also cost 20 gold coins. Why didn't you just buy the book? Blair replied, because the hat suits you. As for the money, I don't care. People passing by glanced at the couple admiringly. Isabella giggled. Blair, you can be pretty sweet sometimes. Blair recalled what the vendor had said. He was shady, but he wasn't wrong. Books have a price, but knowledge is priceless. In this world, isn't the most valuable thing of all mathematical knowledge? He gently pulled Isabella along. Come on, let's go home and eat. He smiled confidently. It's time to make some serious money. Thinking about the social hierarchy, Blair reflected. In the continent of divine grace, intellectual property is protected even more strictly than in the 21st century. Here, scholars are practically equals with nobles. Money and books balance the scales. That's why books are so expensive. Only the wealthy can afford them. Over the years, countless people have been executed for violating scholars' intellectual rights. Copyright law here is advanced and brutally enforced. Offenders are hanged, left as skeletons on display. This place is a paradise for those who create knowledge. Blair lifted a glass, gazing at the geometry notes he'd written. Geometry is the mother of mathematics. It's the root of mathematical reasoning. On this continent, it's also the field scholars are most passionate about, but even now, their understanding isn't even 1/10 of modern planar geometry. He looked at his reflection in the water. I used to teach 12th grade math. Planar geometry, from lines to circles to polygons. I could explain it all clearly and logically. When Blair stood at the podium solving geometric problems, worksheets fluttered around him like leaves. Each theorem and derivation, he could prove step by step. He had compiled mountains of exercises and even studied obscure theorems outside the textbook to keep ahead of his top students. At night, he sat at his desk, taking notes, even knowledge beyond high school. I've explored it all. Now it seems writing a comprehensive geometry book would be a big hit in divine grace. I could earn royalties and help local scholars improve their mathematical reasoning. With determination in his eyes, Blair wrote on. I'll base it on ancient Greek geometry but strip away the old relics, rewrite it into a more authoritative modern form. This will be my final contribution to the field of geometry. 2 weeks later, he was still writing, exhausted. He'd fallen asleep at his desk. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Blair, get up already. Isabella called out irritably. Isabella stormed in, glaring. I called you several times. Why didn't you? She froze when she saw Blair shirtless. His firm abs exposed, completely unfazed. Blair casually asked, I'm getting change. I'll be there in a second. Anything else? Her face turned bright red as she stammered. Why you hurry up. Then she slammed the door shut. Blair let out a relieved sigh. Phew, close call. If he'd reacted a second slower, Isabella would have barged in and started rambling again. Can't let her see my treasure just yet. He donned his signature black outfit and mask. His eyes gleamed. Half a month of hard work. And it's finally done. My geometry manuscript is complete. The crystallization of countless minds. Refined through Euclidean creativity. You're one of a kind. My precious masterpiece. No one in this world will be able to resist you. His cloak fluttered as he walked out confidently. Blair might be a chaos bringer who shatters beliefs and dismantles foundations, but Tran Lak is different. A god walks among mortals, spreading the gospel of knowledge. And today, it's Tran Lak's time to shine. Elsewhere, the sound of knocking echoed. Calvin frowned. Come in. Worry flickered in his eyes. Even though Lack then bailed us out last time by defeating Scholar Gianna. The truth remains, the math center is falling behind. Gianna's side keeps publishing new theorems, while we have nothing. A masked figure entered and waved cheerfully. Long time no see. President Calvin, I heard you've officially been promoted to head of the Apo chapter. Congrats. Calvin turned, confused. Who are you? He narrowed his eyes. Another Lack than fanboy? Copying the outfit? Blair removed the mask and smiled. It's me, Tran Lack. Calvin blinked, then groaned. Blair, why the costume? You know I can recognize you, right? Blair explained calmly. Because today, I come not as Blair. I come to trade, as Tran Lack. Are you interested? Calvin's eyes lit up. Could it be a new theorem from Lack then? Blair placed a thick manuscript on the desk. Not a theorem, he said. A book. Calvin's hands trembled as he reached for it. May I take a look? Of course, but read fast. I've got some business to discuss after. As he flipped through the pages, Calvin was soon lost in its content. Right angles, triangles, circles, polygons, solids. It covers everything we've been trying to understand recently. And these theorems, I've never seen any of them before. All of them are original. Blair spoke up. So, what do you think? Calvin abruptly dropped to one knee. Hand on chest, eyes blazing. Lack then, you will forever be my god. Blair flinched. Hey, what are you doing? Calvin leapt up and hugged him tight, rubbing his cheek against Blair's shoulder. This book is a divine path, carved by your own hands, to lead us mortals up the mountain of mathematics. With this, Nolan will become the math capital of the world. Okay, enough rubbing. You're getting the manuscript dirty. Holding the manuscript high, Calvin shouted joyfully. This is a miracle. Every scholar in the then continent must read this. It's a divine masterpiece. Blair sighed. Why do I get the feeling he's already forgotten I'm human? He cleared his throat. Let's get down to business. I want the Mathematics Association to publish this book. What do you think is a fair price per copy? Calvin paused, then proposed. This is priceless. Even 10.000 gold coins wouldn't be too much. No, 100.000. Blair shook his head. 10 gold coins will do. 10? Calvin stammered. Blair exhaled. President Calvin, do I really seem that greedy to you? I didn't write this for money. I want the light of mathematics to shine on every corner of the then continent. For everyone to experience the beauty of math. Calvin was stunned. If you price it at 100.000 gold. Who can afford it? How can the light of math bless everyone? Calvin knelt again in reverence. Compared to this miracle of knowledge, what is money? My thinking is so narrow and selfish compared to Lack then. Blair, meanwhile, frowned. Calvin clearly doesn't understand the market. Selling it cheap in large quantities will earn more in the long run. I've done the math, he declared. Also, this will be Tran Lack's final contribution to mathematics. From today, I'll be focusing on magic. Calvin panicked, but without Lack then's guidance, how will our math community progress? Blair thought of tireless scholars and Brittany buried in paperwork. You think too highly of me. I'm not a god, I'm just an ant, standing on the shoulders of giants from another world. He placed a hand on Calvin's shoulder and said sincerely, I believe, one day, the scholars here will find their own path through hard work. As Blair left, Calvin nearly collapsed, needing help to stay upright. Who is Blair, or rather, Lack then? What kind of world did he come from? Could it be the divine realm itself? In a lavish palace, a figure sat on a throne, watching as attendants surrounded a glowing orb. A maid knelt. Your Highness, we've confirmed his location. He's in the ancient kingdom of Nolan. Using the name Blair. Suddenly, the orb exploded, sending maids flying. They scrambled to kneel and begged. We're sorry. During the summoning, we failed to properly calibrate the timeline. Please punish us. A white-haired woman stood, gazing down coldly. Recalibrate it. I want to meet him personally. Yes, Your Highness. She licked her lips with interest. At last, this world begins to stir once more.